What if the fate of Europe hinged on a single moment, a heartbeat away from annihilation? Think you know the story of Waterloo? Think again. This was no mere battle, it was a high-stakes chess game where kings sacrificed pawns, and the wrong move spelled doom. The clock ticked down toward an explosive crescendo where men became myths, and legends were born in the smoldering ashes of betrayal. Wellington and Napoleon, two titanic figures, collided like freight trains on a collision course. But what if the shadows hiding in the corners of history held darker truths than the dusty tomes reveal? Was it merely a clash of arms, or was there a sinister game afoot, as treacherous as the mud-strewn fields of Belgium? Every soldier, every cavalry charge, every cannon blast reverberated with consequences. Picture a battlefield where loyalty was as elusive as a ghost, and alliances shifted like quicksand. The air crackled with tension, each breath tinged with sweat and fear. Did you know Wellington's troops were fueled by the kind of patriotism that could ignite a bonfire, or a rebellion? What about Napoleon's relentless ambition, a firestorm threatening to consume all in its path? But here's the twist: whispers of espionage, treachery, and betrayal slithered through the ranks like vipers. Did a double agent lurk among them, plotting the downfall of the very heroes they hailed? The stakes? The future of nations and the lives of thousands hung in the balance. This wasn't just war, it was a deadly masquerade, and the masks were coming off. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the blood-drenched fields, did you feel the pulse of history quickening, daring you to question everything? The infamous Bloody Sunday loomed, a day that would be etched in the annals of time, but not for the reasons you think. The screams of the dying echoed louder than any trumpet call. Was this carnage preordained, or did the gods of war laugh at the futility of man's ambition? Picture the battlefield as a cauldron, bubbling with chaos and every soldier a reluctant chef. Some fought for glory, others for survival, but many just stood there, paralyzed by the enormity of what was about to transpire. And yet, amid the carnage, a dark humor lingered. Like a jester cackling in the face of doom, the absurdity of life and death danced hand in hand, reminding us that fate, like a drunken sergeant, has a twisted sense of humor. What if the true battle wasn't fought with swords, but in the shadows where secrets lay buried? Where rumors became weapons, and words cut sharper than any blade? The Battle of Waterloo was more than a clash of armies, it was an enigma, a riddle wrapped in gunpowder smoke and treachery. With each turn of the page, prepare for revelations that will make your heart race and your mind scream for answers. This is not just history, it's a portal into the chaos of human endeavor, a tantalizing glimpse at destiny's cruel hand. Are you brave enough to face the storm? The clock struck midnight, shattering the suffocating silence that cloaked the city like a shroud. Somewhere, a distant explosion echoed, reverberating through the cobblestone streets, an omen that clawed at the edges of reality. I stood there, breathless, my heart pounding like the war drums of a long-forgotten battle. Shadows danced along the walls, and the scent of smoke twisted into the chill night air, wrapping around me like a lover's embrace gone sour. This was not just history, this was life bleeding out before my eyes. I remember the moment I caught sight of Clara, her figure illuminated by a flickering lantern. She was a ghost of a girl, her face pale and drawn, haunted by the specters of her past. Her once lively eyes were now pockets of despair, reflecting a world unraveling at the seams. "They're coming for us," she whispered, each word a fragile thread pulling me deeper into her reality. You can't hide from the shadows. But the shadows, I realized, were not merely outside. They seeped into our souls, curling around our hearts, whispering sweet nothings of fear and despair. I had my demons too, the weight of my family's legacy pressing down like a vice. My father, a soldier turned martyr, left behind a name that clung to me like a second skin. I was not just Peter, I was the ghost of his unfulfilled dreams, tethered to a past I could neither escape nor embrace. Clara's voice shattered my reverie. "They'll come for you first," she said, an edge of panic slicing through her. "They always go for the dreamers." Her breath misted in the cold air, and for a moment, I forgot the chaos outside, lost in the chasm of her gaze. The world beyond our fragile cocoon felt like a darkened stage, the players pulling swords from scabbards, each clang a reminder of the impending storm. I remember the first time I saw the city ablaze, flames licking the sky, silhouettes of men with weapons marching like phantoms. It was a madness I had only read about, a grotesque dance that blurred the line between life and death. The streets were awash with color, blood red against the gray of stone, and the cries of the innocent echoed like a haunting lullaby. Then there was Anton, my friend, my confidant. A man whose laughter could charm the very stars from the heavens. But tonight, he was a cracked mirror, reflecting a world distorted by blood and betrayal. All for the glory of a crown, he spat, his fists clenched, eyes dark pools of anguish. What do they care for us? We're just pawns in their sick little game. The bitterness in his voice was a bitter pill I couldn't swallow, yet the truth hung between us, heavy and suffocating. I watched the flicker of hope dim in his gaze, the fragile flame of his spirit snuffed out by the relentless tide of despair. What did we owe to those who orchestrated this chaos? The kings and queens nestled in their ivory towers, oblivious to the cries of those below. I wanted to scream, to tear down the walls of indifference that separated us from the power brokers, but all I could do was stand silent, a ghost among the living. Do you ever wonder, Clara said, breaking through my tumultuous thoughts, if we were all born to be warriors? Her voice trembled, the question hanging in the air like a dark omen. What if our lives are just a prelude to the inevitable war? The weight of her words pressed down on me, and I nodded, though I could feel the shadows curling tighter around my heart. There was a strange beauty in her fear, a resonance that echoed in our shared despair. I remember the wind howling outside like a pack of wild wolves, fierce and untamed, as we huddled together, a small flame against the encroaching darkness. The atmosphere crackled with tension, each heartbeat echoing like a drum, louder and louder, the countdown to catastrophe. The world outside was ablaze, but within our fragile cocoon, we waded through the depths of our souls, searching for something, anything, to grasp onto, to believe in. Suddenly, the door burst open, striking the wall with a jarring force. Anton staggered in, his face a mask of terror, eyes wide like a deer caught in headlights. They've breached the outer walls, he gasped, each word punctuated by ragged breaths. It's all falling apart. The chaos surged through him, igniting a flicker of defiance in my heart. In that moment, time slowed, each second stretching infinitely, like the last breath of a dying man. The air thickened with unspoken fears, a palpable tension swirling around us like a noose tightening ever so slowly. I wanted to scream, to tell them we could fight back, that we could resist. But the truth was as slippery as the shadows wrapping around us. There was no hero's journey waiting in the wings, only a haunting reminder of our fragility. Then we fight, Clara declared, her voice steady, despite the tremors in her hands. We fight for our lives, for our dreams denied. Her determination pierced through the darkness, a beacon amid despair. I felt the fire ignite within me, sweeping away the cobwebs of hesitation. And so, we stood there, three souls intertwined in a fragile tapestry of hope and fear. The weight of the world pressed down on us, but in that moment, we were alive, raw, and breathing in the chaos. The clock had struck midnight, but it was not just a herald of doom, it was the signal of awakening, a call to arms against the shadows looming ever closer. As the echoes of war reverberated through the streets, we felt the pull of destiny, a force more potent than fear, sweeping us toward the edge of an abyss. The night darkened, and we could see the storm gathering on the horizon, but within us flickered a flame, defiant and wild. The war was coming, and we would not be mere spectators. We would be the storm. The cannon roared, a thunderous breath against the pale dawn. Smoke swirled, wrapping around the figures of men caught in the brutal embrace of war, their faces twisted in fear and fury. In that moment, time stood still. I remember the sound of boots pounding the earth, the desperate cries of soldiers clamoring for survival, their eyes wide with the fragility of life. I remember the glint of steel and the acrid taste of gunpowder in the air, a bitter reminder of the stakes that hung heavy over us, like the weight of 1,000 unsaid words. Napoleon Bonaparte stood at the forefront, a silhouette against the backdrop of chaos. His eyes burned with ambition, a fierce blue that seemed to pierce through the cacophony. He was not merely a general. He was a storm-gathering fury, a restless spirit fueled by the relentless desire to conquer. His hands, rough and commanding, gripped the reins of fate. We shall not falter, he roared, voice echoing like thunder among the ranks, igniting a fire that pulsated in the hearts of his soldiers. They looked to him, not just for guidance, but for hope. And in that moment, fear clashed with fervor. Josephine, his beloved, remained far away, yet her presence loomed like a ghost behind his eyes. I remember her laughter, a haunting melody that danced through his thoughts, intertwining with the sounds of battle. The passion they shared was a phoenix, rising from the ashes of their tumultuous love, tender yet fierce, like the very flames of war that surrounded him. She was the sweet scent of lavender amidst the stench of blood and death. In moments of quiet, he would imagine her face, illuminated by candlelight, a beacon of solace in his chaotic world. But the shadows loomed, sinister and ever-present. Among the ranks, there was Lucien, Napoleon's brother, his heart torn between loyalty and longing for his own place in the world. Lucien watched as his brother's meteoric rise cast a shadow that threatened to eclipse his own ambitions. Jealousy gnawed at him like a ravenous wolf stalking its prey. The weight of that burden pressed heavily on his chest, the taste of betrayal bitter on his tongue. Every cheer for Napoleon felt like a dagger in his back, each victory a reminder of the chains that bound him to the past. In the heat of battle, Lucien wrestled with his emotions, torn between familial love and unquenchable ambition. "Why must I always be in his shadow?" he whispered to the wind, a prayer, or perhaps a curse. The battlefield, a tapestry of blood and glory, became a stage for his internal struggle, each clash of swords resonating with the echoes of unfulfilled dreams. Napoleon, immersed in the fury of war, felt the pulse of his brother's turmoil. There was a bond forged in blood, yet frayed by the relentless pursuit of greatness. He could sense the rift growing, a chasm widening with each victory he claimed. "I must forge my path," he thought, even as the love for his brother pulsed in his veins. In the heart of battle, choices were made, alliances forged, hearts shattered. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a cloak of darkness enveloped the battlefield. The air crackled with tension, a premonition of the storm to come, a storm that would reshape nations, redefine loyalty, and alter the very fabric of history. "I am destined for greatness," Napoleon murmured, the words a mantra that ignited a fire within him, even as doubt whispered treacherously at the edges of his mind. Shadows danced around him, taunting and teasing, as the weight of his ambition pressed down, threatening to crush him under the enormity of his dreams. It was here, in the quiet aftermath of chaos, that a chilling silence fell. Soldiers staggered, half broken by the violence that clung to the air, their souls stripped bare by the brutality of war. The moon hung low, a silent witness to the unfolding drama, the rise of an empire and the fall of brotherhood. Lucien, standing apart from the fray, felt the cold grip of solitude encase him. "What have we become?" he thought, grappling with the darkness that threatened to consume them both. In the depths of his heart, he knew the truth: Napoleon was a force of nature, but at what cost? Josephine, too, was caught in this tempest, her heart a battleground of love and fear. "Will he ever return to me?" as she pondered, her thoughts swirling like the dust kicked up by galloping horses. The nights were long without him, and each dawn brought fresh uncertainty, the shadows growing longer, more ominous. Napoleon returned home, a conqueror wrapped in the garlands of victory, yet within him simmered an ache that gnawed at his insides. He could see Josephine smile, but it was tinged with the sadness of absence. "I am here," he wanted to scream, but the weight of his triumph felt like a chain around his neck, pulling him deeper into the abyss. "What have I sacrificed?" The three of them, Napoleon, Lucien, and Josephine, were caught in a web of ambition, love, and desperation, each heartbeat a reminder that choices had consequences. The tension crackled like electricity, a prelude to an inevitable confrontation that simmered just beneath the surface. Time slipped away, an unforgiving tide, as dreams turned into nightmares. Each choice, each whispered prayer, echoed in the chambers of their hearts. The dawn of a new era was on the horizon, but the path was fraught with shadows of jealousy, ambition, and love lost amidst the chaos of power. Napoleon, ever the architect of his destiny, felt the walls closing in. "What if I am destined for greatness, but at the cost of my soul?" The thought haunted him, a ghost that refused to be exorcised. Lucien, driven by a desire for validation, felt the cracks in their brotherhood deepen. Josephine, the anchor between them, stood trembling in the storm, her heart caught in the crossfire of loyalty and longing. And so, the stage was set, the players poised for the next act in a tragedy that would echo through the ages. The rise of Napoleon Bonaparte, the clash of ambition and love, the haunting shadows that lingered, each moment spun into the fabric of history, waiting for the next spark to ignite the inferno. The wind howled through the empty streets of Brussels, a mournful cry that echoed against the cobblestones like a ghost lamenting its lost life. I stood there, shivering, not from the chill, but from the gnawing sense of impending doom that wrapped itself around my heart like a vice. This city, once vibrant with chatter and laughter, now felt suffocated under a veil of tension, as though the very air conspired to steal away the hope of those who wandered its alleys. Shadows loomed, flickering under the dim glow of gas lamps, and I could almost hear the whispers of those who had fallen before us, their regrets mingling with the dust of history. I remember the moment I encountered Arthur, his eyes wild with a mania that was both terrifying and beautiful, a stark reflection of the chaos brewing beyond the city walls. "They're coming," he said, his voice trembling like a leaf caught in a storm. "Napoleon will not rest until he has crushed us all." I wanted to laugh, to dismiss him, but the tremor in his voice chilled my blood. Arthur was a soldier, but war had twisted him, his once bright spirit lay shattered beneath the weight of loss. He had watched friends die in the mud and filth of battlefields, their dreams extinguished like candle flames snuffed out in the dark. Now, every word he spoke felt like a prayer of desperation, a plea for salvation that echoed through my own fears. Then there was Eliza, her heart a storm of conflicting emotions. She was not simply a woman entangled in a war, she was a force of nature, fierce and unyielding. "I will not hide," she said, standing tall against the wind, her defiance burning like a beacon in the encroaching darkness. But beneath her veil lay a tremor of anxiety, a gnawing fear that she might lose everything she held dear, the very people who shaped her identity, her joy. Each step she took felt heavy with the burden of love and loss, a heartbeat against the descent into chaos. It was in her eyes that I saw the truth. She was terrified, yet she stood her ground like a lighthouse in a tempest. I remember what she wore that evening, a faded dress that fluttered around her like a flag of rebellion. The fabric danced with the breeze, a reminder that even in despair, beauty could persist. "We must stand together," she said, and I could feel the weight of her words pressing down on us like a shroud. What is a coalition but the promise of hope? A bond forged in the fires of despair. I wanted to reach out, to tell her that the world was not as romantic as her vision, a tapestry of camaraderie woven with threads of sacrifice. But in that moment, I understood the power of her resolve. Outside, the world was unraveling. The whispers of nations came together, forming a coalition, a desperate alliance against a tyrant who clawed at the edges of our sanity, his ambition a black hole threatening to consume everything in its path. Britain, Prussia, Russia, Austria, each nation stood at the precipice, their fears intermingling with dreams of triumph. I felt the gravity of this convergence, the way it tightened the air around us, squeezing out any remnants of navy we had left. Arthur, pacing in the flickering light, was a tempest of emotion. "They think they can stop him," he barked, each word punctuated by a bitterness that dripped like venom from his tongue. "They don't know the monster we're facing." I wanted to scream at him, to tell him that they were all monsters in their own right, but the truth hung heavy in the air, a ghost that would not let us breathe. Napoleon was no mere man, he was a spectre, a nightmare that haunted the dreams of millions, and still, we had to act. In this fragile web of alliances, the stakes felt impossibly high. I could see it in Eliza's eyes, a kaleidoscope of emotion swirling beneath the surface, fear, hope, love, loss. The tension hummed like a taut wire stretched to its breaking point. "You think this is just about war," she murmured, her voice breaking the silence like glass shattering, "but it's about us. It's about what we're willing to lose." The truth of her words sank into my bones, a chilling reminder of the sacrifices we would all be forced to make. As the Treaty of London was drafted, I felt as if we were all unwitting participants in a tragic play, a script written by the hands of fate and ambition. Each signature was a stroke of ink on a canvas drenched in blood. "Do you think they believe this will save us?" Arthur asked, a flicker of despair in his voice. "This is just the beginning. I wanted to tell him that sometimes, the beginning felt like the end, a paradox spinning into oblivion. But instead, I found myself lost in the weight of our reality, the impending storm of conflict colliding with our desires to cling to normalcy. A world where laughter was still possible, where love was not haunted by the specters of war. The night wore on, and the shadows seemed to breathe, alive with the echoes of our fears and our hopes. We stood together, three souls caught in the web of history, bound by the weight of our convictions and the ache of our dreams. The formation of this coalition felt like a prayer whispered into the void, a desperate attempt to grasp at the threads of fate and weave them into something resilient. "We must believe," Eliza said, her voice a trembling ember in the darkness. "If we don't believe, what hope do we have?" And there it was, the flicker of resilience, the pulse of humanity amid the chaos. As we stood shoulder to shoulder, the shadows of our past danced around us, and I realized that this was not just the formation of alliances, it was the forging of spirits, a testament to our indomitable will, even in the face of overwhelming despair. In the distance, the clock struck 10, the sound reverberating through the alleys like the tolling of a funeral bell, marking the beginning of an uncertain future. The coalition was forming, a melting pot of ambition and fear, and we were poised at the edge, ready to confront whatever darkness awaited us. The world beyond loomed, and I could feel my heart racing, each beat a reminder that in this life, we were all threads in a tapestry woven by time, a chaotic, beautiful mess of hope and despair, love and loss, and above all, the unyielding quest for survival. The thunderous roar of cannon fire rattled the very bones of the earth, each blast was a heartbeat, a grim reminder of the dance on the precipice of death. Rain fell in heavy sheets, drenching the men huddled under their tattered uniforms, their breaths mingling with the chill of impending doom. I stood there, heart hammering in my chest like a frantic bird, watching the chaos unfold before me. Wellington, a figure of resolute calm amidst the storm, was a lighthouse in the tempest, his eyes piercing through the drizzle, calculating, unyielding. This was not merely a battle, it was a crucible, a place where men would either forge their legacies or be consumed by the very fires of war. I remember the faces of the soldiers around me, each one a tapestry of fear, hope, and despair. There was Joseph, his hands trembling as he clutched his musket, a boy of barely 18, caught in a whirlwind of bloodshed and glory. I could see the shadows of doubt flickering in his eyes, the weight of his father's legacy pressing down on him like the leaden sky above. He had enlisted with dreams of valor, of being a hero, but every scream that pierced the air pulled him deeper into a nightmare. And then there was Thomas, a grizzled veteran, his face lined with the map of sorrow and triumph. He had seen the world turn on its axis more times than he could count. "War is a fickle mistress," he would say, his voice low and gravelly, and I'd feel the truth settle around us, heavy and undeniable. He had lost friends, their laughter haunted him like ghosts wandering the battlefield, and with every flash of musket fire, he heard their names whispering in the wind. I remember, he would murmur, as if calling them back from the void. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder and something more primal, a fear that seeped into our very souls. The ground trembled beneath our feet, a living entity, as if the earth itself recoiled from the slaughter that was about to unfold. I felt visceral dread clawing at my insides, the kind that makes a man question everything. Would I see another dawn? Would Joseph cling to life, or would his youthful laughter be silenced forever? Wellington moved with an almost timeless grace, his silhouette stark against the chaos, a figure of certainty amidst uncertainty. The rain cascaded down his brow, and for a moment, I envied his composure. He called for the men, his voice a clarion call cutting through the tempest. "Stand firm! We fight not just for ourselves, but for the very essence of Britain." Each word was a stone, building a wall against despair, but I could see the cracks begin to form. Even the strongest walls can crumble under the weight of fear. The clouds roiled above us, a mass of darkness, a reflection of the turmoil within. I glanced at Joseph, whose eyes were wide, brimming with innocence, and I felt a pang of heartbreak. "What if," he whispered, barely audible over the cacophony, "what if we don't come back?" The question hung between us like an uninvited spectre, chilling and unyielding. I wanted to promise him the sun would rise again, that the laughter of children would echo in quiet streets, but I could not find the words. Fight for the man beside you, Joseph, I said, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. Fight for the chance to tell this tale. I hoped my voice carried the strength I didn't feel, that it could anchor his wavering heart. In that moment, I realized we were all ghosts waiting to be written into history, our fates intertwined with the threads of valor and sacrifice. And then the silence shattered, an eruption of musket fire, a symphony of destruction. Men screamed, the air thick with the metallic tang of blood and sweat. The earth opened up beneath our boots, swallowing dreams and lives whole, as if the very ground was reclaiming what had been borrowed. The world had become a frantic blur, adrenaline surged through my veins, pumping life into my limbs as I leapt forward, driven by a primal instinct that drowned out the fear. I remember the chaos, the visceral intensity of battle. Time stretched and twisted, moments became lifetimes as I dodged the rain of bullets, the visceral reality of war washing over me like cold, dark water. Each shot felt like a heartbeat missed, a breath stolen. I caught a glimpse of Thomas across the field, wielding his sword with the ferocity of a lion, his eyes ablaze with the fire of past regrets and present fury. He was fighting demons both seen and unseen, every swing of his blade a prayer, a plea for redemption. But in the heart of the fray, I could still hear Joseph's voice calling out, lost in the chaos. Please, don't leave me. It cut through the thunder like a knife, raw and desperate. I turned, searching for him, the world narrowing to his figure, a flash of movement in a storm of violence. I pushed through the madness, every footfall a battle against the tide of despair. And then, there he was, stumbling, eyes wide with terror as a shadow loomed over him. Time slowed, the universe held its breath as I lunged, my body moving on instinct, fueled by a relentless surge of hope and fear. The moment stretched, each heartbeat a drum echoing in my ears as I reached out, grasping his arm, pulling him back from the brink. In that instant, as I locked eyes with him, I saw the essence of humanity, the fragility, the hope, the unyielding need for connection in the face of oblivion. We will fight through this, I shouted, my voice barely rising above the cacophony, but I saw it ignite something within him, a spark of defiance. But the storm was unrelenting. Wellington's voice rang out again, a beacon guiding us through the night. Push forward. We are the storm. The very air crackled with energy, the wild fervor of battle sucking us all into its maelstrom. Each man around me, fueled by a dangerous cocktail of fear and courage, became both a warrior and a ghost, dancing on the edge of eternity. As the sun began to set behind the clouds, casting an eerie glow over the battlefield, I felt the weight of history pressing down, the echoes of sacrifices made reverberating through time. The night would swallow us, but the stories, the lives lived and lost, would continue to flicker like distant stars. In the chaos, I realized that Wellington and his army were not just fighting for crown and country, they were fighting for the very essence of existence, for the fleeting moments that make us human. And as the battle raged on, I understood that this was not just about survival, it was about finding meaning amidst the madness, a quest to leave a mark on the tapestry of time, one heartbeat, one breath, one battle at a time. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder and dread, a palpable weight that pressed against the skin, a silence broken only by the distant thunder of hooves and the sharp crack of musket fire. I remember the night everything changed, the moon a ghostly witness overhead, its pale light casting eerie shadows on the blood-soaked earth. It was here, at the precipice of fate, that we gathered, Blücher standing like an unyielding stone, the embodiment of defiance, his eyes blazing with a fierce desperation that flickered like dying embers. What is it that binds us here? He thundered, his voice clashing against the chaos, a sound both rallying and raw. The men around him, weary and winded, bore their scars like medals of survival. But beneath their brave exteriors, I saw the churning turmoil of fear, of hope barely clinging on like a fraying thread. Each heartbeat echoed in the stillness, a reminder that time was slipping away, each second a fleeting whisper of what might be lost. I remember the faces, their youth marred by the weight of their choices, eyes wide, reflecting the flickering flames of the campfires, shadows dancing over their expressions. There was Friedrich, a soldier whose laughter once rang like music in our barracks, now stifled into a grimace. "We march into hell," he whispered, the words escaping his lips like a ghost, a premonition of what lay ahead. I could see his hands tremble, not from fear but from the burden of the knowledge he bore, a brother lost, a family torn apart by the very war that sought to unite us. He was a mirror of my own internal struggle, a fractured soul seeking solace in the chaos. Beside him, there was Anna, a nurse-turned-warrior in her own right. Her hands, once gentle, now wielded a blade as fiercely as any man. "We fight for more than land," she said, her voice steady but her eyes haunted. "We fight for the living." I admired her strength, the way she bore the pain of loss as armor, yet it twisted within me, a sharp edge that cut deeper with each passing moment. I remember how I longed to tell her that I saw her courage, that it made the world feel just a little less suffocating, but words failed me, tangled in the throes of our grim reality. Blücher's gaze swung from one soldier to the next, a silent plea, a call to arms. "We are not mere pawns on this battlefield, we are the storm that will sweep across the empire." His voice erupted, igniting a flicker of resolve in the hearts of those around him. Yet, I felt the tremor of uncertainty in the air, buzzing like a swarm of hornets, a reminder that every rallying cry could be a death knell. As we marched, the ground beneath us became a graveyard of dreams, each step a reminder of the lives we were leaving behind. The distant sound of drums echoed in the dark, a funeral march for those who had fallen before us. Time blurred, moments stretched and collapsed, a cosmic fold where the past intertwined with the present. I remember the faces of those I lost, their laughter haunted me like a melody that refused to fade. "Remember us," they seemed to whisper from the ether, urging me to carry their stories within me, to weave their memories into the very fabric of my being. The confrontation loomed like a specter, an impending storm swirling just beyond the horizon. I could feel it in my bones, the tension coiling tighter with each passing heartbeat. The shadows deepened as we approached the enemy lines. I remember the silence, where once there was the cacophony of life, now only the stillness remained, thick and heavy, pregnant with promise and peril. Then, it erupted. A thunderous clash, swords clanging against shields, a symphony of chaos. I witnessed men transformed into beasts, primal rage igniting their spirits. Friedrich fought with a ferocity I had never seen, his blade dancing like a flame, but I could sense the cracks in his resolve. Each kill twisted his soul, the laughter of yesterday drowned out by the screams of today. I remember the moment his eyes caught mine, the unspoken question hanging between us, what have we become? Anna was a whirlwind, leaping into the fray, her movements fluid and fierce. I watched as she fought not just against the enemy but against the demons that clawed at her heart, each swing of her sword a battle against the ghosts of her past. I felt my own heart ache for her, a longing to share her burden, to pull her back from the brink of despair. "Stay with me," I whispered, though we were miles apart in that chaotic melee. "Don't lose yourself." And yet, as the dust settled and the cries of the fallen filled the air, I felt the weight of our choices crashing down like a tidal wave, threatening to consume us whole. I remember the look on Blücher's face as he surveyed the aftermath, the triumph laced with agony, the victory a bitter pill with shards of loss lodged deep within our throats. We had won the day, yes, but at what cost? The echoes of our comrades lingered in the air, their spirits entwined with ours as we stumbled forward, forever changed and irrevocably scarred. In the aftermath, the dawn broke with a cruel beauty, the horizon painted in hues of orange and crimson, a reminder that life goes on, even when the heart bleeds. Friedrich, Anna, and I stood together, three souls tethered by the weight of our shared burdens. We carry them with us, I thought. They are part of us now. But the truth gnawed at the edges of my mind. As we moved toward the next horizon, I could feel the shadows creeping back, a reminder that our fight was far from over. We had danced with the devil, and he was not finished with us yet. In that moment, I knew that this was not the end of our tale, it was merely the lull before the storm. Our hearts raced, echoing with the promise of what lay ahead, a future fraught with uncertainty, yet shimmering with the faintest glimmer of hope. Because here, amid the ruins of our choices, we were not just survivors, we were the architects of our destiny, ready to face whatever darkness awaited us in the shadows ahead. The air was thick with the stench of gunpowder and desperation, a miasma that clung to the skin like a second layer of grime. I remember the sun, blood-red and blazing, hanging low in the horizon like a dying ember, casting long, grotesque shadows that danced on the walls of crumbling stone. The battlefield stretched out before us, a patchwork of chaos and ruin, where hope went to die, and the echoes of the fallen whispered through the air like ghostly sighs. It was here, in this dreadful theater of war, that I met Julian, a soldier with a heart that beat fiercely, yet trembled at the thought of loss. Julian's hands shook as he clutched his rifle, his fingers a shaky chorus on cold metal. I could see it in his eyes, fear mirrored back at me, haunting as the specters that stalked the fields. "What if I don't come back?" he whispered, his voice barely escaping his cracked lips, each word a plea. I remembered my own heart thrumming painfully, a metronome of doubt. "You will," I choked out, but the lie hung heavy between us, a noose tightening with every passing moment. Beside him was Claire, a medic, her hand stained with the crimson of countless lives, each drop a testament to the brutality that surrounded us. I watched as she knelt beside the wounded, her fingers deftly working to mend flesh and bone, her eyes burning with an intensity that could cut through the darkest night. But beneath that fierce exterior, I sensed the turmoil, the guilt that gnawed at her soul like a relentless beast. She had too often been the one to whisper final goodbyes, to watch the light flicker and fade from the eyes of those she fought to save. "I remember," she said, her voice a mere thread, "the last time I couldn't save someone." In that moment, the weight of her memories hung over us, a fog that suffocated hope. Time slowed, and the world twisted into a kaleidoscope of horrors. The cries of the injured, the distant thud of artillery, the desperate prayers of soldiers mingling with the acrid smoke, it was all too much. I could feel the battlefield pulse beneath our feet, a living, breathing entity that craved souls to consume. Tension coiled around us, thick as a noose, and I knew the French army was more than mere strategy, it was a collection of hearts entangled in a dark ballet of duty and despair. We were not just soldiers, we were flawed beings, carrying the weight of our choices, our dreams, our impossibilities. Each regiment, each battalion, a family forged in the fire of conflict, yet bound by the chains of fate. Julian's eyes flickered toward the horizon, where the enemy lay in wait, the shadows painted in the colors of dread. "What strategy do we have?" he asked, a tremor in his voice, as if he sought solace in the very thing that could betray him. I could see the panic clawing at him, a raw, visceral fear that threatened to consume every ounce of courage he possessed. "We hold the line," I replied, though it felt hollow, like a promise made to a ghost. The French army was a tapestry of strength and vulnerability, a composition woven from experienced hands and untried hearts. It was composed of men and women from every walk of life, united by a single thread of purpose, yet each one of us wrestled with our own demons. There was Pierre, who marched forward despite his shattered dreams, haunted by visions of a life he'd left behind. And Sophie, a fierce warrior whose laughter had long since been silenced by the bloodshed, her spirit flickered like a candle fighting against the wind, yet she stood tall. We were a motley crew of misfits and warriors, armed not just with rifles but with the weight of our pasts, the ghosts of our dreams mingling with the acrid stench of war. I remember the moments between battles, those fleeting instances of humanity that slipped through the cracks like water through fingers. A shared laugh over a meager meal, the warmth of a hand resting on a shoulder, the soft hum of a forgotten song echoing in the twilight. Each moment was a fragile thread, binding us together in the face of relentless despair. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped us like a shroud, an ominous prelude to what lay ahead. The enemy was out there, waiting, plotting. I felt the drum of my heartbeat sync with the distant thud of artillery, a morbid symphony that promised violence. "We'll face them together," I said, though I could feel the tremors of my own conviction crumbling beneath the weight of uncertainty. Claire's gaze met mine, fierce and unwavering. "Together," she echoed, the promise a bittersweet balm against the impending chaos. I remember the warmth of her hand in mine, the fierce connection forged in that moment, two souls clinging to each other amid the encroaching darkness. Then came the sharp crack of gunfire, a sound that sliced through the night like a knife through flesh. The chaos erupted, and we surged forward, propelled by instinct, by fear, by the sheer will to survive. I remember the cacophony of shouting, the thundering of boots against earth, our composition, an orchestra of chaos playing the symphony of war. And in the midst of it all, Julian screamed, a sound that echoed through the night, raw and primal. "No," he cried, as shadows collided, thunderous explosions painting the night with fiery strokes of terror. I could see him falter, the weight of his fears manifesting in that one desperate moment. I reached for him, but time twisted cruelly, we were all bound by the rhythm of fate, the clock of our lives ticking down to a haunting crescendo. As the battle raged on, amid the smoke and agony, I felt the pulse of history beneath my feet, a reminder that we were merely players in an endless cycle of conflict, the strategy of our leadership written in blood. I remember the faces, the fleeting glances, the promises whispered in the dark. Each heartbeat marked the passage of time, each breath a reminder of what we stood to lose. The intensity of it all, the heart-wrenching beauty of the chaos, pulled me deeper into the fray. I could feel the sorrow of our collective struggle, the weight of our pasts, our dreams, echoing through the night like a chant, the hymn of the fallen that would never be silenced. And just as the first rays of dawn pierced the horizon, illuminating the wreckage we had become, I knew this was only the beginning. The ghosts of our choices lingered in the air, and the battlefield awaited our next move, the next chapter in a story woven from flesh and fire, hope and despair. The air crackled with tension, heavy like the weight of 1,000 unshed tears. The ground beneath me trembled, not from the artillery but from the pulsing heart of a land drenched in history, betrayal, and blood. I was there, standing on the cusp of chaos, the distant sound of clashing metal echoing through the hills like a funeral dirge foretold. The very earth whispered secrets of glory and doom, a treacherous terrain that was both a cradle and a grave. I remember the shadows stretching long, dark fingers clawing at the edges of the battlefield, as if the trees themselves were trying to tear away from the horror unfolding before them. My brother, Thomas, stood rigid beside me, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and fervor, his breath quickening. He was a soldier born of loyalty, a man who wore his heart like a badge of honor, but today, that heart thrummed erratically. The distance between us felt infinite, filled with the unsaid words that clung to the air like fog, words of doubt, of worry, of an unspoken question: what if we didn't make it back? What are we even fighting for? He muttered, voice low and tremulous. The words hung, heavy, pregnant with despair, mingling with the acrid scent of gunpowder and sweat. Just beyond, the undulating hills rose and fell, a cruel mimicry of the struggle that raged on. They were not mere hills, they were the very bones of our ancestors, testifying to the relentless cycle of conflict that shaped our fate. And then there was Eleanor, a fierce spirit wrapped in the guise of a woman. I could see her in the distance, weaving through the chaos with a resolute defiance, her dark hair billowing behind her like a banner of rebellion. She had always been the heart of our small circle, a relentless force of nature, but today the light in her eyes flickered dangerously. I knew she blamed herself for dragging us into this fight. Come back to me, both of you. Her voice cut through the air, fierce yet trembling. It was a plea, an invocation, and I felt the weight of it wrap around my heart like barbed wire. I wanted to run to her, to shield her from the heartbreak that lingered like a thick mist upon the field, but the earth held me down, rooted in a fear I couldn't shake. This land, oh, this tortured land. It was a tapestry of sorrow and valor, where the soil soaked up the anguish of countless lives extinguished by ambition and greed. The undulating terrain, with its hidden dips and treacherous rises, was a harbinger of the chaos to come. I could almost hear the whispers of the fallen, their voices swirling in the wind, warning us to turn back, to flee from the pain that awaited us. I remember the earth beneath my feet, a mosaic of life and death, each footprint a testament to the stories buried within. A twisted tree stood sentinel nearby, its gnarled branches reaching skyward as if begging for redemption. What sins had it witnessed? What battles had it survived? The very ground was a reminder of fragility, a brutal truth that we were but fleeting shadows flitting across the vastness of time. Thomas, we can't turn back now. I shot back, desperation creeping into my voice. His spirit wavered like a candle in a storm, and I could almost feel the weight of his doubts pressing down on him. I wanted to shake him, to make him see that this was not just a fight for land, but a fight for our very souls. The geography of Waterloo, so deceptively beautiful, was about to become a canvas splattered with the chaos of humanity, a grim art piece that would haunt generations. The air turned electric, crackling with the promise of impending doom. Above us, the sky was a roiling mass of grey, as if the heavens themselves could sense the tragedy unfolding below. I could feel the vibrations of hooves pounding against the ground, the thunder of 1,000 warriors charging into the fray, yet I stood paralyzed, torn between the pull of duty and the quiet call of my heart. Eleanor! I called, my voice rising above the cacophony. She turned, her fierce spirit igniting in a bright flash against the encroaching darkness. But the moment was fleeting, like a spark extinguished by an unforgiving wind. I could see it in her eyes, the fire dimming, the hope slipping through her fingers like sand. "Promise me, if it comes to it, you'll run," she shouted, her voice steady but laced with sorrow, and every syllable pierced my heart. I wanted to scream that I wouldn't leave her, that we would fight together or perish together, but the words felt trapped, choked by the weight of my own fear. And there it was, the terrain, a beast waiting to be unleashed, its undulations a cruel reminder of how quickly fortunes could shift. The hills around us were no longer just a backdrop, they became characters in this tragedy, breathing life into the chaos. They groaned as if mourning the fate of the brave souls who dared to tread upon them. The sky darkened, a tempest brewing, mirroring the storm raging within me. I could hear the sound of war drums echoing through the valley, a relentless heartbeat that matched my own, pounding, pounding, as if it were a countdown to the inevitable. "Thomas!" I shouted once more, urgency lacing my tone. "We can't falter now, not when everything hangs in the balance." I reached for him, desperate to pull him from the shadows tugging at his spirit. In that moment, I felt it, the breath of the land itself, a heartbeat that resonated within us. This was more than just a battlefield, it was a crucible that would reshape us, the very geography of our souls laid bare. Each rise and fall of the earth symbolized our struggles, our dreams, and the haunting memories that would forever tether us to this moment. The crackle of the air thickened, the moment stretching impossibly long, like time itself was holding its breath. We were three souls entwined in this tapestry of fate, bound by the tragic beauty of our shared struggle. The geography of Waterloo, so harsh, so unforgiving, was about to witness the rawest emotions of humanity, and as the horizon darkened, I knew we were standing on the precipice of something monumental. And then, the ground shook, not just from the footsteps of men, but from the very essence of our fears converging into a cataclysm of emotion, tearing through the silence like a scream hung in the air, ready to be unleashed. What would this day bring? What echoes would it leave behind on this cruel terrain? The answers danced just out of reach, tantalizing, terrifying, waiting to be revealed in the chaos that was about to consume us whole. The clock struck midnight, its hollow chime echoing through the cobbled streets of Brussels like a distant warning. In the shadows cast by the towering Gothic spires, three figures huddled close together, their faces a mix of fear and determination. Jana held her breath, the cool air gnawing at her throat, as if the city itself was conspiring against them. Her fingers trembled, gripping the tattered map that had become her lifeline, the ink smudged by rain and desperation. Each heartbeat echoed like a drum, a reminder that time was slipping fast, and with it, their hopes. "Do you trust me?" Her voice shook, as uncertain as the flickering streetlight above them. Behind her, Adrian's brow furrowed, his eyes scanning the darkened alleyways, a fortress of secrets and shadows. He was a soldier, once celebrated for bravery, now a hollow shell of a man burdened by the ghosts of choices made in haste. Those eyes, once fierce, now carried the weight of memories too heavy to bear. Every second felt like an eternity, the air thick with unspoken fears, the very essence of Brussels wrapping around them like a shroud. "Trust is a luxury we can't afford right now," he replied, his voice low and gravelly, each syllable loaded with an urgency that pulled Jana closer to the edge of despair. Their past collided within her chest, a cacophony of shared laughter and terrible silences. She remembered the way he laughed at her absurd theories about history, how he'd roll his eyes when she got lost in tales of medieval treachery. But now, in this moment, they were mere spectres of what they once were, haunted by choices that led them here and navigating a city that was both a sanctuary and a trap. The weight of the mission loomed above them, an unrelenting reminder of the stakes. They were not alone, others watched from the shadows, hidden eyes trained on their every move. Elena, the third member of their fraught alliance, stood a few paces away, her back pressed against the cold stone wall. She was the strategist, the mind behind the madness, but tonight even her sharp intellect felt dulled, the fervor of her ambitions overshadowed by the enormity of their task. Jana could see the flicker of doubt in her eyes, the way her fingers clenched and unclenched, as though she were fighting against the chains of uncertainty. "I can't let them take it," Elena whispered, her voice barely breaking the silence. They all shared the same fear, the fear of losing control, of watching the fate of Brussels slip through their fingers like so much sand. The city held secrets, deep-rooted histories woven into its very fabric, and now, as tensions brewed in the hearts of its people, they felt the pull of that history like a siren's call. "Then let's make sure we don't," Jana replied, summoning every ounce of courage she had left. No more second-guessing, no more running away. This was the moment they either seized or lost forever. The air thickened with tension as they prepared to move, adrenaline coursing through their veins, driving them forward into the unknown. The streets lay before them, a labyrinth of possibilities and peril. Each step felt like walking on the edge of a knife, the shadows whispering warnings that sent chills down their spines. Memories flashed before Jana's eyes, her childhood dreams of a world where bravery conquered fear, where friendships forged in battle could withstand the trials of time. But here, in the heart of Brussels, those dreams felt like ashes in her mouth. As they slipped through the alley, a flicker of movement caught Jana's eye, a distant silhouette darting between the shadows, a reminder of what they were up against. The echoes of their past now fused into a single heartbeat of urgency, a pulse that drove them deeper into the city's veins. It was not just a mission, it was a lifeline, a desperate bid to reclaim their future. But within the depths of her heart, a nagging doubt clawed at her, the knowledge that they were not merely fighting for themselves but for a city that had become a symbol of hope and despair, a battleground of ideologies. The weight of that responsibility hung heavy on her shoulders, the realization that Brussels was more than stone and mortar, it was the essence of their dreams, the cradle of their nightmares. With every turn, every corner they bent, the city revealed more of itself, a tapestry of history woven with threads of betrayal, love, and loss. They moved like phantoms, whispers against the backdrop of an ancient city caught between the echoes of its past and the tremors of its uncertain future. The walls seemed to breathe, alive with the stories of those who had walked before them, the laughter of children long gone mixing with the cries of the wounded. "Do you remember the legends?" Jana asked suddenly, her voice barely audible above the pounding of her heart. The stories of those who fought against the darkness. Her thoughts drifted into the ether, where the line between myth and reality blurred. They stood against insurmountable odds, and yet they persevered. Adrian's gaze met hers, a flicker of recognition sparking between them. "Legends don't win wars, people do." His words struck like a thunderclap in the silence, igniting a fire within her. The flame of defiance burned brighter, illuminating the path ahead. They were not mere pawns, they were players in a game where every decision could tip the scales. A moment of stillness enveloped them, a haunting pause as they prepared for the inevitable confrontation that loomed ahead. Time stretched, each second a weighty reminder of the fragility of their existence. In that moment, everything seemed to hang on the precipice of uncertainty, our fear, hope, betrayal, and loyalty all intertwined like the roots of a great tree. And then, just as the tension threatened to snap, the first echoes of chaos erupted, a cacophony of shouts, the clash of metal meeting metal. The city's heartbeat quickened, a warning resonating in the air, and they were drawn forward, caught in the current of their destiny. Jana took a deep breath, her heart racing, and stepped into the fray. The shadows of Brussels enveloped them, and in that moment, she understood, they were not just fighting for a city, they were fighting for the very soul of existence itself. The battle was only just beginning, a tumultuous tide that would shape their futures and the future of Brussels itself, leaving scars that would never fade. And as the night wore on, the city watched, its ancient eyes witnessing the turmoil, the struggle, and the fierce, unyielding spirit of those who dared to dream against the encroaching darkness. The clock struck midnight, its echo reverberating through the hollow streets of Harrogate like the tolling of a distant death knell. Breath hung thick in the air, a fog of anticipation, a whisper of dread. They were coming. I could feel it in my bones, the tremor of the ground beneath my feet, the way the shadows danced in the corners of my vision. I remember the moment I stepped outside, the cold metal of the doorknob biting into my palm. The moon hung low, a ghostly sentinel casting silver light over the cobblestones, bleeding into the cracks like ink on parchment. My heart raced, a wild drum, a frantic tempo that matched the pounding of the storm brewing within. "Where is she?" The voice cut through the silence, sharp, urgent. It was Lila. Her eyes, wide and glimmering with unshed tears, were pools of determination. Behind her, shadows loomed, the spectre of fear clung to each figure like a shroud. I had known fear, I had tasted it. It curled around my heart, a serpent ready to strike. But I had also known love, and here, standing in the face of darkness, I found the two entwined, a bitter, beautiful dance. Lila was driven, fierce, yet haunted by the ghosts of choices made. Her brother, Benjamin, had vanished, swept away by the tides of conflict, a ripple in the sea of chaos that had consumed our world. Jerry! Did you hear that? The urgency in her voice snapped me from my reverie. I turned, the cold night air biting at my skin like tiny shards of glass. It was then that I saw him, Benjamin's shadow slipping between the buildings, a wraith returning from the brink. I remember the way hope surged within me, an electric pulse that crackled against my skin. But hope is a double-edged sword, and just as quickly, it dulled into despair. Lila, wait! I shouted, but it was too late. She was already running, heart pounding against the night, chasing the ghost of her brother. I followed, breathless, our footsteps echoing in the hollow darkness. Each step felt like a countdown, an approaching storm that promised both salvation and ruin. The air tingled with the scent of rain, a storm brewing not just in the sky but within us. I could feel the weight of the world pressing down, an unseen hand clutching my throat, squeezing tighter with every passing moment. What if he's dead? The thought slithered through my mind, venomous and twisting. I shoved it aside, forcing myself to focus on Lila, on the flicker of hope that danced in her eyes. The streets of Harrogate twisted and turned, a maze of memories and shadows. We were trapped within its folds, each corner hiding secrets, the whispers of those who had fought and fallen. I imagined them, a sea of faces lost to the annals of history, each one a reminder of what lay at stake. I could hear the echoes of their voices, calling out through the ages, merging with the howling of the wind. Suddenly, a crack split the air, a sound so sharp it made me flinch. Run! I screamed, but Lila was already sprinting ahead, adrenaline propelling her forward. I was torn between the dread in my heart and the thrill of the chase, the balance of love and fear teetering on the edge of oblivion. Then I saw it, a flicker of movement in the shadows. Benjamin stood there, pale and gaunt, his eyes wide with the terror of the unknown. Lila, he called, desperation lacing his voice, pulling us like moths to a flame. But behind him loomed a darkness, the gathering storm of enemies, a tide of malevolence that swelled and surged, ready to consume us all. They came in waves, shadows with faces twisted in rage, eyes burning like coals. I felt the world tilt, a sudden shift that sent my stomach lurching. Fear ripped through me, raw and visceral. I remembered quiet moments spent under the stars, laughing and dreaming of what could be, of a life untouched by the chaos of this world. But dreams are fragile, and the storm threatened to shatter them all. Benjamin, we have to go! Lila cried, urgency cracking her voice, but he just stood there, frozen as if caught in a web of memories too heavy to break free from. I reached for him, desperation clawing at my throat, but the shadows were closing in, their breath hot and suffocating. The ground trembled beneath our feet, a warning of the impending conflict, a cosmic struggle unfolding beneath the surface. We were not just fighting for ourselves but for all those lost, all the whispers of the dead who lingered on the edges of the night, their stories unfinished. I felt time stretch, a taut string vibrating with unspent energy. Memories of laughter and love collided with the stark reality of our situation, creating a tapestry of emotion that threatened to consume me. Don't you dare give up on us! I shouted, feeling the heat of my own words wash over me like a tide of righteousness. But with those words came the weight of what it meant to fight. Fear clawed at my insides, a gnawing beast demanding to be fed. I remembered the day I had chosen to stand, the moment Lila had confided in me her fears, her heartbreak. The bond we shared was fragile, but it was also fierce, a fire that refused to be extinguished. Together, I whispered, as the shadows crashed against us, a wave of darkness. And in that instant, I felt the surge of something greater than fear, a collective heartbeat, a pulsing rhythm that resonated through me, binding us in our determination to face the storm. Within the chaos, a flicker of defiance ignited. We would not be swept away, we were the storm gathering our own forces, a tempest ready to unleash hell upon the night. And as the darkness rushed in, I knew this was only the beginning of a battle that would echo through eternity, a clash of love, loss, and the relentless pursuit of hope. With a final surge, we stepped into the fray, hearts pounding, souls intertwined, ready to face whatever came next. The night was thick, a heavy blanket draping over the remnants of a world once vibrant, now suffocated by fear. Shadows leaped from the flickering candlelight, twisting and curling like the thoughts in Elise's mind. She could hear the wood creaking beneath her, a ghostly symphony of uncertainty, echoing the clamoring chaos just beyond the thin walls of the tavern. Outside, the stars were mere pinpricks of light against a vast, suffocating darkness, watching, waiting, perhaps judging. "Do you hear them?" she whispered, her voice trembling. Her brother, Mark, nodded, eyes wide with a mix of terror and disbelief. They could hear the distant rumble of hooves, the pounding of war drums rising like a tide, threatening to drown them. It was the sound of an approaching storm, a harbinger of both violence and the unknown. Each beat of the drum mirrored the pulse in her throat, an urgent reminder that time was slipping through her fingers like sand. "I remember," she breathed, her mind racing back to a sunlit day in the fields of Normandy. Laughter had danced in the air, the scent of wildflowers intoxicating, untainted by the taint of impending doom. But that memory was a ghost now, haunting her as she clung to her brother's hand, the only anchor in this tempest of uncertainty. "I remember," she repeated, as if summoning strength from those moments, though they felt like a lifetime away. Mark's face shifted, a shadow crossing his features. He was always the braver of the two, the one who drew her into adventures and whispered about the dreams of faraway lands. But now his youthful bravado was cracked, revealing the child beneath. "What if they come here?" His voice quivered, and she felt the tremor in her own heart echo his fear. They had fled France, the whispers of retaliation and betrayal biting at their heels, an echo of their father's warning still fresh in her ears. "You must go. The streets are no longer safe." Those final words had been a dagger, severing their ties to a life once filled with laughter and love, now replaced with shadows and dread. Elise glanced out the tiny window, her breath hitching as she saw a figure silhouetted against the night sky, moving with purpose, an unsettling omen. A horse clattered nearby, its breath ragged, as if it too felt the weight of this night. The figure drew closer, a cloak billowing around them like a dark shroud. What was once a mere silhouette morphed into a living nightmare. Her heart raced, and she pressed against the wall as if it could shield her from the horrors that danced beyond. "Get down," she hissed, pulling Mark to the floor. The world spun around them, a chaotic whirl of emotions, fear, disbelief, and a wild, desperate hope that maybe, just maybe, they could slip through the cracks of this chaos unnoticed. But destiny had a cruel sense of humor. The door burst open, and the stale air rushed in like an unwelcome guest, bringing with it the acrid scent of smoke and blood. "Where are they?" The voice was gruff, laced with a fury that sent icy tendrils curling around Elise's spine. The figure stepped forward, moonlight illuminating a face twisted in rage, eyes wild and desperate. This was no mere soldier, this was a harbinger of war, a creature forged in pain and vengeance. "Please," Elise's voice was a whisper, her heart thundering in her ears like a war drum. "We're just passing through." But her words fell into the void, swallowed whole by the darkness. Mark clutched her arm, his grip tight as if he could squeeze the fear out of her. The soldier's gaze flickered between them, calculating, a predator assessing its prey. "You think you can run," he spat, a cruel smile twisting his lips. "You think Belgium will save you?" In that moment, Elise's world shattered. She could taste the hopelessness in the air, bitter and suffocating. She had built walls around her heart, convinced that if she clung tightly enough to hope, she could protect Mark from the truth. But the truth was a monster lurking just beneath the surface, waiting to pounce. Time felt suspended, a heavy weight pressing down on her as the soldier stepped closer, the light revealing scars that traced stories of loss and betrayal across his flesh. There was a story behind those scars, one that echoed her own, a tale of survival twisted into something grotesque. "I remember," she said again, her voice cracking like ice. "I remember the stories of heroes, of bravery in the face of fear. but the soldier's laughter chilled her bones, a sound devoid of warmth. "Heroes?" His voice dripped with scorn. "There are no heroes here, only survivors. Only shadows." Elise's heart raced as something deep within her stirred, a flicker of defiance igniting. "We are not shadows," she declared, surprising herself with the strength in her voice. "We are flesh and blood. We will not be defined by this fear." The soldier paused, his eyes narrowing. For a heartbeat, the air crackled with tension, a dangerous dance of power and fear. She could see it flickering behind his eyes, a glimmer of recognition, perhaps even regret. Would he see in her the reflection of his own lost innocence? "Flesh and blood," he scoffed, but the uncertainty lingered, a fragile thread weaving through the darkness. "You think you can change what's coming?" And just like that, the fragile hope they had built began to crack under the weight of despair. But Elise refused to let it shatter completely. "We'll find a way," she said, her voice steady, a lifeline in a storm. "We will fight for our lives, for our future." The soldier stepped back, the moment stretching like a taut string, and Elise felt the distance grow between them, the weight of decisions hanging heavily in the air. "Then run," he spat, his voice low and dangerous. "But know this, there is no escaping the past. It follows like a ghost. It will haunt you." As he disappeared into the night, the silence was deafening, punctuated only by the distant sounds of chaos. Elise turned to Mark, who was pale as the moonlight itself, a stark contrast to the darkness surrounding them. Their eyes locked, a shared understanding passing between them, a vow forged in fear and trembling hope. "Let's go," she whispered, gripping his hand tight. "We have to move." With a final glance back at the tavern, they stepped into the night, the air electric with the promise of danger and the thrill of what lay ahead. Every heartbeat echoed like a drum in their ears, the rhythm of their lives entwining with the dark, uncertain path that stretched before them. And in that moment, they understood fear would never define them. They would carve their own destiny in the shadows, under the watchful gaze of the stars that might still remember their names. The air crackled like a storm about to break, tension hanging palpably, thick enough to slice through. Shadows lurked in the narrow alleyways of the old city, whispering secrets the night was desperate to keep. A distant scream punctured the silence, twisting in the gut like a knife drawn from a scabbard. I felt the chill run down my spine, a reminder of the darkness pooling just outside the flickering lamplight. I remember the first time I truly understood fear. It was the night of the skirmishes, the night everything changed. I stood there, heart hammering against my ribs, breath shallow, as if the very act of breathing might summon the specters of chaos lurking just beyond the cobblestone. The scent of smoke and blood mingled in the air, a bitter perfume that clung to my skin, a reminder of mortality on the tip of my tongue. Rhea was beside me, her fingers trembling against the hilt of her dagger. She was fierce, the kind of warrior who could drive a blade through a heart and still smile afterward. But tonight? Tonight, her bravado cracked. They can't take our home," she whispered, the words barely more than a fervent prayer, a fragile shield against the encroaching dread. But oh, how we all pretended. Pretended that courage could hold back the tide of fear that swelled around us. I could see it in her eyes, the flicker of doubt, the hesitance that gnawed at her resolve. In that moment, she was a mirror reflecting my own insecurities, shadows of a past we couldn't escape, woven into the very fabric of our lives. Then there was Theo, a boy with dreams too big for his skin. He was barely more than a child, yet here he stood, brow furrowed, clutching a makeshift spear, his hand shaking as if he were holding a fragile flower instead of a weapon. "What if," he started, his voice choking on the weight of what hung unsaid. "What if we lose everything?" I wanted to reach for him, to pull him into the safety of my arms, but the moment felt too heavy, too charged. "We won't," I lied, the words slipping from my tongue like poison. "But if we do," I faltered. "What would be left?" The echoes of laughter now ghosted over by the spectre of violence, the haunting refrain of life before the chaos claimed us. Footsteps echoed through the streets, a rhythm that matched the frantic beat of my heart. I could taste the metallic tang of fear on my lips, and the reality of combat loomed closer, dark and inevitable. The ground felt alive, pulsing beneath our feet, as if the very earth anticipated the conflict that would soon shatter our fragile peace. The shadows danced, flickering in the torchlight, as if they too were alive, hungry for the first blood that would fall like rain. Then the clash came, metal on metal, a cacophony that shattered the stillness and sent a jolt of adrenaline surging through me. The first scream. I remember it vividly. It was a sound that twisted through the night, an unearthly wail that clawed at the fabric of reality, reverberating through my bones. It was the sound of innocence lost, of dreams turning to ash as the spectre of war reached out its gnarled fingers. Rhea lunged forward, her spirit igniting in a blaze of fierce determination. I followed instinctively, the bond of friendship and purpose pulling me into the fray. Each swing of her blade was laced with desperation, every thrust an echo of her broken dreams. I fought beside her, teeth gritted, sheer will propelling me forward, drowning out the voice that warned me to run. The sharp clang of metal, the shouts of men, and the cries of the dying became a brutal symphony, a composition of chaos that played on loop in my mind. "Don't look back!" Rhea shouted, and I obeyed, forging ahead, but even the bravest hearts have their breaking point. As I swung my weapon, the weight of what I was doing crashed over me. I was turning dreams to nightmares, and in the heat of battle, reality twisted into something dark and unrecognizable. I remember the moment I saw Theo fall, his spear slipping from his fingers as he crumpled to the ground. Time slowed, stretching out like a vast chasm. All sound faded but the pounding of my heart, a relentless drumbeat that echoed in my ears. For a heartbeat, I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The world collapsed into silence, the chaos swirling around me like a distant storm. Rhea's scream pierced through the fog, a raw sound of anguish that broke the spell. "Theo," she cried, and that one word seemed to pull me back from the brink of despair. The boy lay there, his eyes wide with shock, disbelief etched across his face. I rushed to him, my hands trembling, desperate to find a flicker of life in his gaze. "Stay with me, Theo. Please, stay with me." But the light was fading, the shadow of death creeping in like an unwelcome guest, ready to claim another soul. I could feel the weight of the night pressing down on us, the darkness hungry for more. I wanted to scream, to howl at the moon like a creature lost in the woods, but all that came out was a strangled whisper, "We're going to be okay." As the battle raged on, I held him, feeling the warmth of his blood seeping into my hands, a dark reminder of what we were fighting against. I could feel Rhea's presence, fierce and unwavering, but even her strength felt thin, stretched across the chasm of despair that threatened to swallow us whole. Then came the moment when the ground trembled beneath us, a deep rumble that felt like the earth itself was groaning under the weight of our sins. "It'll be over soon," I promised, though I couldn't be sure. And with each passing second, as the night dragged on and the cries of the fallen echoed through the streets, I could feel the fragile threads of our lives unraveling, the sky above swirling with an uncertainty that felt cosmic. But we fought. We fought like hell. Even as shadows danced around us, I felt the fire of hope flicker somewhere deep within, a small light against the encroaching darkness. In that gripping moment, I understood, this was just the beginning. The sun hung low, a blood-red orb bleeding into the horizon, casting long shadows that quivered like uncertain spirits. Musket fire echoed in the distance, a haunting symphony of chaos, and the air bristled with the acrid scent of gunpowder and sweat. I stood there, heart pounding, breath caught in my throat, as the very ground trembled beneath the weight of impending doom. This was no mere battle, this was the crucible of fate, and we were all unwilling participants in a grand, grotesque theater. Beneath the towering oak that had witnessed centuries of war and peace, I clutched the frayed edges of a worn map, its lines tracing paths of glory and despair. I felt every pulse of history in my fingertips, Napoleon's strategy, a tangled web of brilliance and madness, woven together with threads of blood and ambition. I could almost hear the whispers of soldiers long gone, their hopes and dreams crushed under the weight of iron and lead. In the center of this storm stood Charles, a man torn between loyalty and the gnawing fear of betrayal. His dark eyes glimmered with the intensity of a volcano ready to erupt, and I knew the conflict within him was a raging tempest. He had lost friends, brothers in arms, to the very machine he now served. The weight of his decision crushed him like the iron boots of advancing soldiers. I could see it, his heart breaking in slow motion, the cracks widening with every plan laid out by the Emperor. Would he be a pawn or a kingmaker when the dust settled? Then there was Elise, a fierce spirit wrapped in the fragility of a woman's form. Her hair, wild and unkempt, framed a face etched with determination and fear. She had seen the horrors of war firsthand, her village reduced to ashes, the laughter of children silenced forever. The ghosts of the past clung to her like shadows, and I watched as she wrestled with her own demons. The fire in her heart burned for revenge, yet clashed with a desperate yearning for peace. As she stood there, clutching the worn leather hilt of a dagger passed down through generations, I knew she felt the pull of destiny, and it terrified her. The battle plan was laid out, lines drawn with the precision of a surgeon's knife. Napoleon's genius was as intoxicating as it was terrifying. The map unfolded like a dark prophecy, each mark a promise of bloodshed and glory. I felt the tension in the air, a taut string ready to snap, a countdown to catastrophe. I could almost hear the ticking of clocks, the inexorable march of time, each tick a reminder of the fragility of life. The stakes were impossibly high, the weight of history pressing down on our shoulders like a cloak of despair. Victory or death, Charles muttered, his voice a whisper laced with iron. I could feel the heat of his determination, a fire that flickered dangerously close to madness. But at what cost? What kind of victory is built on the bones of the innocent? His hands shook, and I saw the doubt creeping into his resolve, the fear of losing himself in the chaos. I wanted to reach out, to pull him back from the edge, but the distance felt insurmountable. Elise stepped forward, fire dancing in her eyes. We fight for our future. For those who can't fight for themselves. Her voice rose, raw and wild, echoing against the shadows of doubt that threatened to engulf us all. We are not just chess pieces in his game, we are the soul of this land, and we will rise. We will not let fear consume us. But I could see the cracks forming in her bravado, the hesitation behind the fervor. The burden of her dreams weighed heavily on her shoulders, and I felt the pulse of uncertainty in her heart. She was a warrior, yes, but she was also a woman haunted by loss, and the line between courage and despair was perilously thin. As the sun dipped below the horizon, cloaking the world in a haunting darkness, I sensed the pull of the night, the anticipation of what was to come. The silence that followed was thick, suffocating, a prelude to the storm. I could almost taste the dread on my tongue, bitter and metallic. In that moment, the future seemed to hang suspended in the air, a fragile thread woven through time, waiting to snap. Then, the first crack of thunder echoed in the distance, a harbinger of chaos unleashed. The tension snapped like a bowstring, and suddenly we were thrust into a maelstrom of sound and fury. The earth shook beneath our feet, and I felt the pulse of adrenaline surge through me, the fight-or-flight instinct clawing at my throat. My heart raced, and I could hear the drums of war beating an ominous tattoo in my ears. The soldiers, once mere shadows on the edge of my vision, came alive, their faces grim and resolute. Their breaths misted in the chill of the approaching night, and I felt a surge of collective spirit, a wave of humanity caught in the throes of violence and valor. I wanted to scream, to join the chorus of battle cries, but my voice caught in my throat, a prisoner of fear and uncertainty. Stay close! Charles shouted, his voice a lifeline in the tempest. I could see him clenching his fists, the battle within him raging as fiercely as the one surrounding us. The ominous shadows loomed closer, and I could almost hear the echoes of history whispering warnings, tales of glory and ruin tangled together like the threads of fate. Elise moved beside him, a fierce warrior in the making, her heart a roaring flame even as doubt flickered at the edges. We will face this together, she declared, her voice a steady beacon amid the chaos. Yet even as I absorbed her words, I sensed the cracks in her armor, the vulnerability hidden beneath the fierceness. And there it was, the moment suspended in air, heavy with the weight of choices yet to be made. As the darkness encroached, I understood that this was not just a battle for territory or honor. This was a fight for the souls of those we loved, for the memories stitched into the fabric of our lives. We stood on the precipice, teetering between hope and despair, warriors against the tide of fate. The world blurred around us, a cacophony of sound and light, and I inhaled deeply, feeling the gravity of the moment pull me under. This was it. The battle plan unfolded before us, a choreography of tragedy and triumph, and we were all just players in this grand, merciless theater of war. A shiver danced down my spine as I realized that the echoes of history were not distant, they were here, alive, and whispering our names. The air was thick, heavy with the taste of ash and fear. Each breath felt like a betrayal, a choke on the despair that clung to the walls of the hastily constructed fortifications around Wellington. I could hear the whispers of unease, the murmurs of men preparing to face the abyss. Time slipped like sand through my fingers, each grain echoing with the doom that loomed closer. I remember standing there, the cold bite of steel pressing against my palm as I gripped the hilt of my sword, reminders of the weight of what was to come, the impending storm of chaos. Then there was Arthur, Wellington himself. His brow furrowed with determination, but I could see the cracks in his facade. He was a lighthouse in a typhoon, fighting to keep the darkness at bay. I watched him, a man caught between unfathomable expectations and the gnawing fear of failure. Each decision was a stone thrown into the still waters of his resolve, rippling into uncertainty. His gaze was a mix of steel and vulnerability, a haunting reflection of the man he wanted to be amid the shadows of history that loomed behind him. "Hold the line," he shouted, a command that echoed through the battlements. Each word was a pulse, a heartbeat that resonated with the fears of the men who would follow him into hell. I was one of them, trembling yet resolute, questioning not just our chances of survival but the very essence of honor and sacrifice. And there was Thomas, a boy of barely 20, caught in a whirlwind of youthful bravado and dread. His eyes were wide, a mirror of my own turmoil. I remembered how he laughed at my morbid jokes about the last meal of condemned men, how we shared absurd stories to lighten the suffocating weight of what lay ahead. Yet, now, he stood before me, the jesting boy supplanted by a soldier. In his eyes, I saw the flickering candle of hope battling against a storm of terror. "Do you think we'll make it out of this?" he asked, his voice trembling like a reed swaying in the wind. The question hung there, suspended in the air, a ghost of uncertainty that clawed at my insides. I wanted to lie, to tell him that glory awaited us, that history would remember our names. Instead, I could only muster a nod, feeble and shaky as the ground beneath us. The night was an abyss, a shroud of darkness that wrapped around us, a stark contrast to the blazing torches that flickered, casting grotesque shadows that danced like specters on the walls. Each light felt like a heartbeat, a reminder that we were alive, yet every flicker sparked an image of those we left behind, the families, the lovers. I remembered the ghostly faces of the townsfolk, their eyes wide with fear and uncertainty. They had looked to us for salvation, but now, as we fortified against the encroaching tide of the enemy, I felt the chains of their expectations wrapped tighter around my chest. War is absurd, I thought, a grotesque theater where the audience becomes the actors, marionettes dancing to the tune of fate. The ground shook underfoot as the weight of our preparation settled in, a cacophony of metal and murmurs, the soldiers' laughter brittle as glass, breaking under the strain. I could taste the futility on my tongue, the bitterness of what we were about to face. And then the memories rushed through me, unbidden. I remembered the smell of the earth after rain, the beauty of the world untouched by bloodshed. It seemed so far away now, like a distant star in an endless night. I remembered the first time I had heard about courage, how it had felt so romantic, a knight in shining armor saving the day. But here, in this moment, courage felt like a noose tightening around my throat, strangling the very breath of hope. A sudden roar erupted from the night, a chilling reminder of our enemy, their approach like a storm cloud rolling over the horizon. The men stiffened, faces pale, hearts pounding like war drums, the fear transforming into a tangible entity that wrapped around us, seeking to drag us down into the depths of despair. I looked at Arthur's face, a mask of determination, and in that moment, I knew he felt it too, the weight of every soul relying on his choices, the burden of history balanced precariously on his shoulders. "Stay sharp," he barked, his voice cutting through the murky darkness, a beacon of toughness against the encroaching dread. But beneath that command, I could sense the crack in his armor, the flicker of anxiety that whispered of the uncertainty awaiting us beyond the barricades. As the night deepened, I found myself drawn to the shadows, those tantalizing whispers of fate that taunted me. They spoke of glory and despair, of life snuffed out in the blink of an eye. With every passing hour, the air grew heavier, laden with silent prayers and the desperate hope of survival. Thomas stood beside me, his youthful face drawn tight, his hands trembling. I wanted to reach out, to offer him some semblance of comfort, but I was lost in my own fears, my own heart racing with the dread of what was to come. "What if we don't survive?" he murmured, his voice barely a whisper, but it thundered in my ears. In that moment, I wished I could steal away the worry etched on his brow, that I could promise him a tomorrow bathed in sunlight instead of blood. But the truth hung between us, a shadow stretching longer with each tick of the clock, inexorably leading to our fate. The world outside our walls felt unfathomable, and yet here we were, bracing for the inevitable clash, the collision of dreams and nightmares. The torches flickered as the night deepened, and we prepared ourselves for the storm that was coming, that would rip through our lives like a jagged knife through flesh. There was no escape, only the grim realization that this was our moment, our decision to stand or fall, to carve our names into the annals of history or be forgotten like whispers in the wind. Thus we stood, at the precipice of fate, hearts pounding, souls entwined with fear, hope, and a desperate yearning for survival. The silence before the storm was a promise, a haunting echo of what was to come, leaving us breathless. And in that moment, I knew our lives were bound together, a tapestry woven with threads of bravery, absurdity, and the chilling embrace of the unknown. The night was heavy, thick with promises yet unfulfilled, a tapestry of dread woven with the whispers of half-remembered dreams. It was the kind of night that wrapped around you like a shroud, a suffocating blanket that made every heartbeat feel like a drum roll announcing your doom. Shadows danced at the edges of the alley, and the stench of damp earth and something rotting hung in the air, making the back of my throat burn as I crouched low, my breath shallow, my pulse a rapid tattoo against my ribs. I remember the flickering lamplight, the way it cast grotesque silhouettes that twisted like phantoms across brick walls, each flicker a heartbeat, a reminder of the life pulsing just beyond the veil of darkness. It was here that I found myself, clinging to the moment like a drowning sailor to a splintered plank, waiting for the footsteps of fate to echo in the silence. I was not alone. Beside me was Clara, the girl with mismatched eyes that reflected the light of the moon as if she were a creature of the night herself. She had secrets etched into her skin, scars that told stories of betrayal and loss, marking her as a survivor, a title that sat heavy on shoulders that were too young to bear such weight. Her fingers trembled slightly as she tightened her grip around the hilt of a dagger, the iron cold and unforgiving against her palm. "Do you think they'll come?" she whispered, her voice barely a breath. I remember when they didn't. "How much longer can we hide?" I replied, my own voice betraying the tremor of uncertainty. It gnawed at me, a relentless reminder that hope was a fragile thing, easily shattered. It was not just the threat of others that shadowed us, it was the ghosts of our pasts that haunted our steps. I remembered the first time I became a scout. A boy then, barely able to tie my own boots, I thought bravery was the absence of fear. But fear had a way of clinging, wrapping its fingers around your throat, squeezing until all you could do was gasp for the air of certainty. I was sent to gather information, to slip like a whisper through enemy lines, but all I found was the cold truth that knowledge was a double-edged sword, cutting deeper than any blade. Across the street, a figure emerged, cloaked in the night, moving with the grace of a predator stalking its prey. Edgar, the master spy, with eyes that had seen more treachery than most could fathom, approached us with a silent urgency. His presence was a storm, a tempest bearing down with the weight of unspoken horrors. "They know," he said, voice low and gravelly as if each word had clawed its way from the depths of his soul. "We must act now or be swallowed whole." The tension coiled tighter around us, a noose of inevitability. I could see it in Clara's face, the flicker of fear, the spark of defiance. She was a candle in the tempest, ready to flicker out or burn brighter. "We can't let them win," she declared, her voice rising, shaking the shadows. I refused to live in fear. I remember thinking that courage was the tremor in her voice, not the absence of it. Her resolve was infectious, and I felt the fire ignite in my own chest, pushing back against the encroaching darkness. The streets were alive, filled with unseen dangers and the echoes of distant laughter that twisted into something sinister in the night air. It was a masquerade of shadows, where every face was a mask hiding secrets, and every alleyway was a potential grave. We moved as one, slipping through the labyrinth of cobblestones and gloom, hearts pounding a rhythm of rebellion against the tyranny of silence. "Listen," Edgar whispered, his eyes darting to the shadows, where the city's heartbeat pulsed like an ominous drum. knowledge is power, but it's also a curse. We must tread carefully. I felt the weight of those words pressing down on us, a warning that sent chills skittering across my skin. I remember the way the moon hung low, like a watchful guardian, casting its pale light upon our path, illuminating the cracks in the facade of our lives. Each shadow was a reminder of the choices we had made, the people we had lost. Clara's hand brushed against mine, grounding me in a world that felt as precarious as a tightrope walker dangling above an abyss. "Promise me," she said, her voice a fierce whisper, "that no matter what happens, we will find a way through this. Together." I nodded, the resolve settling in my bones. Together. It was a mantra, a lifeline threaded through the chaos swirling around us, binding us against the fears that threatened to unravel us. The night wore on, each heartbeat dragging us deeper into the unknown. A distant howl pierced the stillness, a reminder that danger lurked just beyond our sight, like a wolf waiting in the shadows. We pressed on, navigating the web of lies and treachery that wrapped around our world like barbed wire. "Stay close," Edgar commanded, his voice slicing through the night like a blade. We were each other's shadows, a trio bound by desperation and loyalty, dragging the weight of our pasts into the uncertain future. Clara's breath hitched, the tension palpable, and as I turned to face her, I saw the flicker of understanding in her eyes. We were more than spies and scouts, we were survivors, navigating an intricate dance of power and deception. I felt the pulse of her heart racing beside mine, a reminder that we were alive, despite the looming darkness. In that moment, I understood something profound. Knowledge, while a powerful weapon, was also a burden. It weighed heavy on the soul, a ghost that haunted every step we took. We were all spies in our own right, scouting the landscapes of our fears, searching for a glimmer of hope amid the chaos. And as the night deepened, thick with mist and secrets, I knew this was just the beginning. The city whispered tales of betrayal and heroism, and we were but players in a game that had no clear victor. The crescendo of our lives was building, each heartbeat a note in the symphony of survival, an echo that would reverberate long after the night had passed. And in that echo, I felt the thrill of what was to come, an inevitable confrontation that hovered just beyond the horizon, a tempest brewing that would force us to confront our deepest fears. For in the world of spies and scouts, the line between friend and foe blurred, and survival demanded more than just courage, it required the ultimate sacrifice. And so, we moved forward, wrapped in shadows, hearts pounding in unison, ready to face whatever lay in wait, together. The thunder of hooves shattered the morning stillness, a violent symphony echoing through the valley. Each beat of those powerful galloping steeds felt like a countdown to chaos, an inevitable collision of fate. I stood there, breathless, the air thick with the smell of damp earth and the metallic tang of fear. I could hear the distant cries of men, the clank of armor, and beneath it all, deep in my gut, the gnawing dread of what was about to unfold. I remember the first time I saw the cavalry charge. My heart raced like a bird trapped in a cage. The sun broke through the clouds, illuminating the men atop their magnificent horses, proud warriors poised at the precipice of glory and demise. But that day, standing on the edge of uncertainty, I saw something far more profound, a truth that would haunt me forever. The cavalry was not just a unit, it was the embodiment of hope, desperation, rebellion. Each rider bore the weight of dreams and the burden of choices, their eyes glinting with a mixture of determination and fear. Roderick was one of them, his face a tapestry of determination and youthful folly. He had always sought valor, the kind written in songs, the kind that would echo in the hearts of generations. "I won't die here," he had told me the night before, his voice steady, yet haunted by something darker, something that lurked behind his bravado. He was a boy with the soul of a lion, but even lions can falter when the shadows close in. The battlefield was his arena, but the real fight was raging within him. Then there was Ilara, a fierce woman of the sword, the kind of warrior who wore her scars like badges of honor. She stood apart from the others, the weight of her past draped over her like a shroud. I watched her as she adjusted the grip on her sword, each movement deliberate, every breath filled with purpose. "We're all ghosts," she had whispered once, a shiver in her tone, haunted by the choices we make. Today, she was the ghost of vengeance, and the battlefield would be her haunting ground. The clash began, swords singing through the air, piercing the veil of silence with a melody of violence. Roderick was in the thick of it, charging forth, adrenaline pulsing through his veins, but I could see the tremors beneath his bravado. He wielded his sword not just against the enemy but against the doubts that threatened to unravel him. Each swing was a plea, a cry for validation, for belief in himself. "This is my moment," he shouted, but even in his defiance, I felt the tremors of uncertainty. Elara moved like a ghost, weaving in and out of the chaos, a predator among prey. Her eye scanned the battlefield, searching for the heart of the storm. Each strike she delivered was infused with the weight of her past, a dance of vengeance and sorrow. "I will not let them take him," she vowed, but I saw the flicker of doubt cross her face as she confronted the enemy. In the shadows of battle, she fought not just for survival but to reclaim pieces of herself long lost, fragments that would remain scattered if the day turned against her. The cavalry surged forward, a wall of muscle and fury, the air thick with the cries of the wounded. My heart raced alongside the hooves, my breath catching in my throat as I witnessed the raw brutality of warfare. Each wave crashed against the opposing force, a tide of blood and sweat. The ground trembled under the weight of horse and man, and in that heartbeat of chaos, I felt an urgency, an electric pull that yanked at my very core. Then, a sickening silence pierced the battlefield. Roderick had fallen. I saw him on the ground, the soil soaked in crimson, his dreams bleeding into the earth. In that moment, time fractured. Everything slowed, the chaos blurring around me. My heart shattered with a visceral intensity. I wanted to scream, to reach out and grasp him, but all I could do was watch as the world shifted, irrevocably altered by the loss. Elara, caught in the throes of her fight, felt the tremor beneath her feet, the ground shifting as if mourning. "Roderick," she gasped, but the sound was swallowed by the cacophony surrounding her. Her blade became an extension of her anguish, a blur of motion laced with rage. Each enemy she struck down was a piece of her own grief unleashed, a desperate attempt to carve a path through the suffocating darkness. But death is a relentless hunter. It does not forget, and it certainly does not forgive. I felt it creeping closer, a cold whisper against my neck as I watched Elara plunge further into the depths of fury. The cavalry faltered, the weight of loss sinking like a stone in their chests. They were warriors, yes, but they were also men and women, flesh and blood, hearts that beat with the rhythm of dreams and fears. The chaos clashed like thunder, each moment a heartbeat echoing through the stillness, reminding us of our fragility. I caught glimpses of their faces, grim determination mingling with despair and doubt, the warriors of the cavalry becoming more than just fighters, they were human, vulnerable, raw. Roderick's laughter echoed in my mind, and I could feel the pulse of his spirit in the air, a bittersweet reminder of youth's fragility. And then, as if the heavens themselves conspired to seal their fate, the tide shifted. The enemy surged forth, emboldened by the scent of blood, their cries drowning out the last vestiges of hope. Elara's screams melded with the chaos, a haunting melody that resonated deep within me. "We are not ghosts," she cried, but even in her defiance, I knew the truth. Cavalrymen and women were bound by the very ghosts they tried to outrun. In that moment, as the battlefield surged and receded like a tide washing over the shore, I felt the world close in around me, a circle of existence tightening. The agony of loss hung heavily in the air, each breath becoming a prayer, echoing thoughts of valor and sacrifice. The cavalry's charge became a testament, not just to the glory of battle but to the haunting echoes that linger in the aftermath. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson, I found myself standing at the edge of a truth I could no longer ignore. This wasn't just a fight for victory, it was a struggle against the relentless march of time, a battle against the very essence of what it meant to be alive. The cavalry was not just a unit, they were the heartbeat of hope in a world steeped in shadows, an eternal reminder that in the dance of life and death, the rhythms of our hearts echo long after the dust has settled. The ground trembles beneath us, a furious heartbeat booming in time with the cannon fire. The sun hangs low, its light a cruel reminder of warmth against the chill of impending death. I stand in a field of slaughter, where the air is thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the metallic tang of blood, each breath a struggle against the stench of despair. This is Waterloo. This is chaos. I remember the first blast, how it shattered the silence, a thunderclap that sent birds screaming into the heavens. In that moment, I was elated, intoxicated by the sound of freedom and war. But elation turned to terror as the first body fell, a man, no older than me, crumpling like parchment in the wind. He was someone's son, someone's brother, perhaps even someone's lover. And yet, here I am, a mere observer in this macabre theatre, watching lives extinguished like candles snuffed out too soon. The artillery roars again, its voice a monstrous growl, shaking the very earth beneath my feet, and I spot Henry, my closest friend, crouched behind a hastily erected barricade. His hands tremble, not from fear but from the weight of duty, the burden of being a gunner in this hell. I see the sweat rolling down his brow, mingling with the dirt on his face, mud-caked, like the memories of our youth, simple days spent dreaming under the sprawling oak tree, laughing at the absurdity of our future. He had always dreamed of glory, of writing his name in the annals of history, but now, he is just a cog in a relentless machine, a man reduced to a number in a ledger of casualties. "Get it together, Henry!" I shout, my voice barely cutting through the cacophony. "We need to reload." His eyes meet mine, pools of fear and determination, and I see a glimmer of the boy I grew up with, buried beneath layers of soot and pain. "I can't," he gasps, the words ragged, the weight of this place crushing him. "I can't do this, not again." But it is too late for doubts. All around us, men scream, and the ground shakes with the impact of cannonballs tearing through flesh and bone, as if the earth itself cries out in agony. I can't afford to let him crumble. I can't lose him here, not in this brutal symphony of war. And then there is Clara, the medic, with her fierce heart and steady hands. I catch a glimpse of her across the battlefield, moving among the fallen like a spectre, bandaging wounds with a gentle touch that belies the chaos. She moves through the carnage, a beacon of hope in a sea of despair, her face streaked with ash but radiant as she whispers encouragement to the dying. I remember the first time I saw her, her laughter ringing like music, a sweet melody that soothed the wildness of our world. But laughter feels distant now, a cruel echo lost in gunfire. She stumbles, her foot catching on the uneven ground, and my heart lurches. "Clara!" I call out, my voice raw, but she doesn't hear me. She kneels beside a soldier, her hands deftly working to stem the tide of blood that pours from a gaping wound. I see her face, etched with determination, but beneath that bravado, there lies an abyss of despair. "Help me," she cries, eyes wide, as another cannonball explodes nearby, sending dirt and debris into the air like the remnants of a shattered dream. "We need more bandages." "More? But what can I do?" I am not a medic, a healer. I am a soldier, a reluctant participant in this grim dance of death. And yet, I feel her pain as if it were my own, every scream, every breath, it sinks into my very being. I remember the day she told me she wanted to make a difference, to save lives. "But Clara, you're just a girl," I'd laughed, and she'd punched my arm, determined and fiery. God, how could I have known that this would be her stage, where she would confront life and death, wrapped in the cloak of both fear and hope. Then the cannon fires again, and the world fractures. The sound reverberates, a monstrous growl of iron and fire. The artillery strikes relentlessly, sending shrapnel flying like arrows into the hearts of men. I see Henry's face pale, his resolve crumbling like ancient stones. "Follow me!" I yell, grabbing him by the collar, pulling him into motion, pushing against the tide of terror threatening to engulf us. His hands grip the cannon, and for a moment, I see the boy once again, his passion for glory igniting in his eyes. "Together, we can do this. For Clara, for all of them." I shout, but doubt seeps into my voice like poison. Above us, the sky is a chaotic canvas of smoke and fire, a swirling mass of hell that feels like a living creature, watching as we writhe in agony. I can see the grim shadows of the fallen, their faces contorted into expressions of eternal sorrow, and I can hear the whispers of the past, the ghosts of those who fought before us. Each boom of the cannon feels like a heartbeat of history, relentless, unforgiving. And then Clara is beside us, a force of nature, her hand stained with blood, the weight of lives she cannot save hanging heavy on her shoulders. "We need to move," she orders, her voice fierce, a lioness in a den of wolves, but there is a tremor beneath her strength. I can feel her heart racing, echoing the chaos around us. "Clara, what do we do?" I ask, my voice breaking, the fear leaping within me like a wild beast. Survive, she responds, and in her eyes, I see the ember of hope flickering against a backdrop of despair. We fight for each other. That's all we have. And so we charge, pushing through the shadows of death, our hearts pounding like the drums of war. Each cannon blast is a reminder of our fragility, each falling body a testament to the cost of this madness. We are mere mortals in a cosmic dance, grasping for meaning in the chaos, searching for light in a world drenched in darkness. I remember the feel of the earth beneath my feet, the weight of my weapon, the faces of those I love etched in my mind. Time stretches, contracts, and those moments of laughter, moments of dreams, intertwine with the horror unfolding around me. The battle stretches on, an epic tale of suffering and resilience, and somewhere, in the cacophony of cannon fire and cries of the fallen, we cling to each other, to hope, to life. In the end, we are not just soldiers or medics. We are threads woven into the fabric of this madness, echoes of humanity resonating through the storm. And as the artillery roars, we push forward, lost yet finding ourselves anew, battling against the shadows, the ghosts of our past, the weight of tomorrow's dawn. The air was thick, almost suffocating, as the clamor of battle raged on. The distant roar of cannon seemed to echo like a heartbeat, 1, 2, 3, before silence fell heavy and oppressive. I stood in the mud, my feet sinking into the earth that drank the blood of the fallen. Somewhere close, a soldier cried out, his voice splintering through the stillness, a stark reminder of our fragility. I remember the moment vividly, it clings to me like the damp chill of night. Private Harris crouched beside me, his face pale as a ghost, eyes wide and frantic. "What if we don't make it?" he whispered, the tremor in his voice slicing through the chaos. Fear wrapped its icy fingers around my heart as I looked at him. Harris, barely 18, a boy thrust into the maw of war, clung to the last vestiges of innocence, but it was slipping away, fast. I saw the haunted look in his eyes, haunted like the ruins we fought to reclaim, like shadows chasing us through the battlefield. "Don't think like that," I said, though my own voice wavered. "We have to hold the line." Yet there was a gnawing doubt in my gut, a whisper that gnawed at my resolve. We're not just fighting for ourselves, we're part of something bigger. We were all threads in a vast tapestry, woven together in the struggle against an enemy that felt as monstrous as the night itself. Each of us carried our own burdens, fears, losses, dreams dashed against the rocks of reality. I was haunted by memories of my daughter's laughter, the way it danced through the air like sunlight on water. I hadn't heard it in so long, and the thought of returning home, only to find her grown and changed, was like a knife twisting in my chest. "Do you think they'll remember us?" Harris asked, his gaze fixed not on the battlefield but on a horizon stained with smoke. "If we go down fighting, will anyone care?" The question hung heavy between us. I remembered my own father, who had fought in a war of his own, a man who once told me that heroes are often forgotten, but their sacrifices are etched into the fabric of time. But what was time now? Just a ticking clock, a relentless reminder of the moment slipping away. Beside us, Sergeant Turner moved like a shadow, his presence a wall of fierce determination. He was battle-hardened, his scars a testament to fights long past, yet beneath the hardened exterior, a flicker of humanity remained. "You want to be remembered, Harris," he said, voice gravelly, each word a stone cast into the murky depths of our uncertainty. "Make your mark. Fight like hell. That's how you stay alive in their minds." Turner's words ignited something in me, a spark amidst the smothering darkness. I remembered the countless times I had seen men falter, their strength crushed beneath the weight of despair. But we were here, together, bound by unbreakable threads of loyalty. In this chaos, we were not alone, hearts beat as one, a symphony of hope entwined with terror. Then, the ground shook, an explosion rippled through the air, sending a shower of dirt and debris cascading around us. I could barely breathe, the world narrowing to the sound of my own pulse thrumming in my ears. I caught a glimpse of Harris, eyes wide, mouth agape, caught between flight and fight. "Get down!" Turner yelled, shoving us both to the ground as another blast erupted nearby. The cacophony roared like a beast unleashed, consuming everything in its path. I thought of shadows dancing in the flickering firelight, ghosts of those who had come before us, urging us forward, deeper into the fray. And then there was her, Lieutenant Sarah Callahan, rushing past like a force of nature, her presence electrifying. She was fierce, relentless, the embodiment of the very spirit we fought for. I watched as she rallied the men, her voice rising above the din, fierce enough to shatter the darkness. "We fight for each other. We fight for the ones we love." I admired her, but a pang of guilt struck me. My heart was tethered to my family, yet here I was, ready to plunge into this abyss. I'd seen her before, a steadying force amidst chaos, but today something was different. I could sense the shadows curling around her, the weight of her own fears pressing down like chains wrapped around her shoulders. I remembered a time she had confided in me, eyes shimmering with something akin to desperation, a fear of being forgotten, of leading men into the maw of danger. I wanted to tell her she was not alone, but the words caught in my throat. The clash of metal rang out, sharp and urgent, and suddenly the world exploded into motion. Turner was shouting orders, rallying the soldiers, and I felt the adrenaline thrumming through my veins. I grabbed Harris's shoulder, the grip like a lifeline. "Stay close," I urged, and he nodded, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. We surged forward, a tide of humanity crashing against the enemy's lines, a composition of chaos and bravery. I remember the faces around me, fear etched in every furrowed brow, hope flickering like a candle in the tempest. I could almost hear the symphony, the rhythm of our hearts beating as one, resonating with the echoes of history. As we charged, the landscape dissolved into a blur, the sounds of war melding into a symphony of chaos, the thud of boots in mud, the cries of men, the distant wail of anguish. The air was laced with the acrid smell of gunpowder, the bitterness of loss hanging like a thick fog. And then it happened, a moment suspended in time. I spotted a silhouette, an enemy charging toward us, an instinct took over. I moved without thinking, heart pounding like a war drum, but in that instant, I saw Harris, still grappling with fear. He stood frozen, caught in the web of uncertainty. "Move!" I screamed, but the sound was lost in the cacophony, and it felt as if the very universe held its breath. The world spiraled into chaos, yet in that heartbeat, everything crystallized, the fear, the hope, the realization that we were more than just soldiers, we were a tapestry woven from threads of courage and despair. I remember the way the light flickered as the shadows danced, the battle was not just outside but within. In that moment, we were not enemies, we were people, fragile yet fierce. A composition of the Allied forces, united under the weight of our shared humanity, stripped bare in the face of inevitable loss. As we charged, I felt the ghosts of the past ripple through the air, urging us on, lending strength to our weary hearts. And the battle raged on, a testament to our resolve, the echoes of war binding us together, deeper and deeper, until we were lost in the maelstrom of our own making, an endless loop of conflict and connection, fighting for survival, for one another, for the echoes of love that would follow us into eternity. The air was thick with anticipation, the kind that clings to the skin like a shroud. Darkness settled over the battlefield, a cloak that smothered the sound of distant cannon fire, leaving only the rhythmic pounding of my heart echoing in my ears. I stood among the ranks of the French Imperial Guard, elite troops molded from iron will and the desperate fervor of a nation at war. The night felt alive, electric, as if the universe itself held its breath, teetering on the brink of chaos. "Tomorrow, we either become legends or ghosts," whispered Etienne, his voice laced with a shaky bravado that barely hid the tremor beneath. He stood tall, a bastion of strength, but I could see the shadows lurking in his eyes, the memories of comrades lost, their laughter forever silenced by the merciless hand of fate. I remember the last time they'd charged into battle, their faces aglow with hope. I remember the way they'd fought, how they'd laughed together over mugs of watered-down wine, dreams of glory painting their cheeks rosy. Now, that joy felt like a cruel joke in the face of what we were about to face. "Fear is a poison," I told him, though my own heart raced like a wild stallion. I tried to sound resolute, yet I felt fragile, teetering on the edge of despair. It was often said that the Guard was more than soldiers, we were symbols, embodiments of France's indomitable spirit. But that spirit felt fragile tonight, fraying at the edges, as the enemy loomed just out of sight, specters waiting for the perfect moment to strike. And then there was Lucy, her presence a fierce flame in this cold, dark night. A woman among men, she had carved her place in our ranks with a determination that could shatter mountains. The enemy fears us, remember that, she reminded us, her voice a fierce, cutting edge. Yet, even in her fervent eyes, I caught a flicker of doubt, a fleeting shadow. Lucy had lost more than anyone could comprehend, a love wrenched from her arms by the relentless tide of war. Each confrontation carved deeper lines upon her soul, a map of loss that spoke louder than any victory could. I glanced at the freshly sharpened bayonets glinting under the moonlight, cruel and eager for blood. The smell of gunpowder mixed with the dampness of the earth, a tangy promise of the violence to come. I could almost taste it, a metallic bitterness pressing against my tongue. It felt surreal, like a dream I couldn't wake from, a nightmare spiraling into reality. Each heart-stopping moment pushed against the fragility of our humanity, turning us into something both monstrous and magnificent. Regardes! Etienne pointed into the encroaching shadows, his breath hitching. My gaze followed his, catching a glimpse of movement, shapes darting, like phantoms skirting the edges of existence. They were out there, waiting for us to falter, to choke on our own fear. I thought of the legends, the soldiers who'd fought before us, their names etched into history, but did those names keep them warm? Did they sing songs in the afterlife, or did they simply fade into the night, forgotten? As we stood shoulder to shoulder, I felt the weight of their hopes resting upon us, the dreams of families, the whispers of love, the laughter of children echoing like distant music. Would we return home, or would we become just another tale told by the fireside, mere echoes in the annals of time? Suddenly, the silence shattered like glass. Gunfire erupted, the cacophony of war engulfing us, drowning out every whispered doubt. I found myself lost in the chaos, adrenaline coursing through my veins like wildfire. It was madness, pure and unfiltered, and yet I felt alive, the world narrowing to the roar of battle around me. I could hear Lucy's fierce cry as she charged forward, her spirit blazing bright against the darkness, a comet streaking through the night sky. "Fight," she shouted, and her voice sliced through the chaos, igniting something primal within me. I joined her, the ground trembling beneath our feet, soldiers' cries mingling with the thunder of gunfire. I remember the intensity, the fear, the exhilaration, the will to survive. The air crackled with an energy that felt almost sacred, as if we were part of something larger, a cosmic dance on the edge of oblivion. But then the tide turned. A flash of light, a deafening explosion, and everything shifted. I was thrown to the ground, the world spinning. I remember the cold earth beneath me, the taste of dirt, the cacophony fading into a haunting silence. I looked around, searching for Etienne, for Lucy, my heart pounding a desperate rhythm as shadows swirled in the chaos. "Etienne!" I screamed, but my voice was swallowed by the night. Panic surged through me, dark and suffocating. The battlefield twisted into a surreal landscape of fear and fury, each pulse of my heart echoing the uncertainty of our fate. In that moment, I realized we were not just soldiers. We were humans, flawed and fragile, stitched together by the threads of despair and defiance. I remembered the laughter, the dreams, the warmth of camaraderie, and how quickly it could all slip away, the laughter turning into screams, the dreams dissolving into dust. And as I searched for them, my friends, my family, I felt the weight of every loss, every haunting memory, pressing down like a leaden shroud. The night stretched before me, a vast, gaping maw, beckoning me into its depths. I could lose myself, dissolve into the shadows, but even amid the darkness, I held on to the flicker of hope, the belief that we could rise again, no matter the scars we carried. I could hear Lucy's voice, a beacon in the night, urging us onward, refusing to succumb to despair. The world felt impossibly vast, yet here we were, together, battling against the swirling tides of fate. The battle raged on, echoing through the corridors of my soul, and I knew that whatever lay ahead, we would face it, each heartbeat a reminder of our stubborn resilience, our refusal to fade quietly into the night. And so we charged again, into the fury, into the fire, knowing that in this dance of death and glory, we were alive. The dawn broke with an unsettling stillness, as though the world held its breath, teetering on the edge of an abyss. The air, heavy with the scent of damp earth and brewing storms, clung to the skin like the chill of forgotten fears. In the distance, the sun bled through thick clouds, casting a ghostly light on the fields of Waterloo, where men would soon lay down their dreams for a cause they barely understood. I stood there, heart hammering, a spectator to the swirling chaos of fate, feeling every heartbeat echo in my chest like the distant rumble of thunder. I remember the way the sky darkened, not just with clouds, but with an impending dread, an omen hanging over us like a guillotine waiting for its next victim. The rumors had spread like wildfire through the ranks. Napoleon Bonaparte was on the march. Again. The name itself gripped us, a specter that haunted us even in our dreams. The whispers of his return danced through the camp, igniting fiery debates among soldiers, their voices rising and falling like the tide, each man wrestling with his own demons. Thomas, my closest friend, stood beside me, his brow furrowed, eyes darting across the horizon as if he could will the enemy back into the shadows from which he'd emerged. He was a simple man, a farmer turned soldier, with hands that had known the earth's toil. "I can still hear the laughter of my children," he said, his voice a barely audible tremor, as though the memory was too precious to be spoken aloud.
"What if I don't return?"
His hands trembled, not from fear but from the weight of what he carried, a family, a life, dreams that felt more like shackles than aspirations. I remember, those words hung between us, a fragile thread connecting our present to the future we both feared we might not see. I remember when we were children, playing in the fields, pretending to fight against giants. I tried to lighten the heavy air with a laugh, but the sound felt hollow, swallowed by the encroaching darkness. The child we once were still clung to the edges of our hearts, whispering that innocence could somehow shield us from the horrors ahead. But even as I spoke, I could feel the curtain of reality drawing tighter. René, our lieutenant, was a man forged from the fires of battle. His face, a tapestry of scars, told tales of survival and loss. He moved among us like a ghost, haunted but resolute. "We must prepare," he barked, his voice slicing through the morning fog. "The Emperor will not be merciful. Gather your wits, men! This day will be written in the annals of history." His words cut deep, awakening a primal fear that clawed at the edges of camaraderie, turning brothers into shadows of doubt. The sun finally broke free from its shroud, spilling light onto the fields, turning the damp ground into a patchwork of gold and grey. But that golden hue felt foreboding, like a cruel trick played by fate. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were mere pawns in a grand game, our lives nothing more than pieces on a chessboard where the king was a madman. Each moment stretched, pregnant with tension as the clock ticked toward inevitable confrontation, a countdown to chaos. And then I heard it, the distant rumble of drums. A sound that resonated not just in the air, but deep within my bones. It was the heartbeat of war, a siren call that summoned both dread and a twisted sense of valor. Soldiers gathered, eyes wide with terror and resolve, each man wrestling with his own memories, his own ghosts. I caught Thomas's gaze, and in that fleeting moment, I saw the flicker of hope mingled with despair, a reflection of my own inner turmoil. "Do you believe in destiny?" I asked, my voice a whisper lost in the growing cacophony. He turned to me, confusion momentarily eclipsing his fear. "What's destiny to a farmer?" he replied with a faint smile, but his eyes betrayed him, shimmering with the weight of unspoken fears. "I just want to get home to my children." That simple wish hung in the air, heavy as a death sentence. I wanted to tell him that his children would remember him as a hero, but the lie felt like a betrayal. In the depths of my heart, I feared we were nothing more than fodder for a relentless machine of war that chewed up lives and spat them out without a second thought. The history books would remember the victors, but what of us, the forgotten, the brave, the terrified? Would we be reduced to mere footnotes or, worse, erased altogether? The clouds churned above us, a roiling tempest, as if the heavens themselves were mourning the impending bloodshed. I could see the shadows of our enemies rising in the distance, a dark tide that threatened to engulf us. They marched with purpose, banners snapping like jagged teeth in the wind, and my heart plummeted. Each step echoed, a drumbeat of doom that seemed to drown out all hope. "Prepare yourselves!" René shouted, his voice a rallying cry that felt less like a command and more like desperation spilling forth. The men's faces hardened, resolve taking root amidst their fears. I could see the tremors of uncertainty beneath their hardened exteriors, each man wrestling with his own thoughts, his own fragile memories. This was it, the moment that would define us, carve our souls into history's unforgiving stone. I closed my eyes for a brief second, heart racing, searching for a semblance of peace in the chaos. But all I found was a vast emptiness, a void where dreams had once flourished. The battle cries would soon drown out any whispers of hope, and I could feel the weight of inevitability pressing down upon me, suffocating, relentless. And as the first cannon fired, the world shattered into fragments of sound, of light, of life. I opened my eyes, and the battlefield unfolded before me, a hellscape where dreams were crushed underfoot. I was trapped in that eternal moment, where the past collided violently with the present, where every heartbeat was a prayer, every breath a silent scream. The morning of June 18, 1815, had begun, and the horrors of Waterloo lay just ahead, waiting to consume us whole. The air crackled with an electric tension, a storm poised to unleash its fury. I stood alone on the edge of the battlefield, the ground beneath my feet trembling as if it could sense the chaos to come. Distant shouts echoed like ghosts, and the acrid scent of smoke curled around my throat, squeezing tighter with each shallow breath. I was caught in the moment, suspended between dread and anticipation, my heart racing like a caged animal desperate to escape. I remember the cold bite of the wind, a harbinger of the frigid fate that awaited us all. Faces blurred into shadows, friends, allies, and enemies alike, all merging into a single, pulsating mass of fear and courage. Among them, I saw Ethan, his dark eyes wide with a mixture of determination and uncertainty. I could feel his pulse, a rhythm synced with mine, a silent agreement that we would not back down. Not today. Then there was Lila, a flicker of fire in the dark. She stood close, her hands trembling, fingers clenched into a tight fist at her side. I could see the way her jaw tightened, a fierce resolve masking the quiver in her voice. "We can't let them take it," she whispered, though her words were laced with the weight of 1,000 unspoken fears. I wanted to comfort her, to tell her that she was brave, that we would emerge from this alive. But all I could do was nod, because inside, I was unraveling. Time slipped away, lost in the chaos that enveloped us. Memories flickered like the flames of a dying fire. I remember another battlefield, not one of swords and shields, but of emotions laid bare, where losing a friend felt like losing a piece of my own soul. The laughter we shared now a distant echo, haunting me as I stood ready to fight. We had promised each other, no one left behind. Yet here I was, staring into the abyss, wondering who I might lose today. The silence before the storm was deafening, each second stretching into infinity. My thoughts spiraled, racing through the labyrinth of my own insecurities. I remember every late-night conversation, every whispered dream we had dared to share. What if we fail? I had asked Lila once, and her answer had been a spark of light in my darkest hours. Then we fight again. But what if fighting wasn't enough? What if today was the day everything crumbled around us? Then it began. A horn blared, slicing through the air like a sharp blade. It was a signal, a call to arms, shattering our fragile resolve. My heart thundered as we surged forward, an unstoppable wave of flesh and fury. I felt the weight of my sword, a cold comfort in my grip, the promise of protection and destruction. The world shifted, colors bleeding into one another as adrenaline coursed through my veins. This was it, the moment of reckoning. Ethan charged beside me, his battle cry raw and primal. I felt him breach the first line, felt the way the air shifted, thickened with blood and fear. I wanted to scream, to warn him, to pull him back, but my voice was caught in my throat, a fragile wisp of sound swallowed whole by the chaos. I felt tethered to him, each step forward a challenge to the universe itself. The clash of metal met the raw screams of the wounded, and with it came the visceral reminder of what we fought for. I could see Lila, a whirlwind of movement, striking with precision, her fear transformed into a dance of defiance. I was lost in the rhythm, in the cacophony of battle, but every swing of my sword felt like a desperate grasp at hope, each collision a plea for survival. But in the midst of the chaos, shadows lurked, dark figures that whispered of betrayal and despair. They were the ghosts of our past, dredging up memories of previous failures, of friends lost to fate. I remembered the promise we made to guard one another, but what if we weren't strong enough? What if this was where it all ended? I caught a glimpse of Ethan, blooded yet unyielding, his eyes burning with a fierce light. I both loved and feared him in that moment, his bravery a beacon and a curse. He was too close to the edge, and I was terrified that the abyss would swallow him whole. "Stay close!" I shouted, my voice a mix of fear and desperation. He met my gaze, and for a heartbeat, everything else faded, the world narrowed to the space between us, a fragile connection that tethered us amidst the storm. But just as hope ignited, terror descended. A figure loomed in the chaos, cloaked in malice, and I felt time shatter. I remembered Lila's voice, her laughter that once rang clear like a bell, now silenced in the rush of battle. I turned, heart racing, but the shadows moved faster. I could see her struggling, her knees faltering beneath the weight of impending doom. I reached out, but the universe tilted, and I was too late. A scream erupted, a sound that shattered the air and pierced my soul. It was Lila, calling for help, for me, but it echoed in a void. Time slowed. I was drowning in a rush of emotions, fear, rage, heartbreak, all colliding at once. I fought against the tide, desperate to save her, but the shadows closed in, thick and suffocating. We were not only fighting for our lives, we were fighting for each other, for the remnants of a world that could slip through our fingers like sand. As I surged through the chaos, every step felt heavier, time stretching into eternity. I wanted to scream out, to curse the heavens, to demand that fate reveal herself. But all I could do was run, propelled by love and fear, my heart a drumbeat of desperation pounding against the backdrop of a war that threatened to consume us all. Each breath was laced with the promise of loss, yet beneath it lay a simmering resolve. We may be fragmented, but together we were a force of nature. I would not let the night swallow us whole. I could see the confrontation ahead, the clash of wills imminent, and I knew, deep in my bones, that this was just the beginning. The storm was here, but we would rise, or we would fall, together. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder and fear, a heady mix that clung to the throat like a bad memory that refuses to fade. I stood there, heart pounding, my eyes fixed on La Haye Sainte. The farmhouse loomed like a dark sentinel in the chaos, its walls stained with the grime of countless battles, a monument to desperation and courage. I remember thinking, this is it. This is where souls would clash, where men would either rise or fall under the weight of history. Hold your ground. The voice of Major George Baring sliced through the cacophony. I could see him, a lone figure against the encroaching tide of French soldiers, determination etched into every line of his face. His hands, white-knuckled on the musket, betrayed a storm of fear and resolve. I remember his eyes, haunted, yet fierce, holding secrets of valor and the looming specter of defeat. To him, La Haye Sainte wasn't just a position, it was a lifeline, a flicker of hope in a gathering darkness. The earth shuddered beneath the weight of boots and artillery, a rhythmic drumbeat that matched the frantic tempo of my heart. I felt the cold sweat trickle down my back, the palpable tension wrapping around me like a suffocating shroud. The cries of the wounded filled the air, a haunting symphony that echoed in the recesses of my mind. Each shout, each groan was a reminder that time was slipping through our fingers like sand, the clock ticking down to an inevitable reckoning. Then there was Emma, the nurse, a fierce spirit cloaked in the guise of tenderness. She dashed between the wounded, hand stained crimson, but her face bore a fierce resolve. "Stay with me. Stay with me," she urged, her voice a lifeline in the tumult. I watched as she knelt beside a soldier, cradling his head while the world crumbled around them. Her eyes, pools of unwavering strength, told stories of loss, of love, of the fragility of existence. I remember the way her hands trembled, a stark contrast to the steel in her gaze. To her, every life mattered, every heartbeat a treasure. Yet, I could see the toll it took, the shadows under her eyes, the flicker of doubt as she fought against the tide of despair. Why do we fight? I thought, a question that echoed in the silence between cannon blasts. The absurdity of war gnawed at me, its grim humor lurking in every corner. Here we were, men and women, caught in a deadly dance, swaying to the rhythm of ambition and madness. I remembered my own battles with fear, the times I'd faced my demons in the dead of night, the way they grinned at me like old friends. War was a grotesque theater, and we were but actors in a macabre play, performing for an audience of ghosts. Then came the French, a relentless wave of blue and white, surging toward La Haye Sainte. The sight sent a shiver coursing through my veins, a primal instinct igniting a fire in my belly. I could see their faces, fierce and determined, reflecting the same fear and hope that mirrored our own. Did they know they were fighting for a cause that could lead to ruin? Did they, too, feel the weight of history pressing down upon their shoulders, binding them to a fate they could not escape? Fire! Bering's voice rang out, a command laced with desperation. With one breath, the air exploded into chaos. I remember the roar of muskets, the acrid smell of smoke filling my lungs as I watched men tumble like leaves in an autumn storm. The battlefield transformed, a grotesque canvas painted with the colors of war, blood red and earth brown, a portrait of raw humanity stripped to its core. But even in that onslaught of violence, moments of clarity pierced through the madness. I saw Emma, her spirit unyielding, tending to the fallen with a fierce grace. She was the embodiment of hope, a flicker of light in a world choking on darkness. I remember how she looked at each man, her eyes holding the weight of 1,000 unspoken words. You are not alone, you are seen. It was a promise and a plea, a reminder that even in the face of death, humanity persevered. Then came a moment of stillness, a breath caught in the throat of time. An eerie silence enveloped us, the calm before the storm. I felt it, a collective heartbeat, a shared pulse among us. Each soldier, each nurse, was a thread woven into the fabric of this battle, and in that moment, we were bound by something greater than ourselves. But the silence shattered like glass as the French surged forward once more, a roar rising from their ranks, a tide unstoppable. Bering's face turned from defiance to despair, and I watched as he rallied his men, the weight of leadership pressing down like a boulder. We will not falter. We will not fall. His voice, a battle cry laced with desperation, reverberated through the air, igniting a flame of courage among his men. As the first wave crashed against our defenses, I felt the world collapse around me, a cacophony of screams and gunfire, a dance of death unfolding in real time. I was lost in it, drowning in the chaos, yet somehow, I felt alive. Each heartbeat was a drumbeat, calling us to fight, to hold on, to resist the inevitable tide of darkness. And then, a scream. A piercing cry that cut through the noise like a knife. Emma's voice, raw with terror, as she fell to her knees beside a fallen soldier. I remember the way her fingers clutched at her chest, eyes wide with disbelief, as the reality of war wrapped around her like a vice. The pain of loss was palpable, a ghost that hovered over us, whispering of sacrifice and sorrow. Time blurred, moments stretched into eternity. I remember everything, each face, each cry, each fleeting second that felt like a lifetime. This was La Haye Sainte, not just a farmhouse, but a crucible of souls, where the heartbeats of the living intertwined with the silence of the dead. And as the battle raged on, the world around me became a tempest of emotion, a swirling storm of fear, love, courage, and despair. We were all lost and found in the chaos, each breath a testament to our humanity, each heartbeat a reminder that even in the darkest of times, we would fight for each other, for our dreams, for the flickering light that refused to die. I remember the moment vividly, a snapshot in time where everything stood still, anchored in the love and pain of that battlefield. And as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, it ushered in a new reality, one where the echoes of La Haye Sainte would linger forever, haunting our memories and shaping our destinies. The air was thick, a suffocating blanket of smoke and fear swirling around us as the cries of men echoed like tortured ghosts through the night. The distant sounds of cannon fire reverberated in my chest, each boom a reminder that time was crumbling like the very bricks of Hougoumont itself. I stood, heart racing, as if it could outpace the chaos outside, clutching the cool, rough stone of the wall. I remember the taste of gunpowder, sharp and metallic on my tongue, mingling with the bitter scent of sweat and desperation. Hold the line, a voice barked, trembling with urgency yet steeped in a grim determination. It was Thomas, a soldier caught between valor and dread, his eyes wide with the spectre of death lurking just beyond our meager defenses. I could see him, the flickering torchlight casting shadows that danced like phantoms on his worn face. Beneath his bravado lay a raw vulnerability, the kind that gnaws at a man when he knows that eternity may come for him in a heartbeat. And there was Celeste, a woman hardened by the world, her spirit unbreakable yet frayed at the edges. She moved swiftly, gathering the wounded, her hand steady despite the chaos. I remember how she looked into the eyes of a boy, no more than 16, cradling his shattered arm, her gaze fierce yet tender, the kind that promised solace in a storm of ruin. "You're not going to die today," she whispered, but even I could hear the tremor beneath her words, the flicker of doubt that threatened to extinguish whatever hope remained. Outside, the night was alive with the groans of the dying and the relentless thunder of boots marching toward our fortress. The earth trembled beneath the weight of their resolve, and for every step they took, I felt my heart stutter, a painful reminder that the fortress, a mere shell of stone and memories, stood between us and the abyss. I remember hearing the clash of steel, the metallic scream as swords met, a symphony of destruction playing on repeat. "Can you hear them?" Thomas asked, his voice a strained whisper, like the rustle of paper in a forgotten book. "They come like a tide. We're but a pebble on the shore." I wanted to scream, to tell him that we were more than a pebble. We were alive, breathing, filled with the weight of our dreams and fears. But the words lodged in my throat, heavy as the cannonballs that screamed overhead. I remember the chill that crept into my bones as I thought of my mother's face, the way her laughter filled the air with warmth, now a distant memory. I thought of her, of the day she placed a small wooden horse in my hands, whispering tales of knights and valor. Who knew those stories would lead me here, to this fortress, to this madness? Celeste was near me now, her presence grounding me, her breath steadying my own. "We fight for each other," she said, her voice rising above the cacophony. "For every heartbeat that still echoes in this hell." Her eyes were fierce, a tempest that refused to be quelled. I could see the strength behind her words, but there was also despair, a quiet resignation that clung to her like a shroud, threatening to pull her under. The fortress walls trembled as another cannonball struck, a violent shudder that sent dust and debris cascading down around us. I could taste the grit, the remnants of shattered stone mingling with the blood that stained the earth. "We won't let them take it," Thomas shouted, gripping his sword, the metal glinting ominously in the flickering light. But inside, I felt the walls closing in, as if the very stones were whispering our doom. I remember the dreams I had before the siege, a life lived in peace, hand-stained not with the blood of enemies but with the soil of a garden, planting seeds for a future I never thought I could have. But now, those dreams felt like ghosts, slipping through my fingers like sand. The world outside was a canvas painted in despair, colors of rage and sorrow blending into one. "Do you think they dream of us?" I asked Celeste, my voice choked with the weight of my thoughts. "The ones out there." She paused, her gaze drifting toward the distant sounds of chaos, and for a moment, I caught a glimpse of vulnerability in her fierce exterior. "They may not," she admitted, "but we should dream for them. For every soul, lost or found, we should remember." And there it was, the glimmer of humanity amidst the carnage, the flicker of hope that ignited within me, even as despair clawed at my heart. I remember how the shadows danced around us, mocking us, but we held on. The fortress roared, a living entity forged from desperation and defiance. Then came the surge, a wave of men, dark figures against the moonlight, crashing against our walls like a storm. I could feel the earth shake beneath their charge, hear the roar of their voices, taunting us with the promise of annihilation. "Fight!" Thomas screamed, his voice raw, primal, urging us to stand firm. I could see the resolve hardening in his eyes, as if he were channeling every ounce of his being into that one word. And then the gates shattered. It was as if time slowed, every heartbeat echoing in the chasm of my mind, every breath heavy with the knowledge that our sanctuary was breached. I remember looking at Celeste, her face a mask of fury and fear, and in that moment, we were bound together by something unbreakable, a thread woven through our shared terror. The moment stretched, a taut line ready to snap. I remember the weight of my sword, the cold metal against my palm, the choice that lingered in the air like a spectre, a choice between life and the abyss. The shadows surged, and as they poured through the breach, I felt my heart race with the thrill of battle and the agony of what we might lose. In that breathless instant, the fortress was not just a structure made of stone, it was our world, our fight, our last stand against the tide of darkness. And as the chaos erupted, I knew, whatever happened next, every heartbeat would echo in the annals of time. It was now or never. The air crackled like a storm about to break, heavy with the scent of gunpowder and fear. The battlefield stretched before me, an expanse of mud, desperation, and the echoes of lost souls. I stood there, frozen, the world around me blurring into a haze of chaos. I remember the first time I saw it, the moment when the line broke, when reason crumbled beneath the weight of terror. The ground trembled as the infantry surged forward, bodies colliding with the earth like a wave crashing against a rocky shore. In that moment, everything was amplified. I could see Henry, his hands trembling around the grip of his rifle, his face a canvas of stark white terror, framed by the chaos. He was just a boy, barely 17, but here he was, standing at the precipice of eternity. I remember the way his eyes darted, searching for courage, for something, anything, to anchor him in this storm. Then there was Mary, his sister, a fierce spirit in a world that had tried to snuff her out. She sat outside the makeshift tent, biting her nails, worry etched into her brow. She hadn't wanted him to join the fight, but loyalty to country surged in his veins like the anger that filled the air. "You don't understand, Mary." "I have to," he'd said, voices overlapping, but hers remained the last echo in his mind. "Come back to me, Henry," she whispered to the wind, but the wind carried her words away, leaving only silence, a haunting, eerie silence. And then the whistle blew, a shrill cry that pierced through the air like a knife. "Charge!" It was a command, a death sentence wrapped in a rallying cry. I was swept away, bodies pushing against me, panic mingling with adrenaline. Every heartbeat was a drum, every breath a battle cry. The ground turned to soup beneath our feet, mud sucking at our boots, pulling us down into the abyss. I remember thinking, this is it. This is how it ends, but I couldn't stop. We were a tide, an unstoppable force, and in that moment, I felt invincible. The first shots rang out, sharp and terrifying, like the crack of thunder splitting the sky. I could hear the screams, oh, the screams. They were not the sounds of victory but of despair, a symphony of anguish that echoed across the battlefield. I saw men fall, limbs twisting unnaturally, faces torn by the rage of war. I remember Henry beside me, eyes wide, breath quickening, but he didn't falter. He kept moving, propelled by the ghosts of those who had fallen before him. "Keep going!" I shouted, my voice lost in the chaos, but he heard it. I saw the flicker of resolve ignite within him as he pushed forward, desperately seeking purpose amidst the madness. His face transformed, no longer a boy but a soldier, a figure forged in the crucible of combat. But as I rushed ahead, I felt the weight of Mary's unspoken words, a tether pulling me back. I remembered her laughter, the way it could fill a room, and I wondered if that laughter would still exist in a world filled with the cries of the fallen. Would she remember him as he was, or would she only see the ghost of the boy she loved? The enemy rose up like shadows against the dimming light, their faces obscured but their intentions clear. I felt the fear swell within me, a tidal wave threatening to drown my resolve. I stumbled, my thoughts spiraling, a moment of hesitation in a storm of blood and chaos. There was a figure ahead, charging toward Henry, a rifle raised. My body moved before my mind could catch up. I lunged forward, but time slowed. The gun fired, a deafening roar that swallowed everything. I remember the sickening thud, the way it echoed in my bones. I turned, and there was Henry, falling as if time itself had shattered. The world blurred, colors running like paint on a canvas, red, the deepest red. I could hear Mary's voice again, a haunting melody of hope, now twisted into a scream that echoed in my mind. "Henry!" I yelled, but the word was swallowed by the chaos. I was surrounded by shadows, by the specters of men both living and dead. I felt my own breath hitch, the taste of salt stinging my lips as I knelt beside him. Life flickered in his eyes, a dying ember. "Stay with me," I begged, but the word slipped through my fingers like sand. He gasped, each breath a struggle against the dark. "Tell Mary." The words died on his lips, swallowed by the encroaching night. I held his hand, feeling the warmth fade, the pulse of life slipping away. I remember the look in his eyes, a mixture of fear and acceptance, as if he were stepping onto a precipice, the abyss beckoning him closer. The battlefield transformed into a ghost town, silence settling like a thick fog. The cries had ceased, replaced by the heavy thud of my heart. I was lost, anchored to the ground, unable to move. And in that moment, time warped. I thought of Mary, of laughter and warmth, of love unspoken, and the fleeting nature of life. But just as despair threatened to consume me, I saw Mary in my mind's eye, fierce and unyielding, her strength rising like a phoenix from the ashes. I could feel her presence, a whisper of hope in the suffocating darkness. I remembered the stories she told, the dreams she shared. He will live, I thought. He has to. But the world would not relent. The echoes of gunfire returned, the call to arms resounding through the remnants of my shattered resolve. I knew, deep down, this was only the beginning. The charges would come again, waves upon waves, and with them, countercharges that echoed through time. And so, we pressed on, caught in the relentless tide of humanity, of fear and bravery intertwined. We were ghosts, fighting for something we could barely understand, haunted by the love we left behind and the promise of what lay ahead. In the cacophony of war, where every heartbeat mattered, I held on to the fragile threads of hope, the specters of the past urging me onward. Tomorrow would bring more, I knew, but for now, as the shadows lengthened and the cries faded, I felt the weight of the moment settle deep into my bones. The role of the infantry was never just about survival, it was about love, loss, and the aching desire to hold on, even as the world threatened to tear us apart. The first raindrop hit the earth like a drumbeat, a harbinger of chaos that echoed across the battlefield. I remember the freezing chill, the way it seeped into my bones, making every soldier shiver and curse while they clutched their weapons tight, as if the metal could ward off the dread that hung thick in the air. The sky was an ominous slate, swallowing the sun, swallowing hope. Mud pooled around our feet, a quagmire of despair, each step felt like wading through quicksand, dragging us deeper into a mire of uncertainty. 3 days, they said, whispered Marcus beside me, his voice barely audible above the wind's howl. He was a man with the heart of a lion and the soul of a weary traveler, haunted by memories of battles past. 3 days of rain. No one will escape this hell. His eyes, usually bright and full of mischief, were clouded with fear, and I felt my own heart echoing his dread. I remembered the last time we fought, how the ground had turned to mush, how the stench of decay mingled with the metallic tang of blood. I remembered Marcus laughing then, a sound so at odds with the violence around us, and how I had envied him for it. But now? Now the laughter felt like a ghost in a graveyard, haunting and heavy, overshadowed by the reality of mud and rain and the people we would leave behind. Do you think they'll come? I asked, glancing toward the horizon where our enemies lay hidden. Shadows moved in the distance, doubt creeping into my heart. Fear was a palpable thing, clinging like the wetness around us, sinking into our skin. I thought of Ilara, her hand stained with dirt as she tended to the wounded back home, her laughter like sunlight breaking through the clouds. Would she wait for me, even if the ground swallowed me whole? Would she remember? They will come. Marcus smiled, but it was a brittle thing, like the dry leaves crunching underfoot as we trudged forward. They want this land, and they want our heads. But they'll find us hardened by the rain, like the iron of our swords. I wanted to believe him. I wanted to believe in our strength, in our ability to fight back. But as a new pelting of rain cascaded down, soaking our uniforms, I felt the weight of despair creeping in. The sky wept, a torrent of grief that matched our own. Each drop felt like a reminder of lives lost, dreams shattered, our hopes drowning under the deluge. I looked around at my comrades, their faces grim, their eyes hollowed by fear and exhaustion. We were mud-clad specters, shadows of the men we had once been, grasping for courage in a storm that threatened to engulf us. And then it happened, the first clash of metal on metal, a violent explosion of sound that shattered the heavy silence, jeering at the rain. The enemy surged forward, their faces obscured by mud and fury, and in that moment, time suspended. I lunged, heart racing, every breath a battle cry. The mud sucked at my boots, pulling me down as I swung my sword, the blade gleaming like a beacon in the darkness. I could feel the visceral intensity of the fight, the adrenaline rushing through my veins, the primal instinct to survive clawing at my chest. But around me, the mud became a grave, swallowing men whole, turning warriors into whispers. Stand firm! I shouted, but my voice was lost in the storm, drowned out by the cacophony of battle. I was surrounded, fighting not just for my life but for the lives of those who would never see another day, who would never hear laughter again. The rain became a torrential reminder of all that was slipping away, all that was at stake. Then I saw Marcus, locked in a dance of death, his sword flashing like lightning. One moment he was there, defiant, and the next, he staggered, mud slicking his boots, and time slowed. Fear gripped my heart as I watched him falter, the world around us a blur of chaos. Marcus! I screamed, a raw sound tearing from my throat. I stumbled through the mire, fighting against the pull of despair, every heartbeat a drum in a funeral march. My legs felt heavy, the ground pulling me deeper as if it wanted me to join the dead. But I pushed forward, driven by the desperate hope that I could save him. I could feel the weight of history pressing down on me, the stories of all that had come before, the ghosts of warriors long gone whispering their warnings. In that moment, I felt a shift, the rain thickened, like a curtain falling, veiling the battlefield in a shroud of grief. The world narrowed to Marcus and me, trapped in this dance of life and death. I lunged, the sword swinging at an enemy, the taste of metal bitter on my tongue as I fought not just for victory but for the brotherhood we had forged in blood and mud. And then, a moment of clarity amidst the chaos. I saw him, eyes wide, filled with something raw and unnameable. Fear, yes, but also a flicker of defiance. "We are not just shadows," he gasped, rain mingling with sweat on his brow. "We are the storm." With that, we fought together, two souls intertwined by fate and fury, battling the relentless tide of rain and mud. Each swing of our swords was a rebellion against the weight of despair, every drop of rain a reminder that we were alive. Together, we would defy the earth and sky, refusing to be swallowed whole. But the storm raged on, relentless, and as I looked around, I realized the battlefield was a graveyard of dreams, the rain mingling with the blood of the fallen. It was a twisted dance, this creation of life amidst ruin, a reminder that each heartbeat could be the last, yet still, we fought. And as the rain poured down, I remembered the laughter that had echoed outside the walls of this hell, the warmth of a home waiting, and the promise of love that transcended even this chaos. I remembered Ilara, her smile piercing through the darkest night. "Hold the line!" I screamed again, as the rain intensified, our battle against the elements and each other becoming one. The ground was a devil's playground, but we were warriors, and no mud could bury our spirits. As I swung my sword, the clash of metal against metal, the sound of life and defiance, formed a rhythm to the storm, an anthem against the encroaching darkness. The battlefield was alive, alive in its torment, alive in its fury, and together we would face the storm head-on, our hearts beating in sync with the thunder above. The night was thick with the scent of smoke and iron, a putrid blend of burning flesh and despair that clung to the streets of the besieged town like an unwanted ghost. The moon hung low, a sickly sliver of silver, casting elongated shadows that whispered of more horrors to come. Inside a crumbling tavern, the air crackled with tension, suffocating and electric, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath, waiting for the storm. I remember the moment when Isolde's eyes met mine across the dimly lit room. There was a fire in them, a raw desperation that mirrored my own. She was a warrior, fierce and unyielding, but tonight her shoulders trembled under the weight of the world. "We can't hold them back," she murmured, her voice a fragile whisper that shattered the silence. "Not anymore." The words hung heavy in the air, potent and loaded, like a pistol poised to fire. The Prussians were coming. They had been creeping closer, shadows against shadows, their relentless march echoing on the cobbled streets, like the clock ticking down to an inevitable end. Behind me, the tavern door creaked open, and the sudden rush of cold air cut through the haze of despair, making me shiver. A figure stepped inside, cloaked in darkness, his face obscured. My heart raced, each beat a chant of anxiety. Was it friend or foe? The tension coiled tighter around us, a noose that threatened to snap. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice louder than I intended, the bravado masking the quiver of fear in my gut. Silence answered. A moment stretched into eternity, fraught with the weight of unspoken histories. And then he stepped forward, revealing himself to be Friedrich, a soldier marked by the scars of countless battles, both physical and emotional. His eyes were sunken, haunted by the ghosts of choices he couldn't outrun. "They've breached the outer walls," he said, each word a hammer striking an anvil, forging our fate. "It's chaos out there." Isolde's breath caught, and I saw her resolve fracture, splintering into shards of vulnerability. "What do we do?" she asked, her voice trembling like a willow in a storm, a question that hung between us like a knife. For a moment, I wanted to reach out, to take her hand, to promise her that everything would be all right. But I knew better. Promises were luxuries we couldn't afford. In that instant, the tavern trembled, vibrations rippling through the floorboards, a reminder that the ground beneath us was shifting, the world unraveling. I closed my eyes, and memories surged like a tide crashing against the shore. I remembered laughter in the fields, the scent of wildflowers, the simplicity of life before shadows had fallen over our city. But those memories felt distant now, ghosts echoing through the ruins of our lives. "Isolde," I said, my voice hoarse, barely more than a breath. "We need to find a way out. We can't fight them here." My words felt hollow, a feeble boy tossed into the stormy sea of her despair. She shook her head, a defiant flame burning bright against the darkness. "No," she said fiercely. "We fight. We fight for every soul that has fallen." And suddenly, I was reminded of my own cowardice, the ache of survival clawing at my heart. How many had perished because I had hidden behind crumbling walls, seeking refuge in the shadows? I felt my resolve swell, fueled by the righteous fury that had lain dormant beneath the surface. "Then we fight," I declared, the words igniting a spark within me. "Together!" But before we could gather our strength, the door exploded inward. A figure clad in Prussian blue surged through, eyes aflame with the promise of carnage. The tavern erupted into chaos, chairs flying, fists crashing against bodies. The air was thick with the cacophony of screams, the clattering of weapons, a symphony of survival in its most primal form. I fought, every punch fueled by my own guilt, every kick a bid for redemption. "Isolde!" I shouted, but the sound of her name was swallowed by the tumult. My heart pounded like a war drum as I searched for her, the dread curling in my stomach like a coiled serpent. But through the madness, I caught sight of her, a blur of fire and determination, standing her ground against an oncoming wave of brutality. In that moment, she was not just fighting for survival, she was a beacon, a rallying cry for all that was left of our humanity. Friedrich was at my side, rage etched into his features as he swung a heavy tankard, crashing it against the skull of an advancing soldier. "We can't let them take our home," he roared, his voice slicing through the chaos like a sword. I nodded, adrenaline surging through my veins, fueling the desperate fight. And then, amidst the chaos, I saw it, a glimmer of hope. The Prussian soldier who had first burst through the door was momentarily distracted, and in that split second, everything became clear. I moved like water, flowing through the fray, sidestepping a blow, my heart thrumming like the wings of a trapped bird. I reached Isolde, and together we fought back against the tide of despair that threatened to consume us. "Together," I whispered, the promise igniting a fire in her eyes. In that moment, time stretched and warped, the world narrowing to the rhythm of our breaths, the tempo of our hearts beating as one. Each strike was a testament to our will, a reminder that even in the darkest night, we could still find the strength to resist. But as the fight raged on, the shadows loomed larger. Each fallen comrade left a mark, an echo of lives extinguished too soon, the weight of loss pressing down on our shoulders. I remembered their faces, their laughter, the dreams they had woven into this fragile tapestry of life. And with each breath I took, I felt the ghosts of those we had lost standing beside us, urging us to keep fighting, to keep believing. And as Isolde's fierce spirit intertwined with my own, I understood that this was the turning tide, the moment when despair met defiance, when fear transformed into fury. As the battle raged on, the clamor of war faded, leaving us suspended in a fragile silence. Outside, the city burned, a reminder of the price we were paying. But within the walls of that broken tavern, amidst the chaos and ruin, we found our fight, our hope, and a reason to believe that we could turn the tide together. I glanced at Isolde, and in her eyes, I saw not just a warrior, but a kindred spirit, a flickering flame against the encroaching darkness. In that moment, I knew that no matter what lay ahead, we would face it together, fighting, loving, and refusing to yield to the shadows that threatened to engulf us. The air is thick with the weight of unspoken fears, a restless silence clinging to the walls like a shroud. In the heart of the crumbling stone fortress, the flickering torchlight dances, casting sinister shadows, shadows that seem to whisper secrets of despair and hope. It's a moment frozen in time, a pause before the storm. The distant echo of boots on stone reverberates through the corridor, each step a countdown, a heartbeat thrumming against the breast of the world. Somewhere, a clock ticks, ominous and relentless, marking time in a place where seconds drip like blood. I remember the cold. It seeps into my bones, a biting reminder of the night spent huddled in fear, waiting for the dawn that never seems to come. I remember Commander Eldrick, standing tall yet weary, his face carved with lines that tell stories of battles fought and lost. The weight of leadership hangs heavy on his shoulders like a cloak woven from despair, yet within his eyes burns a flicker of defiance, a fire that refuses to be extinguished. "Hold fast," he shouts, his voice a beacon in the encroaching darkness. But even as he speaks, I see the tremor that betrays his resolve. Beside him stands Lysandra, her heart a battlefield of emotion. A strategist, yes, but also a woman caught between duty and love. I remember her eyes, pools of swirling uncertainty, reflecting the agony of choices unmade. She grips her sword, knuckles white, and in that moment, I sense the tempest within her, a storm of loyalty to Eldrick clashing with the suffocating grip of fear for what they stand to lose. "We can't go on like this," she whispers, the words barely escaping her lips, frail as a fraying thread. The tension in the air thickens, charged, electric. The soldiers shift, uncertain, their faces masks of fear and anticipation. They look to Eldrick, to Lysandra, their leaders, their anchors in a world spiraling into chaos. I remember the time when Eldrick smiled, when laughter echoed through the halls of this fortress, a sound now lost to the winds of war. Remember, he had said then, "We are not just warriors, we are the heart of this land." But now, as the night deepens, it feels like the heart is failing, the pulse quickening toward a reckoning. I hear the chants outside, a rising tide of fervor. The enemy is at the gates, a dark mass of shadow and fury blending with the night. The clash of steel and the wails of the fallen are not distant, they are here. They do not wait. A shiver races down my spine, and the air crackles with a palpable fear, a warning, a promise of blood to come. I remember the stories of heroes, of those who stood resolute against the tide. Eldrick is their embodiment, but even heroes bear scars. "Stand with me!" Eldrick cries, his voice a thunderclap amid the chaos, shattering the silence. Yet, I see him glance at Lysandra, and for a fleeting moment, the mask slips. He's not just a commander, he's a man haunted by the specters of his past, by ghosts of choices he cannot escape. I feel the pull of their connection, unspoken words hang heavy between them, love tangled with duty, a force more perilous than any sword. Lysandra steps forward, her voice rising above the din. "For every heart that beats for freedom, for every life that has been silenced, we must fight." Her words ignite a flicker of courage in the men around her, but they are weary, souls battered by loss and shadows that claw at their resolve. I remember the faces of those who had fallen, the laughter of friends now stilled. Each name weighs on her like a stone tied to her heart. The tension mounts, a crescendo of fear and hope as the first clash of steel shatters the stillness. It's as if time has fractured, becoming a kaleidoscope of chaos, the clinking of armor, the cries of men echoing against stone, the metallic taste of blood mingling with the dust of shattered dreams. Eldrick stands firm, a rock against the tide, yet I see the weariness etched deeper into his brow. "We will not yield," he bellows, but the quiver in his voice betrays the truth, a vulnerability that ignites a flicker of doubt. And then, a scream pierces the night, a soul ripped from the world, echoing through the fortress like a mournful ghost. I remember the moment when everything shifts, their eyes lock, Eldrick and Lysandra, and in that shared glance, an unspoken understanding binds them together. They are leaders, yes, but also human, flawed, and each heartbeat thrums with the weight of what they've sacrificed. The tension snaps like a taut string, a final breath before a tempest. "Together?" Lysandra cries, her voice the spark igniting a firestorm. And in that instant, they are not just leaders, they are bound by something greater, something primal. The soldiers surge forward, the tide of humanity crashing against the darkness, a desperate bid for survival. I feel the thrum of their resolve, the raw energy vibrating through the air, a palpable force pushing against despair. But the night stretches on, relentless, a canvas painted with loss and sacrifice. The clash of swords, the cries of the fallen, the sounds weave together into a tapestry of chaos, each moment a thread in the fabric of their fate. I remember the faces of those who fought, those who stood defiantly against the abyss. They are not just bodies, they are dreams, hopes, lives intertwined in a single brutal struggle. Eldrick and Lysandra move as one, their bodies fluid in the dance of combat, a rhythm born from desperation and love. Every swing of the sword, every deflection of a blow, it's a testament to their bond, even as their very souls hang in the balance. They are leaders, yes, but in this moment, they are so much more, they are the heartbeat of a fight that transcends the battlefield. The clock keeps ticking, a reminder of the urgency, the fleeting nature of time. I feel the weight of every second, of every breath drawn in the face of overwhelming odds. The night is alive, a living entity, a creature watching, waiting. The shadows twist and ride, whispering promises of what is to come, of battles yet to be fought. The climax is near, a storm gathering on the horizon, but in the eye of the storm, there is a stillness, a moment suspended in the tension of what could be. I can't look away, their struggle, their resolve, it pulls me deeper into the heart of the chaos. Each heartbeat echoes with the promise of a reckoning, a confrontation that will define them. They fight not just for survival but for their very souls, for the flicker of light that remains even in the darkest corners of existence. And as the night stretches endlessly onward, I know this is just the beginning. The story is far from over, the battle just a prelude to the symphony of emotion that is about to unfold. The clock ticks on, the shadows deepen, and I am left breathless, yearning for resolution, knowing that what lies ahead is a path paved with both heartbreak and hope. The air crackles with tension, heavy as the weight of an unspoken promise. My heart pounds, a staccato drumbeat against the backdrop of chaos. The distant rumble of thunder, or is it the growl of war? I can't tell anymore, all sounds blend into a crescendo. Standing there, I feel the earth tremble beneath me, the ground a restless beast anticipating its next meal. Soldiers, mere shadows in the fading light, clutch their weapons like lifelines. I remember the faces, grim, weary, echoes of fear trapped in their eyes. Thomas, his jaw clenched tight, his knuckles white around the hilt of his sword. He's just a boy, barely escaped his mother's apron strings, yet here he is, on the precipice of something monstrous. I remember the day he joined, the fervor in his eyes, a glimmer of hope that now seems so cruelly misplaced. He wanted glory, fame, he thought he could write his name into the annals of history. But history is a cruel mistress, one that devours the naive whole. And then there's Eliza, standing a mere breath away from me, her gaze piercing, as if she can see through the layers of my soul. Her armor is scratched and dented, much like her spirit. A soldier in her own right, she fought against the suffocating chains of expectation, but now, the weight of survival hangs heavy on her shoulders. Her brother, lost, gone, a ghost haunting her every step. I can see it in her eyes, the battle between resolve and despair. She carries his memory like a blade, sharp and unforgiving. I remember the whispers of the night before, the promises of courage, the vows of loyalty. But it's different now. The air is thick with the scent of sweat, fear, and the faint metallic tinge of blood, a prelude to the symphony of horror that awaits us. I clutch my own sword, its weight a dull reminder of the choices that led us here. The night sky hangs low, a shroud of darkness that seems to swallow the last remnants of hope. The call comes, a horn, a fierce, echoing sound that slices through the uncertainty, and I feel my heart stutter. It's time. We're to charge forward, a wall of steel and fury against an unseen enemy. The cavalry, our heavy cavalry, a force so formidable, yet so fragile. I look at Thomas, and he nods, though I see the doubt flickering behind his bravado. And Eliza, she grips her weapon tighter, determination hardening her resolve, yet I see the tremor in her hand. The ground shifts beneath us, a vast expanse of uncertainty and dread. I remember the stories told by the fireside, tales of bravery and valor. They spoke of heroes unscathed, of gallant knights riding into battle with their hearts ablaze. But here, in this moment, I realize we are no heroes. We are merely souls wanting to live another day, grasping at the threads of fate with shaking hands. And then, silence. A heavy, suffocating silence that wraps around us like a funeral shroud, and I wonder if this is how it feels to teeter on the brink of despair. We wait, the tension so thick it could be cut with a knife. I glance at Eliza, her eyes reflecting the fleeting light of the dying sun, and I wonder what thoughts race through her mind. Does she see her brother, his laughter echoing in her memory? Does she feel the weight of his absence like a stone in her heart? The horn blares again, shattering the stillness and igniting something primal within me. I feel it rise, a firestorm of emotions, fear, rage, and an insatiable thirst for survival. I remember the dream I had, the one where I flew above the chaos, where I could see everything unfold like a tapestry of fate. But this is no dream, this is a waking nightmare. Our horses surge forward, a tidal wave of power and inevitability. Dust billows around us, a swirling chaos that blinds and confuses. My heart races in tandem with our charge, every hoofbeat a reminder of the fragility of life. I feel the wind whipping through my hair, a wild freedom that contrasts sharply with the dread gnawing at my insides. Thomas is to my right, his face etched with determination, though I see the flicker of fear behind his bravado. He doesn't want to die today, not like this, in a cloud of dust and despair. I remember the stories of knights, how they would charge bravely into the fray, tales spun of honor, of valor. But here, it's different. Here, it's a chaotic dance of survival. And then Eliza is beside me, her spirit igniting in the face of the unknown. I can almost hear her brother's laughter, a ghostly reminder of what she fights for. I feel her rage, her pain, and it fuels my own. We are not alone, we are bound together by fear and fury. Our hearts beat in the rhythm of the charge, a wild symphony of life and death. The enemy materializes before us, a dark wave crashing against our resolve. I remember their faces, twisted, furious, hungry for blood. In that moment, time stretches, and I see everything, the glint of swords, the glimmer of armor, the terror in Thomas's eyes. The weight of every moment hangs heavy, and I feel the crushing inevitability of what is to come. And then, the first clash. Metal meets metal with a deafening roar, and the world erupts into chaos. I hear Thomas shout, a cry of defiance and terror. I see Eliza, fierce and unyielding, her sword a blur of motion, striking with all the ferocity of a storm. I remember what it was like to dream of heroism. But this is no dream. This is survival, raw and unfiltered, a desperate race against the relentless grip of fate. The battlefield is a sea of shadows and screams, a nightmarish landscape where hope flickers like a dying flame. I charge forward, propelled by adrenaline and fear, through the haze and blood. I see only the fight, only the moment, and yet, in the chaos, I am acutely aware of the fragility of our lives. We are caught in this cyclone, this terrible dance, where only the echoes of our hearts remain. The air crackles with tension, an electric charge that makes the skin tingle and the heart race. In the dim light of a war-torn alley, shadows dance like specters, and the stench of gunpowder and desperation hangs thick as fog. I stand crouched behind the remnants of what was once a noble castle, now a skeletal ruin, and I can hear their footsteps, soft, methodical, like a death march. It's in this dreadful silence, punctuated only by distant cries and the gnawing sound of my own breathing, that I think of Lars. Lars, a young soldier with dreams bigger than the horizon he's now fighting over, cradles his rifle like it's a lifeline. His face is a canvas of fear and determination, as if each emotion is vying for dominance in a war of its own. I remember the way he laughed, how it rang out, bright and clear, like church bells on a Sunday morning, but that laughter feels as far away as the lives we used to lead. Just keep your head down and your heart open, he told me once with a shy grin. But how can I keep my heart open amidst all this darkness? A sudden explosion shatters the moment. The world erupts into chaos, a cacophony of shouts and the violent gushing of metal against flesh. I duck, my heart slamming against my ribcage as I glance back at Lars. He's frozen for a heartbeat, eyes wide, as if he's peering into the abyss. There's a moment, just a breath, where time stretches, and everything seems suspended, like the moment before a storm. I can almost see the ghosts of our past selves lingering, carefree and oblivious, whispering to us, "This isn't where you belong." Jasmine is there too, her fierce spirit a beacon amidst the maelstrom. She fights alongside us, and in another life, she might have been a painter, splashing the world with color rather than blood. But here, in this grim theater of war, her palette is made of grit and fire. I can see the tension in her shoulders, the way she clenches her jaw, teeth grinding together as if trying to crush the weight of her own fears. She's seen more than most, and I can feel the shadows of her past creeping in, the faces of those she lost, each memory a heavy stone in her heart. With every explosion, I feel that weight deepen. "Lars!" I shout, but my voice is snatched away by the roar of conflict. When I look for him, he's gone, swallowed by the chaos. My stomach churns. I remember the dreams we shared, the hope that somehow, amidst the clamor, we could carve out a piece of joy for ourselves. But now, as the ground shakes beneath my feet, those dreams feel like shards of glass, cutting deep into the flesh of my reality. I press myself against the wall, the cold stone a chilling embrace. The feeling of vulnerability washes over me, and I close my eyes, listening for the rhythm of the battle. The pounding of my heart syncs with the distant artillery fire, a morbid metronome marking the passage of time. In this hellscape, where the air is thick with dust and unspoken prayers, I feel as if I'm floating in a void, untethered from everything I once knew. And then, a scream pierces the night, raw and unfiltered, a visceral sound that carries with it all the anguish of this war. It's Jasmine! I whip around, eyes scanning the chaos for her familiar silhouette. There she is, caught in the crossfire, grappling with a soldier, one of our own, their faces twisted with fear and delirium. "Jasmine!" I scream again, my voice a desperate plea. Time slows. I witness her struggle, a battle not just for her life but for her very essence. She fights with a ferocity that stirs something deep within me. I remember her laughter, the way she would speak of art like it was a language of the soul, capable of transcending the mundane. But now, the only art is in the savage dance of survival. I feel the weight of her struggle, and it crushes my heart like a vice. The world narrows down to this moment, a single point of contraction, where every fear, every hope, collides. I see Lars reappear, rushing towards us, his resolve igniting a spark of courage in my chest. His face is streaked with dirt and blood, yet his eyes burn with a fierce light. Together, he shouts, and it's a rallying cry that cuts through the despair. But there's a flicker of doubt, a whisper in my mind that taunts me. What are we really fighting for? The question sits heavy on my tongue, a bitter truth that threatens to suffocate. We are soldiers, yes, but we are also dreamers, lovers, and poets, each of us carrying dreams that could fill the skies. I look at them, Lars and Jasmine, and I realize, this isn't just their battle, it's ours. In that instant, everything crystallizes. I take a breath, a deep draw into my lungs as if inhaling the very essence of life. My fingers tighten around my weapon, not just a tool of destruction, but a symbol of our unyielding spirit. As we charge forward, the ghostly silhouettes of our past selves linger in the periphery, urging us onward. We fight not just for survival, but for those dreams, those fragile, beautiful dreams that live in the spaces between breaths, shimmering like stars against the black canvas of night. I can feel the pulse of the universe, the weight of time itself pressing down, and I know we are part of something larger than ourselves, a chaotic, violent symphony that echoes through the ages. In this moment, as chaos reigns around us, I remember. I remember the laughter, the dreams, and the fierce love that binds us together amidst the darkness. We are the Netherland troops, fighting not just against an enemy, but against the very shadows that threaten to consume us. And as the thunder of battle rages on, I know, this story doesn't end here. It continues, weaving itself through the fabric of our souls, an endless loop that keeps us tethered to hope, and to each other. The ground shook, a living, breathing entity, as the first cannonball tore through the air, shattering the morning calm. I remember the reverberation in my chest, the way it echoed like a heartbeat in the stillness, a cruel reminder that peace was a fleeting ghost. Dust billowed upward, swirling like the remnants of forgotten dreams, and for one suspended moment, time itself seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the storm to break. Pierre stood there, frozen, his heart racing, eyes wide as the smoke curled like sinister fingers around his comrades. I remember the smell of gunpowder mixed with the damp earth, a pungent reminder of life teetering on the edge. Pierre had once dreamed of heroism, of standing tall in the face of the enemy, but now, all he could feel was the icy grip of fear tightening around his throat. There was no glory in this chaos, only the raw taste of terror that settled like ash on his tongue. And then, as if summoned by the very essence of dread, the French forces surged forward, a wave of steel and rage. I remember the faces, twisted in determination, their shouts mingling with the roar of artillery, an anthem of destruction. Among them was Emile, a soldier with laughter that could warm the coldest night, now a harbinger of sorrow. He had a family waiting for him, children whose smiles danced in his mind like flickering candle flames. Would he see them again? Would he ever hear their laughter amidst the symphony of war? Hold the line, a voice shredded through the chaos, but to whom did it belong? The sound echoed around me, a ghostly refrain, as if the battlefield itself was mocking their bravery. Pierre, clutching his rifle as if it were a lifeline, felt the weight of his own cowardice creeping in. Would he stand firm, or would the ground swallow him whole? Each heartbeat drummed a relentless tattoo in his ears, a reminder that choice was an illusion in moments like these. The French came on, relentless, like dark clouds blotting out the sun, and as Pierre raised his rifle, he became acutely aware of how fragile life could be. The voices of his comrades faded into a distant murmur. In that moment, it was just him and the weapon, an extension of his trepidation. He fought against the rising tide of despair, but the truth was a jagged shard lodged deep inside him. This was not the battlefield of dreams but a graveyard for hopes. I remember Emile, lunging forward, charging into the fray with a wild abandon that defied all reason. For France, he bellowed, and in that moment, he became something greater, a hero in a world gone mad. But heroes are often illusions, flickering shadows cast by the light of desperation. As he fell, a scream lodged in Pierre's throat, the sound of friendship shattering in an instant, a bond severed not by choice, but by cruel fate. The ground drank deeply of their blood, a sinister offering to the gods of war. Time unraveled in a haze of gunfire and screams, each second stretching into eternity. The shadows of the past loomed large, memories crowding his mind, his mother's gentle touch, the warmth of a summer sun, and the laughter of his sister echoing in the quiet. "I'll come back," he had promised her, words that felt like stones lodged in his throat now. Would he keep that promise? The thought gnawed at him, relentless and unforgiving. "You have to move," a voice pierced through the fog, a comrade urging him on. But the weight of grief anchored him, roots sinking deeper into the earth. The battlefield had become a tapestry of nightmares, each thread woven with loss and anguish. He could see the remnants of lives cut short, discarded helmets, torn uniforms, and the haunting silence of those who would never return. And then there was Lucy, waiting in the safety of their village, fingers wrapped around a tattered letter that smelled of his sweat and dreams. She was a beacon in the darkness, yet here he was, a coward in the eye of the storm, unable to shield her from the horrors that threatened to engulf them both. He remembered her laughter, how it danced through the air like sunlight piercing the shadows. In that moment of despair, he made a choice. Clenching his fists around his weapon, he stepped forward, a slow, deliberate movement towards the chaos. He was not just a soldier, he was a brother, a son, a promise still unbroken. The French forces surged, and amidst the cacophony, he felt a glimmer of resolve ignite within him. With each step, he could hear the whispers of the fallen, ghosts urging him on, echoing their dreams and regrets. They were not just specters of war, they were fragments of his soul, reminders of what it meant to live, to fight for love, for family, for a future that felt so precarious. And as he charged forward, the cacophony turned into a symphony, each explosion, each cry of anguish, a note in the grand tragedy of existence. The shadows danced around him, casting an eerie glow on the battlefield, the air thick with the scent of blood and smoke. He stumbled, but the vision of Lucy, her eyes filled with hope, pushed him onward. The line between life and death blurred, and every step was a heartbeat, a pulse of defiance against the encroaching darkness. Together, he whispered, a mantra against the tide of despair. Together, they would face the demons. Together, they could forge a future from the ashes of war. And as the French forces closed in, a tide of humanity against the backdrop of chaos, Pierre felt a fierce surge of courage. The assault on the Allied center was not merely a battle, it was a crucible of existence, a clash of souls entwined by fate. In that moment, he was not just fighting for survival, he was fighting for every heartbeat, every breath shared, every fragile dream whispered under the stars. The world spun around him, a maelstrom of fire and fury, yet amid the swirling chaos, he found clarity, a beacon of light flickering against the dark. And as he plunged into the fray, he carried with him the weight of hope, the burden of love, and the unyielding spirit of humanity, echoing through the shadows, resonating with the promise that tomorrow, against all odds, they would find their way home. The ground trembled beneath a darkened sky, the air thick with the tang of iron and the bitter stench of fear. A single shot rang out, shattering the eerie silence, echoing through the valley like a gunshot in a dream. It was here, in this moment of breathless anticipation, that I felt the pulse of history pounding in my chest, a frantic rhythm as if time itself held its breath. The fight was upon us, and the world held its gaze, poised on the brink of chaos. I saw Thomas, his face a mask of determination, yet marred by the worry lines etched deep, shadows of sleepless nights and burdens too heavy for a mere soldier. He stood among the ranks, gripping his musket like a lifeline, the weight of it familiar yet ominous. Beneath his bravado, a tempest brewed. What was courage without the fear of failure? What was valor when every heartbeat whispered the names of those left behind? I remembered the way he had laughed at the absurdity of war, how he joked about his mother's cooking, even as he prepared to face the storm. It was a shield against the darkness, a fragile wall against despair. And then, there was Elise. Fierce and unyielding, her spirit flared like the flickering flames of the torches that lined our camp. Her auburn hair caught the dying light, a halo of fire amidst the encroaching shadows. But even she was not invincible. I could see the tremor in her hands, the way her lips moved in silent prayer as she pieced together the fragments of her resolve. Each prayer was a thread in a tapestry woven from hope and doubt, a tapestry that threatened to unravel with each passing moment. "What if this is the last time?" she whispered once, glancing at the stars, as if seeking answers from the cosmos, from the very heavens that had turned their backs on us. The battleground stretched before us, a nightmarish canvas splashed with the colors of hell, muddied brown and crimson red. Each hill bore witness to the souls lost, each blade of grass stained with the memories of 1,000 battles. I could hear the distant clang of steel, the guttural cries of men caught in the throes of violent desperation. My heart raced, thrumming in time with the drums of war, an insistent drumbeat echoing in my ears, drowning out reason. "Hold the line! Hold the line," someone yelled, and I felt the surge of adrenaline, the primal urge to fight or flee. But then there was Thomas, darting through the chaos like a moth drawn to the flame. "For honor," he bellowed, and I felt the air crackle with the intensity of his words. I followed, propelled by a force greater than my own resolve. Together we surged forward, two souls intertwined in the tragic ballet of warfare, desperate to find meaning in the madness. We charged into the heart of the tempest, where shadows danced with specters of the fallen, and the line between life and death blurred. I saw the fear in his eyes as it flickered like a candle's flame, and suddenly I was thrust back to a moment that felt like yesterday, a time when dreams felt tangible, when laughter echoed across sun-drenched fields, and the weight of the world was but a whisper. Memories collided with the present, fragments of innocence lost in the clamor of battle. The ghosts of our past whispered warnings, they begged us to remember who we were before the darkness captured our hearts. The clash of swords rang like a symphony of despair, each strike composing a dirge for the countless souls who had come before. I felt the heat of battle engulf me, a wave of raw emotion crashing against the shores of my sanity. I caught a glimpse of Elise, her fierce spirit dancing through the melee, a whirlwind of strength and gallantry. But even in the midst of her valor, a shadow lurked, a fear that if she fell, the light that had once illuminated her path would dim forever. And then it happened. A moment suspended in time, a swirling vortex of fate. I saw Thomas raise his weapon, and for an instant, everything slowed. I felt the world narrow, the battlefield transforming into a void where only he and I existed. His face was pale, raw with emotion as he faced an enemy whose eyes mirrored his own, the horror of choice, the agony of survival. I remember the laughter, he murmured, haunted by the ghosts of dreams never realized. Then came the blinding flash, the searing pain that shattered the moment. I could hardly comprehend the chaos around me, the cries of the wounded, the thud of bodies colliding with the earth, the stench of sweat and blood mingling in the heavy air. Everything faded, leaving only the pulse of the moment, the relentless march of time. I stumbled, my heart racing, and caught a glimpse of Elise, her face a canvas of determination twisted with dread. "We fight for more than ourselves," she cried, her voice cutting through the haze like a beacon of light. "We fight for each other." And in that moment, I understood, a connection forged in the fire of conflict, a bond that transcended the chaos. But what does it mean to fight for each other when every heartbeat could be the last? I felt the weight of the question settle onto my shoulders like a shroud. The battle raged on, screams melding into a haunting symphony. Each clash felt like a heartbeat, every breath a fragile lifeline. Time stretched and warped, the very fabric of reality fraying at the edges, turning dreams into nightmares and nightmares into visceral truths. And still, we pressed on, driven by an unyielding desire to confront the shadows. Thomas, Elise, and I, three souls intertwined in this tragic tapestry, each thread a testament to the human spirit's resilience. The decisive counterattack was upon us, and as we engaged the enemy, I felt the pull of destiny whispering in my ear, urging me to embrace the chaos. In the heart of the storm, where shadows loomed large and fear clawed at our throats, we found strength in our vulnerability. The darkness was alive, breathing like a beast, but so were we. And as the earth shook beneath us, we fought not just for survival, but for the flickering light of hope that remained, a fragile flame in a world consumed by darkness, a promise that even in the depths of despair, we would rise again, together. A thunderous heartbeat reverberated through the thick, dank air of the tent, the kind of pulse that could unsettle even the fiercest of men. The dim light flickered, casting long shadows on the worn canvas walls, warping the faces of those inside into grotesque reflections of their fears and desires. Enveloped in this ephemeral twilight, a figure stood, shoulders slumped, hands trembling, a map unfurled before him, Napoleon, the once mighty emperor, reduced to a desperate schemer, piecing together plans like a broken toy. I remember the stench of sweat mingling with the acrid smoke of flickering candles, the taste of dread clinging to my tongue like ash. The air was thick with the murmurs of anxious officers, their voices trembling with uncertainty, the echoes of their past triumphs now haunting as they looked into their leaders' eyes, searching for the spark that had once ignited nations. "Bonaparte," whispered General Ney, his voice a shaky thread woven through the chaos. "The Prussians close in. We cannot hold them." A ghost of a question lingered in the air. What happened to the audacity that had once cowed kingdoms? It felt as if the very history that had celebrated him was now conspiring against him, mocking his every effort. Napoleon's gaze lingered on the map, the ink blurring under the weight of his sweat. He saw not just lines and borders, but dreams, his dreams, crumbling like ancient ruins beneath a relentless tide. I could sense the weight in his chest, each breath a battle, each heartbeat a countdown to the inevitable. "We shall not surrender," he roared, his voice raw and edged with despair. But even as he spoke, his heart trembled with doubt. Then, there was Josephine, haunting him like an undying flame. I remember her laughter, its sweetness a bitter echo in the corners of his mind. She had been his muse, his anchor, now, she was a spectre he could not banish. "You left me," she whispered through the shadows, her presence lingering like smoke. "You chose power over love." Her words cut deeper than any sword, a reminder of sacrifices made in the name of ambition. She was his muse, his curse, and he could not escape the duality of that truth. Across the tent, a young aide, Luke, watched, wide-eyed, caught between admiration and terror. He idolized Napoleon, yet the weight of expectation pressed upon him like a boulder. "What do we do, sir?" he asked, voice barely above a whisper, fear coiling in his gut. He felt the tension surge around him, electric and menacing, like a storm-gathering force. Napoleon turned to Luke, his eyes wild, fierce, fueled by desperation. "We fight. Always fight." But behind that bravado, I could see the flicker of uncertainty, a maelstrom of memories crashing against the walls of his psyche. Was it too much to hope for victory when the world was crumbling at his feet? The night deepened, silence amplifying the cracks within their hearts. I could hear the distant roar of cannon fire, a reminder of the chaos looming outside. Each blast felt like a warning, a reminder that time was slipping away, spiraling into the abyss. And yet, in that moment, I felt a peculiar calm settle, a dark, unsettling peace that whispered of inevitable loss. Luke shivered, the chill of the night creeping into his bones. He thought of home, of the woman he loved, waiting for him with hope in her eyes. What if we fail? The word slipped from his lips, fragile and raw, like glass shattering into a million pieces. Failure loomed like a specter over them all, an uninvited guest at a feast of despair. Napoleon's mouth tightened, a flicker of rage flaring towards Luke. Failure is not an option, boy. Each word punctuated with urgency, yet beneath the surface, I could see the cracks in his facade, the weight of all his choices pressing down like an iron shroud. Still, the fires of ambition burned within him, fierce and unyielding. If we fall, we leave a legacy, he said, passion igniting his voice. They will speak of us for centuries to come. But even as he spoke, the words felt hollow, echoing in the vast emptiness that threatened to swallow him whole. Shadows thickened in the corners of the tent, ghostly figures emerging from the depths of his mind, defeated generals, fallen allies, echoes of the past whispering their judgments. You were a man of brilliance, they hissed. But ambition blinds you. You stand on the precipice of ruin. The tension snapped, sharp as a blade drawn from its sheath. Luke's heart raced, pounding against his ribcage, each beat a question unanswered. What will you sacrifice? He dared to ask, the weight of fear lacing his voice, chastising his own audacity. Napoleon's eyes blazed with an intensity that ignited the air around him. Everything, he shouted, an oath wrapped in desperation. I will not go quietly into that dark night. I will drag the world with me. Outside, the night echoed with the distant roar of chaos, the clash of steel, the cries of men. It was a symphony of desperation and hope, a dance of shadows and light. Each note rang through the fabric of time, an immortal reminder that every heartbeat echoed with consequence. And so they stood, three souls woven together by fate, the fallen emperor, the frightened aide, the ghost of love lost. In that moment of crisis, the air crackled with urgency, the weight of choices pressing upon them like the hand of destiny. I could feel the world shift around them, time bending and warping, pulling them toward an uncertain morrow. Together, Napoleon intoned, and I could see a flicker of resolve ignite within him. We face it together. The words carried a promise, a fragile thread of hope woven into despair. And as the night deepened, tensions flared, hearts raced, and the shadows loomed larger, always larger, threatening to swallow them whole. This was it, the moment when ambition collided with fear, when dreams crumbled into shadow under the weight of reality. Each second stretched, throbbing, drawing tighter and tighter. The stage was set, the players in motion, and the world waited with bated breath for what was to come, a confrontation that would echo through the ages, a climax steeped in emotion, fear, and the raw essence of humanity. The air crackled, thick with the tension of fate hanging by a frayed thread, as dusk swallowed the horizon whole. A cacophony of distant screams clawed at the silence, each sound a dagger piercing through the fragile veil of night. I stood frozen, heart pounding like a war drum against my ribcage, echoing the chaos around me. The sun dipped reluctantly, casting long shadows that danced ominously across the mud-caked field. Panic festered in the air, a palpable entity lurking just beyond reach, waiting to ensnare the unwary. Pierre, my brother in arms, clutched his musket, knuckles white with the strain. His eyes, wide and glazed, reflected the fading light, mirroring the horror of what lay ahead. We can't hold them, he whispered, the dread spilling from his lips like a prayer no one intended to answer. I remembered the laughter we shared in the tavern just days ago, the warmth of the fire, the taste of cheap wine swirling in our bellies, a moment that felt worlds away. Now, the darkness loomed, a bitter reminder that everything had changed. Monsieur, the sergeant's voice sliced through the impending storm, sharp and authoritative. Prepare to hold the line. But there was no line left. Only a fragile web of allegiance spun from fear and desperation, ready to snap at the first sign of trouble. I could see it in the eyes of the men, the doubt curling around their hearts like smoke. Each soldier, a vessel of their own doubt, their own collapsing faith. Then there was Elise, the nurse, darting through the chaos like a flickering candle in a tempest. Her hands were stained, not just with blood but with the weight of every soul she'd tried to save. I caught her gaze, and in that fleeting moment, the world around us faded. "Why do we fight?" she asked, her voice a mere whisper, saturated with an aching sorrow. "What is left to protect?" I wanted to answer, to soothe the storm brewing in her chest, but the truth twisted like a knife. We fought for illusions, honor, glory, a fleeting sense of purpose that crumbled like old parchment in our palms. Amid the encroaching darkness, the rumble of hooves thundered in the distance. The enemy approached, a tide of shadow and steel that swept toward us with relentless fury. I felt my heart drop, a stone into an abyss. "We hold the line," the sergeant shouted, but the words felt like ashes in my mouth. Panic erupted like a sudden fire, and I could see men around me breaking, shattering like fragile glass under the weight of despair. "Pierre!" I cried, but the name was lost in the rising chaos as bodies surged forward, fear driving them to flee. I dug my fingers into the mud, fighting against the tide, but it was overwhelming. Men screamed in terror, some trampled underfoot, while others turned, eyes wide with the primal instinct to survive. I felt my own resolve crumbling, the weight of the world crashing down, suffocating every ounce of hope left within me. Elise was still there, darting from one wounded man to another, her courage a beacon in the night. "Stay with me," she urged, her voice cutting through the pandemonium, wrapping around me like an anchor. I wanted to reach for her, to pull her back from the brink, but I was rooted in place, paralyzed by the unfolding nightmare. Then I saw Pierre again, the determination etched into his features hardening into a mask of desperation. He stood, a solitary figure against the oncoming storm, musket raised like a sword of Damocles. "For France," he cried, a rallying cry that felt more like a eulogy. In his eyes, I saw my own reflection, a desperate man clinging to the ruins of a dream. I remember the moment everything shattered, the world exploding in a conflagration of sound and fury as cannon fire lit up the night. I remember the earth shaking, the cries of the fallen mingling with the explosion of chaos, a symphony of despair that drowned out all hope. I was swept away, lost in a maelstrom of bodies, the pallor of fear painting every face around me as we were swallowed by the tide of panic. "Run!" Elise screamed, her voice barely breaking through the din. I could see her now, her figure blurring against the backdrop of chaos. The shadows of men fell away, consumed by the darkness, but she remained, a flicker of light in the overwhelming void. I stumbled forward, driven by an instinct deeper than fear, the need to protect, to shield. But survival had its own currency. I saw Pierre fall, not with a cry but with a silence that resonated in my bones. The world stilled for a heartbeat, a moment of twisted clarity. The chaos faded into a dull roar, and I felt something break within me, a piece of my soul splintering as he crumpled to the ground, a marionette severed from its strings. "Pierre!" The scream tore from my throat, raw and ragged. I lunged forward, but the tide was too strong, pulling me away. The world blurred, time fracturing into 1,000 shards as I was swept along, the faces of comrades morphing into ghosts, their eyes wide with fear, their bodies collapsing in upon themselves. Elise grasped my arm, her grip fierce and unyielding. "We have to go." But the words fell flat against the backdrop of despair. I could feel the pulse of the night, the thrum of bodies moving in chaos, a desperate ballet of retreat and survival. The lines had collapsed, and we were swept away in the tide, a whirlwind of heartbeats and cries, memories unraveling like an old tapestry. As the shadows deepened, enveloping us, I knew that this was just the beginning of the end. We were lost in the darkness, wading through the remnants of hope, every step a reminder of the ghosts that lingered, haunting the edges of our fraying hearts. The air tasted of ash, and the night wore the weight of our despair like a shroud. I felt the grip of panic, the overwhelming rush of fear, but deep within, a flicker of defiance stirred. We would endure, we would remember, not for glory, not for honor, but for those we had lost in the night. And in the chaos, I held on to that flicker, desperate to keep the darkness at bay, knowing that the night was far from over. A single, ragged breath hung in the air, sharp and metallic, like the taste of blood, as the sun dipped below the horizon. Shadows stretched across the battlefield, a canvas of despair painted in shades of crimson and earthy browns. The ground quivered beneath the weight of silent ghosts, memories trapped in the aftermath of a day that had shattered lives. I stood there, heart racing, the echo of screams still reverberating in my ears, a haunting symphony of loss that would never fade. I remember the moment when the clash began. A sword sang their cruel melody, yet now, the silence was deafening, thick with the scent of burnt flesh and the iron tang of spilled life. I could still hear the phantom cries of Elias, my brother, a boy of 20 summers, whose laughter had once danced through our home like sunlight. He had been so brave, charging into the fray with a reckless smile, the one that always made me scold him. "Stay close, you fool!" I had shouted, but he was already lost in the chaos, a warrior in a world that knew no mercy. Amid the ruin, I stumbled over bodies, some familiar, others mere shadows of stories that would never be told. I remembered Clara, a firebrand with a spirit that could ignite the coldest nights, her laughter woven into the fabric of our lives. She had fought beside us, her blade a glimmer of hope amidst despair. Now, her eyes were closed, forever silencing the dreams she carried, extinguished like a candle snuffed out too soon. The weight of her absence pressed down on my chest like a stone, each breath a reminder of the heartache that clawed at me. In that moment, time stretched, unraveling as if the universe conspired to hold me in this nightmare. The battlefield became a grotesque gallery, where the art was painted in blood. I felt the echoes of laughter and joy dissolve into the air, replaced by the stench of death. I turned, seeking solace, but the faces of the fallen stared back at me, accusing, demanding to be remembered. The night wrapped around me, a cloak of shadow that whispered secrets of the departed, soft yet unyielding. And then there was Lirael. She had been the light, the one who lifted our spirits with her songs, melodies that soared above the cries of battle like a beacon of hope. I saw her now, crumpled like forgotten parchment, her voice silenced by the brutality that knew no bounds. I remember how she had looked at me just before the chaos erupted, her eyes a storm of uncertainty. "What if we don't return?" she had asked, her voice trembling, yet it had been laced with courage. "Then we'll write our own legends," I had replied, not knowing how hollow those words would feel in the wake of our shattered dreams. The ground beneath me felt cursed, a reminder that we had danced with fate, and it had led us into a dark waltz of despair. I knelt, fingers trembling, brushing aside the dirt that had claimed Lirael's face, desperately hoping to catch a glimpse of her spirit. What did it mean to fight for something that seemed so easily lost? What did it mean to be human in a world that demanded we shed our humanity? I remember the stars twinkling like distant promises, mocking me from above. They were indifferent to our suffering, shining brightly while we lay in the dark, grappling with the consequences of our choices. The universe spun on, blind to our pain, and I felt an overwhelming urge to scream at the heavens, to shake my fist at fate. But all that escaped my lips was a choked sob, the sound lost to the winds that carried away our dreams. The moon rose higher, illuminating the wreckage, casting a silver sheen over the twisted forms of the fallen. I found Elias again, buried beneath the weight of his own valor, and I felt the loss like a gaping wound in my soul. I gripped his hand, cold and lifeless, and cried out, "Where are you now, brother? Where is your laughter?" The stars blinked, as if considering my question, but the silence remained unbroken. What haunted me most was the knowledge that we were not alone in this grief. Families would await their return, eyes filled with hope that would soon turn to despair. The echoes of our battle would ripple through the lives of others, spreading the contagion of heartache like a plague that knew no bounds. I thought of the children left behind, of mothers whose hearts would shatter like fragile glass, of fathers who would not return home to share tales of bravery, but rather to mourn the empty spaces where their loved ones had stood. I saw my own hand stained with blood, a grim reminder of the choices made, the lines crossed. We had fought for freedom, for honor, yet all I felt was the weight of death clinging to my skin like a shroud. Was this the price of our victory? Was it worth the cost of our souls? The question spiraled, unanswered, like smoke rising into the night, disappearing into the void. In the distance, The sounds of the living began to stir, cries of regret, whispers of fear. The world was waking, yet here we were, trapped in a twilight realm of despair, teetering on the edge of what once was and what could never be again. I stood, trembling, the horizon a blurred line of grief and resolution, knowing that though we were defeated, we were not alone. The aftermath of battle had left scars deeper than flesh, invisible yet palpable, haunting our every step like shadows that refused to fade. I turned, taking one last look at the ghosts of my past, and felt the weight of their stories settle in my bones. I would carry them, for they were the remnants of our love, our laughter, the essence of what made us human. As I took my first step away from the battlefield, I understood that the true battle was just beginning, one of remembrance, of carrying forward the echoes of those lost in the shadows, of ensuring that they were never forgotten. And as the night enveloped me, I felt the stirrings of a new dawn, fragile yet resolute, waiting just beyond the horizon. The journey was far from over, there were still stories to be told, hearts to be mended, and lives to be reclaimed from the depths of despair. The cosmos spun above, indifferent yet watchful, as we moved forward, forever changed, forever haunted. The sun hung low in the sky, a dying ember casting long shadows over the austere landscape of Elba. I remember the weight of that moment, an eerie silence wrapped itself around me, thick enough to choke the breath from my lungs. I could hear the whispers of ghosts in the wind, the weight of ambition and failure echoing through the air. Napoleon Bonaparte stood before me, his silhouette stark against the fading light. He was a king in exile, a lion stripped of its manner, and yet, somehow, still formidable. His eyes, once fierce with the fire of conquest, now flickered with the dying embers of desperation. It was as if the very essence of his being had been splintered into shards, each one reflecting his past glories, his dreams, and the heart-wrenching reality of his downfall. I remember the tension that hung between us, thick and palpable, a taut wire about to snap. And then there was Josephine. Even in her absence, her presence lingered like a haunting perfume, sweet yet suffocating. She was the ghost of his heart, the phantom he could never quite shake. I felt her in the air, a reminder of love lost, of promises made under moonlit skies, now nothing more than shadows on the walls of his memories. Napoleon's fingers grazed the edge of a crumbling stone, his thoughts swirling like a tempest. I remember, he whispered, the way she looked at me, as if the world was ours to conquer. But that world was gone, slipping through his fingers like sand. I saw the tremor in his hand, the way his breath hitched, as if the weight of regret could crush him right there. It was an unbearable sight, this man who once commanded armies now reduced to a figure haunted by echoes of a love that transcended time. Damn the fate that led me here, he spat, the anger bubbling beneath his skin. Do they not see that I am more than this exile? More than a ghost wandering a desolate island. The fury was raw, each word laced with the agony of 1,000 battles lost, not just on the fields of war, but within his very soul. And within me, something stirred. I was torn between admiration and pity, a spectator to his crumbling legacy. The weight of history pressed down on my shoulders, the burden of a man who had danced with power only to be cast aside like an old cloak. I couldn't help but wonder, how do we measure a life? Is it through the conquests of a soldier, or the love that ignites the heart? The wind howled, a mournful cry carrying remnants of a forgotten glory. I could see him slip into memories, flashes of the grand palaces of Paris, the cheers of the loyal, the silence of betrayal. I remember the night they turned against me, he murmured, his voice trembling. When the whispers became shouts. When allies became enemies. And there it was, the heart of his torment, the moment that would forever define him. He was both a tyrant and a visionary, a man who dreamed of a united Europe, only to be undone by the very ambitions that drove him. The line between greatness and downfall is razor thin, and in that moment, it felt like a knife, slicing through the air around us. Do you think they'll remember me? He asked, his voice suddenly vulnerable, the mask of arrogance slipping away, revealing a man who feared oblivion. I felt the weight of his question hang in the air, a haunting specter that loomed over us both. Will they speak of my triumphs, or will they only echo the tales of my disgrace? I wanted to reach out, to tell him that history remembers everything, the good, the bad, the absurdity of it all. But I held my tongue, for I knew that sometimes, silence speaks louder than words. The shadows danced around us, swirling like the ghosts of the past, each one a reminder of choices made, the hunger for power, the love that slipped away, the relentless march of time. Then, the darkness thickened, and there stood Louis, the king who returned to reclaim what was lost. His posture was regal, but his eyes betrayed an uncertainty, a fear of the inevitable confrontation. "You dare show your face here?" Napoleon's voice rose, a low growl simmering with rage. "I come not as a foe, but as a reminder of the burden of your legacy," Louis replied, his voice trembling yet steady. "You are not forgotten, but neither are you the hero you once believed yourself to be." The weight of that truth hung heavy in the air. Napoleon's face contorted with a mix of rage and sorrow, the two emotions battling within him like armies clashing on a field. "I was not born to fade into nothingness," he screamed, the sound piercing the desolate landscape, echoing against the craggy cliffs. Yet, in that moment, I saw the flicker of despair cross his face, a man grappling with the monstrous reality of his own narrative. History is a cunning storyteller, weaving threads of joy, betrayal, and heartbreak into a tapestry that stretches far beyond individual lives. I felt a shudder ripple through the ground beneath our feet, as if even the earth was unwilling to bear witness to the unraveling of a titan. Time seemed to fold in on itself, every heartbeat a reminder of lives intertwined, the paths they had chosen, and the choices that led them here. The wind howled, a beast longing for freedom, while the shadows whispered secrets of love and loss. Napoleon was not just a man in exile, he was a legacy, a haunting echo of what it means to chase greatness and the darkness that follows. And as the sun finally dipped below the horizon, a chill settled over the land, a final curtain falling on a stage once filled with grandeur. In that twilight moment, I realized something profound. The fate of Napoleon was not just a story of a man but a reflection of humanity itself, our desires, our failures, and the eternal quest for meaning in a world that often forgets to remember. In the silence, I stood, feeling the weight of our shared existence, each breath a tether to a past that would never truly fade. The shadows grew longer, enveloping us in their embrace, a reminder that the night is always darkest before the dawn. The smoke hung heavy in the air, a suffocating blanket that wrapped around the crumbling walls of the old castle. As I stood there, heart pounding like a war drum, I caught a glimpse of the horizon, the sun, a molten orb, dipping beneath the jagged edge of a world teetering on the brink of chaos. I could taste the bitter tang of fear on my tongue, feel it coiling in my stomach like a serpent. The city, once alive with laughter and music, now echoed with the whispers of ghosts, ghosts of dreams lost and futures rewritten. Myra stood beside me, eyes wild, reflecting the flames that danced in the distance. Her fingers trembled, clutching a tattered map, the ink smeared with the sweat of desperation. "Look," she said, voice a fragile whisper, "they're changing everything. Borders shifting like the wind." I followed her gaze, and there it was, a line etched through the land, a cruel scar that would sever families, friendships, futures. I remembered when we had drawn the same line, laughing about our childish dreams of kingdoms and castles. Now, those innocent dreams lay shattered, buried beneath the weight of history. Across the square, Adrian stood alone, framed by the burning buildings, his face a canvas of torment. I had known Adrian since the days of carefree youth, when we believed the world spun in our favor. But now, the reality was stark and unforgiving. His allegiance was torn between the crumbling ideals of a nation and the cries of a people left behind. He had chosen his side, but in that choice, I saw the flicker of doubt. "What have we become?" he shouted, his voice cracking like the very ground beneath his feet. I wanted to reach for him, to pull him back from the precipice of despair, but the distance between us felt insurmountable, a chasm forged by politics and pain. The news had swept through the streets like wildfire, igniting passions and fears in equal measure. Nations redefined, histories erased, futures rewritten, all at the stroke of a pen. I remember the faces of the crowd, eyes wide with disbelief, mouths moving in silent prayer or shouts of rebellion. "This isn't just geography," Myra said, her voice rising with fervor. "It's our lives. It's love and loss." She was right, every inch of this land was soaked in stories, our histories woven into its very soil. But now, it felt as if we were being torn apart, the fabric of our existence unraveling under the weight of decisions made in high chambers far removed from the pulse of life. The clock tower struck midnight, the sound reverberating through the silence like a heartbeat fading away. I felt the shadows creeping closer, the darkness threatening to swallow us whole. At that moment, I saw it, the gathering storm of people, faces twisted in anguish, fists raised in defiance. I should have felt hope, but all I could sense was the tension, the simmering rage that promised an explosion. I turned to Myra, and in her gaze, I saw the flicker of a shared understanding, a bond forged in the crucible of conflict, yet fragile as glass. Adrian stepped forward, the firelight illuminating the depths of his turmoil. "We can't let this happen," he pleaded, desperation lacing his words. "We have to fight for what's ours." But what was ours anymore? I looked around and saw families torn apart, friendships shattered. I felt the weight of history pressing down, suffocating us under its relentless march. And what if fighting means losing everything? I countered, my voice trembling. What if it means becoming the very monsters we fear? Myra stepped between us, her presence commanding. "No more monsters," she declared, her voice steady and resolute. "No more drawing lines in the sand. We have to stand together, this is our land, our future." There was a fire in her words, a spark that ignited something deep within me. I wanted to believe, to rally behind her conviction, but fear clung to me like a second skin. The chaos erupted around us. Cries mingled with the crackling flames, a dark symphony of despair and hope. I felt the ground shift beneath my feet, the very earth trembling with the weight of our choices. I turned to Adrian, our eyes locking with unspoken understanding. We were caught in a tempest, both scared and exhilarated. "Together," I whispered, the word barely escaping my lips, a fragile promise hanging in the air. "Together," he echoed, and in that moment, the weight of our past seemed to lift, if only slightly. It was a fragile alliance, but it felt powerful, electric. The air crackled with possibility, and I could almost taste the freedom that lay just beyond our reach. But the world outside continued to shift. Borders were drawn in blood and tears, and the ghosts of our ancestors echoed through the streets, their whispers of caution warning us of the dangers ahead. With every step we took, the shadows deepened, and the weight of history loomed larger. I remember the dreams of unity that once filled our hearts. I remember the laughter that echoed in the alleys, the promises we made beneath the starlit skies. But now, as we prepared to face the storm, I could feel the haunting weight of uncertainty. Would we emerge as victors or victims? Would our struggle be in vain, swallowed by the relentless tide of change? The clock ticked on, relentless and unforgiving, a reminder of time slipping through our fingers. I felt the urgency of the moment, the adrenaline coursing through my veins. This was our stand, our chance to rewrite the narrative etched in blood and sorrow. As I looked at Myra and Adrian, their faces lit by the flickering flames, I knew that whatever lay ahead, we would face it together. The journey was fraught with peril, but for the first time, I felt a pulse of hope, the heartbeat that resonated through the chaos, binding us as we stepped into the unknown. The lines may have been drawn, but we would not be defined by them. In the shadows, we would find our light. The battle was just beginning. It starts with a scream, a piercing wail that slices through the heavy air, a cry that haunts you even as it fades. I can still hear it, echoing off the crumbling walls of the city, haunted memories etched in stone. The sun hangs low, a blood-orange orb sinking into the horizon, casting an eerie glow that dances on the shadows of the buildings, illuminating the fear-stricken faces of the crowd. They gather like moths to a flame, whispering about the battle that rages beyond the gates, each word a bead of sweat rolling down their backs, hot and sticky with dread. I remember standing there, clutching my camera, the weight of it both a comfort and a curse. My name is Sarah, and I've chased stories through the darkest alleys and brightest plazas. But today, my heart races not for the thrill of the story, but for the souls caught in this storm. I feel the pulse of the city under my feet, the shuddering heartbeat of fear and hope mingling in the air. I close my eyes, and for a moment, I am just a ghost, floating through the chaos, listening to the heartbeat of humanity. Then there's Mark, my colleague, an anchor amidst the turmoil, his jaw clenched, eyes like iron. He's been doing this too long, too many battles, too many stories that crawl under your skin and refuse to let go. We have to get closer, he urges, a fire igniting in his voice, the stubbornness of a man who has seen it all and refuses to turn away. I can see the darkness creeping into his thoughts, memories of lost friends flashing like strobe lights behind his eyes. The ghosts of the past cling to him, shadows that whisper of failure, of moments when he stood idle as the world crumbled. Mark, we can't. I plead, my voice trembling, each word a desperate gasp. I remember the last time we pushed too far, a story that devoured a piece of him, the truth clawing at his insides. But he's already moving, his feet pounding the pavement, dragging me along into the storm, and I can't decide if I'm afraid for him or for myself. The battle rages, a cacophony of chaos that seeps into the very fabric of the streets. Explosions shake the ground, and I can feel them in my bones, a visceral reminder of the fragility of life. I see the civilians, their faces pale, eyes wide, like startled deer caught in the headlights of an oncoming truck. Fear binds us all together, a thread that weaves through the crowd, tightening around our throats. A mother clutches her child, the little one's eyes glistening with unshed tears, and I think of my own mother, of how she would have held me in moments like this, how she would have whispered promises of safety, even as the world burned around us. Get that shot! Mark shouts, and for a moment, the journalist in me takes over, adrenaline coursing through my veins. I lift the camera, framing the scene, a soldier, face smeared with dirt and blood, a look of determination etched into his brow. But as I click the shutter, the flash illuminates the horror, and I see it, the flicker of fear in his eyes, the uncertainty beneath the bravado. It's raw, unfiltered, and I know this moment will haunt me long after the battle is over. Time feels like a cruel joke, twisting and warping around us. I remember when we thought we had time to breathe life into our stories, to tell the tales that mattered. But now, it slips through our fingers like sand. Each tick of the clock is a reminder of the lives at stake, the humanity forgotten in the frenzy of headlines and broadcasts. The media, they say, has the power to shape the narrative, but in moments like this, I wonder, whose story are we really telling? I see it in the eyes of the reporters scrambling around us, like vultures, circling, waiting for the next tragedy to unfold. I can't shake the feeling that they are more interested in the spectacle than the souls behind the tragedy. I remember the way Mark's eyes filled with fire when he talked about the responsibility of telling these stories, of bearing witness to the truth. But now, as we stand on the precipice of chaos, I see the doubt creeping in, the shadows clawing at his resolve. Get behind me, he snaps, pushing me aside as the ground erupts in a violent roar. My heart races, a wild drumbeat in my chest, as we run, dodging debris and chaos. The world is a blur, a kaleidoscope of fear and fury. I remember thinking that each moment we survive is a story waiting to be told, but the weight of it settles heavily on my shoulders. And then, as if time itself holds its breath, I catch a glimpse of a figure emerging from the smoke. It's a boy, no older than 10, his eyes wide and searching, lost in the madness. Our gazes lock, and in that split second, the world falls away. I see his innocence, his vulnerability, a reflection of every child caught in this nightmare. I remember my own childhood, the quiet moments of laughter, the blissful ignorance of what the world could become. Mark! I cry, my voice battling the din, a desperate plea, a lifeline thrown into the chaos. But he's already lost in the moment, chasing a story, a truth that feels like 100-pound weight on his soul. I want to scream, to shake him awake, to remind him of the people behind the headlines, but my voice is swallowed by the roar of the battle around us. The moment hangs, suspended in time, heavy with emotion, and I can feel the tears pooling in my eyes. I remember the stories we wanted to tell, the lives we wanted to honor, but amidst the chaos, all that remains is the raw, unfiltered truth. We are all just ghosts, fleeting shadows in a world that demands our attention, our compassion, our humanity. The sound of gunfire erupts again, shattering the silence, and I realize we're running out of time. The walls are closing in, the shadows growing deeper. In this chaotic dance of fear and hope, we are all just fragments of a greater story, woven together by the media's restless pursuit of truth. As I turn to follow Mark, the boy's face lingers in my mind, a haunting reminder of everything at stake. And with every step, I feel the weight of our responsibility, how we can either uplift or devastate, how the stories we tell can either heal or tear apart. In this moment, I understand that the battle isn't just out there, it's within us, in the choices we make, the truths we reveal, and the compassion we extend to one another. The sun sinks lower, shadows creeping in like the encroaching night, and I realize that this is only the beginning. The battle continues, the narrative unfurls, and I can only hope to capture the heart of it, the beating heart of humanity, pulsing with fear, love, and an unyielding desire to be heard. The ground trembles beneath my feet, a haunting echo of the past reverberating through the very soil of Waterloo. I stand on the crest of the ridge, where once armies clashed, and the air thrums with the weight of memories that linger like smoke in a twilight sky. The sun hangs low, casting long shadows, and a chill wraps around my spine, a reminder that history is never truly dead. It breathes, it whispers, it screams. I remember Thomas, his eyes wide with a mixture of dread and determination. He clutched his musket, his hand shaking as if the lives of 1,000 men depended on his grip. All around him, soldiers were mere silhouettes against the blazing sun, a vast sea of hope and despair, fear and bravery. His heart raced, pounding like a war drum, each thump a reminder of the moment they were thrust into. "What if we don't make it?" he asked, voice strained, yet somehow hopeful. I remember the way the question hung in the air, thick and heavy, almost tangible. Then there was Eliza, her spirit fierce, a flame flickering in the darkness. She was a nurse in the makeshift hospital, a sanctuary amidst the chaos, her hands stained with blood and betrayal. I remember the way she moved through the throngs of injured men, the scent of iron mingling with the stench of sweat and fear. "You'll live," she assured them, her voice steady, her gaze unwavering. But beneath that facade of strength, I saw the cracks. I saw the shadows lurking in her gaze, the ghosts of those she couldn't save. I remember, she whispered one night, clutching a faded letter, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I remember the ones who didn't come back. In the distance, the imposing monument loomed, a towering column, stark against the bruised sky. The Lion's Mound, they called it, a tribute forged from the bones of the fallen. But what did it symbolize? Victory? Defeat? Or the eternal ache of loss that gnaws at the very souls of those who remain? I could feel its weight pressing down on us, a silent sentinel standing guard over secrets best left buried. The wind howled, a mournful cry, swirling around us like specters from a forgotten time. I remember standing there, breathless, as if inhaling the collective sorrow of 100,000 souls. Each gust seemed to carry with it the whispers of the dead. Remember us, they seemed to say, remember the battles fought, the dreams dashed. Beneath the monument, time seemed to fold in on itself. The past intertwined with the present, and I felt the pulse of history in my veins, an insistent reminder that we are all threads in this vast tapestry. "Tell me about the night," Thomas would ask, his voice low, almost reverent. And as I spoke of the moonlit fields drenched in blood, of the cries that pierced the night, his eyes would widen, absorbing every word. "What did it feel like to lose them?" he would whisper, and I would struggle to answer. The words stuck in my throat, like stones, heavy and unyielding. The truth was too vast, too terrible. It felt like watching a dream shatter, I managed, my own voice breaking under the weight. Like losing pieces of yourself. Time slipped away in the shadows of that monument, moments tangled like the roots of ancient trees. I remember the night it rained, a torrential downpour that seemed to wash away the very ground beneath us. Eliza, drenched to the bone, stood firm, her resolve as unyielding as the stones of the monument. "We can't forget," she declared, her voice rising above the storm, fierce and wild. "They fought for something, for us, and we can't let their memories drown." But how does one hold onto the past when it slips through your fingers like sand? As the rain drummed against the earth, all I could think of were the faces, men and women alike, brave souls who walked this ground, their laughter now echoes, their lives merged into the soil. Days turned into nights, each one marked by the toll of the clock, a relentless reminder of time's passage. I remember the stories we shared, huddled together in that dimly lit room, the flickering candle casting ghostly shadows on the walls. "What would you say to them?" Thomas asked one evening, his voice barely above a whisper. "If you could speak to them now?" I hesitated, the weight of his question hanging between us. I'd tell them. I'd tell them they're not forgotten. And in that instant, I realized we were the keepers of their memory, the vessels of their dreams and despair. The weight of our responsibility felt almost unbearable, yet there was a flicker of hope, a promise that their stories would live on. But the monument stood like a looming specter, demanding recognition, reverence, perhaps even atonement. I watched as people gathered around it, eyes glazed over with the weight of history. They came, not just to remember, but to absolve, to seek closure in the silent screams of the past. But could a stone ever truly capture the essence of loss? Eliza would often wander alone, her footsteps echoing against the cold marble, searching for solace among the names etched in stone. Am I enough? She would ask the wind, her voice trembling. Am I doing justice to their memory? I wanted to reach out and say yes, oh yes, but the words often felt inadequate against the enormity of her grief. The air grew thick with tension as memories roused the shadows, wild and unbidden. I remember the night I saw Thomas cry, silent tears tracing paths down his cheeks, the weight of guilt pulling him under. I should have done more, he murmured, voice cracking, more for them, for you, for us. And in that moment, I understood, we were all haunted by the ghosts of Waterloo, each one of us wrestling with the burden of remembrance. The monument loomed over us, a reminder that history is not just a collection of dates and events, it is a living entity, a breathing testament to human endurance and fragility. With each passing day, I felt the pull of the past growing stronger, an irresistible force drawing us into its depths. The Lion's Mound never faltered, standing tall against the encroaching darkness, a beacon of hope amidst the despair. Yet I knew, beneath its stony exterior, lay the raw, bleeding heart of memory, beating in time with our own restless souls. As I stand here now, the shadows lengthening, I realize our stories are not just ours to tell, they are the very fabric of history, stitched together with love, loss, and the relentless march of time. I remember, and I will carry them with me, not just as echoes, but as living, breathing parts of my own story. The monument stands not merely as a tribute, but as a reminder that we are all entwined in this eternal dance of remembrance and forgetting, where every heartbeat echoes through the ages. The air crackles as the sun dips below the horizon, painting the sky in bruised shades of purple and crimson. In this moment, time feels suspended, hanging like a ripped banner fluttering in a ghostly wind. I stand in the street, the pavement slick with rain, a chill creeping beneath my skin. I remember the echoes of shouting, the clash of metal, how it reverberated like thunder in a storm brewing deep in the soul of the city. Is this really happening? Lara whispers, her voice a tremor, barely audible over the distant roar. Her eyes, wide and glassy, dart between shadows and flickering streetlights, searching for answers in a world gone mad. She clutches her notebook, pages crumpled, ink bleeding from her frantic scribbles as if each word holds the chaos at bay. This is what we wanted, right? But the thrill of the battle is a double-edged sword, slicing through the fragile fabric of our dreams. I remember the nights we sat together in dimly lit cafes, cups of coffee forgotten as we debated the power of art and literature to ignite revolutions, to shake the very foundations of civilization. Yet here we are, standing at the precipice of a war that threatens to consume us whole. Across the street, Ethan stands with fists clenched, his jaw tight, a storm brewing behind those stormy eyes. He's always been the brave one, the one who dives headfirst into chaos, searching for meaning in the madness. They won't silence us, he growls, the anger bubbling up within him, an inferno waiting to explode. We don't have to hide behind metaphor anymore. But I see the cracks in his armor, the way his breath quickens, how he glances back at us, seeking reassurance. The weight of his words presses down like the promise of rain, heavy and oppressive. He believes in fighting for our voices, but I see the fear lurking behind his bravado, a fear I share, a fear that gnaws at my insides like a ravenous beast. I remember the stories we told, how we romanticized rebellion, how we painted it with bold strokes of creativity and passion. But standing here, in the heart of the chaos, I realize that those stories were just stories, and reality is a different beast entirely. Look! Lara's finger jabs into the darkness, pointing towards the flickering lights in the distance, the remnants of a once vibrant library, now a battleground, a crucible where words once danced freely and now burn like kindling. They're destroying everything. The crackle of flames reaches my ears, a whisper of despair. Every book, every story reduced to ash, and my heart shatters. I remember the characters that lived in those pages, their joys and sorrows, their victories and failures, all caught in an eternal struggle. They were mirrors reflecting our own battles, our own fears. And now, they are ghosts, flickering memories fading into the ether. Do you think they understood? I mutter, more to myself than to them. The power of what they had. Lara looks at me, her face a portrait of confusion and anguish. What do you mean? The artists, the writers, they fought their battles on the page, I whisper, my voice thick with emotion. They poured their souls into their work, hoping to change the world, to make it better. But here we are, trapped in the very war they wrote about, and I feel the burden of their legacy like a shroud around my shoulders. The ground shakes underfoot, a distant explosion shaking the air, a visceral reminder of the stakes we face. I hear the wailing sirens, the cries of the injured, and it all melds into a cacophony of despair that threatens to drown us. I remember, oh, do I remember, the playful debates we'd had about how art could transform, how it could inspire hope amid ruin. Ethan's voice cuts through my reverie, a lifeline in the storm. We can't just stand here. He looks at us, desperation etched into every line of his face. We have to fight. But fight for what? The echoes of my thoughts swirl like smoke, twisting and turning until I can hardly breathe. I see the shadows moving, figures casting long silhouettes in the twilight, and suddenly, I'm back in that cafe, sipping bitter coffee, scribbling notes under the watchful eye of the universe. Maybe fighting isn't about weapons, I whisper, the word slipping into the air like a secret. Maybe it's about art. About creating something that can't be destroyed. Lara's eyes sparkle with a flicker of hope, but then the shadows loom larger, dark figures marching closer, and I realize that hope is a fragile thing, like a candle in the wind. Is it too late? She asks, her voice breaking like glass. Never, Ethan replies, his voice fierce and unwavering. We create. That's our battle. And in that moment, we stand together, three souls against the tide of destruction, hearts pounding in unison, a rhythm that ties us to every artist and dreamer who ever dared to fight for their voice. We are warriors of a different kind, armed with words and passion, ready to etch our stories into the fabric of the universe, even as darkness threatens to consume us. I can almost see the threads of our lives weaving together, a tapestry of defiance against the night. The streets pulse with life and death, and I know, this is only the beginning. The world around us may crumble, but our stories will rise from the ashes. They will echo through time, carried on the wings of art and literature, haunting the halls of memory like ghosts that refuse to fade. As the first clash of bodies erupts in the distance, I draw in a breath filled with the taste of rain and rebellion. We fight, I declare, an ember of determination igniting within me. And with that, we step forward, ready to carve our names into the chaos, united in our battle for the soul of culture, for every voice silenced in the shadows of history. In this moment, we are as alive as the words we write, as fierce as the stories we tell. And I remember, oh, how I remember, the power of belief, the beauty of dreams, and the unyielding spirit of those who dare to create. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and dust. A flash of light rent the twilight, followed by the earth-shattering boom that sent shockwaves through the ground. I felt the tremor in my bones, a visceral reminder that life could unravel in an instant. In that moment, as chaos unfolded around me, I was no longer just a soldier, but a man standing at the precipice of existence, grappling with the fragility of it all. I remember the faces of my comrades, their eyes wide with fear and determination. There was Sarah, her dark hair clinging to her forehead, a mixture of sweat and dirt. She was the kind of person who laughed in the face of danger, yet at that moment, her smile was a ghost, flickering under the weight of the impending storm. I had always admired her bravery, an unyielding spirit wrapped in a fragile shell. Then there was Marcus, my best friend, more than a brother, really. He was the heartbeat to my restless soul, the kind of man who could make light of even the bleakest of situations, cracking jokes that echoed through the trenches like whispered promises. But as I stole a glance at him, I saw the truth etched on his face, a mask slipping. The silence that enveloped us was suffocating, a prelude to the symphony of destruction that was about to unfold. I remember my heart racing, each beat a thunderclap in the cacophony of war. The night was alive, pulsating with tension. Shadows danced across the landscape, mocking what we once thought was safety. I could taste the metallic tang of fear on my tongue, drowning out the familiar comfort of camaraderie. War was a cruel teacher, and I was its unwilling student, about to learn lessons I never wanted to know. "Keep your head down," Sarah shouted, her voice cutting through the chaos. I wanted to shout back, to tell her it was too late, that the world as we knew it was collapsing around us. But fear held my tongue hostage. All we could do was brace for the impact, the inevitable clash of steel and flesh, of dreams shattered under the weight of reality. In the distance, the eerie wail of sirens sliced through the night, a haunting serenade that echoed the fragility of hope. I could see the glow of fires illuminating the horizon, flickering like the last embers of a dying star. Each flicker felt personal, a reminder of lives left behind, dreams extinguished in an instant. The lessons I was learning were written in blood and ash, and each heartbeat felt like a countdown to something unimaginable. I remember the moment it happened. Time slowed, the world falling away as I turned to find Marcus, a fleeting silhouette against the chaos. He was charging toward danger, a soldier's instinct overriding the fear that gripped his heart. I wanted to scream, to pull him back into the safety of shadows, but the words stuck in my throat like shards of glass. I was frozen, a bystander to my own life, caught in a web of fear and admiration. And then, the explosion erupted, a visceral eruption that shattered the night. I felt the heat on my skin, a sudden wave of destruction that consumed everything in its path. I remember the sound, the sickening crunch of debris and the air thickening with the cries of the lost. The world around us became a tapestry of chaos, woven with threads of despair and fleeting moments of brave defiance. In the aftermath, as the dust settled like a shroud over the battlefield, I stumbled forward. The cacophony turned to a haunting symphony, a macabre orchestra playing the notes of our loss. I searched for Marcus, my heart pounding in my chest, each beat a plea to the universe. The world had shifted, colors dulled, and the laughter that once echoed now lay buried beneath the rubble. But there was Sarah, crouched low, holding onto hope with a fierce grip. "We have to move," she urged, eyes wide with unshed tears. I saw something in her, a flicker of strength amidst the horror. It mirrored my own fear, our hearts thrumming in unison as we took tentative steps into the unknown. I didn't want to lose her, too. She was my anchor, a reminder of everything worth fighting for. The night was no longer just black, it was alive with the ghosts of our past. As we moved through the remnants of what once was, I felt the weight of every lesson learned crashing down like a tidal wave. Strategy and tactics were no longer mere theories, they were visceral, soaked in the reality of sacrifice and survival. The battlefield was a cruel classroom, where every heartbeat echoed with the memory of choices made and paths taken. We stumbled through the darkness, each step a testament to our resolve. I remember the whispers of the fallen, their stories etched into the fabric of the night, haunting us like shadows. War had stripped us bare, revealing the raw essence of humanity, the fear, the love, the loss, all tangled in a web of desperation and defiance. We were more than soldiers, we were the living embodiment of every lesson learned. Each choice, each sacrifice echoed through the very fabric of our existence, weaving a tapestry of resilience and memory. We weren't just fighting for survival, we were fighting for the very essence of what it meant to be alive. And as I glanced at Sarah, her spirit unyielding despite the horror surrounding us, I felt a strange sense of hope. The night may have been unforgiving, but we were still here, still breathing. The lessons learned were carved into our souls, an unending cycle of pain and perseverance, a testament to the human spirit's unbreakable will. In that night, beneath the haunting ghosts of the past, I knew this was only the beginning. The chapters of our stories intertwined, spiraling endlessly in a dance of light and darkness. The war may have tested us, but it hadn't broken us. And as we stepped forward into the abyss, I understood, this was just the prologue of deeper battles yet to come, an unfinished symphony of survival, echoing through time. The ground trembles beneath my feet, as if the earth itself is aware of the unfolding chaos. My heart races, a drumbeat of dread that echoes in my ears, drowning out the cacophony of battle cries and clashing steel. I stand there, breathless, as the sun hangs low in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the field of Waterloo. Time feels suspended, a cruel trick played by fate. I see them, the brave and the broken, the young men shrouded in the dust of warfare, their faces pale, eyes wide with fear or grim determination. I remember the moment vividly, the sound of cannon fire, the way it rattles through my bones, a warning siren of what's to come. I remember the chill that sweeps over me, the heaviness of inevitability. And among the chaos, two figures emerge from the haze, each fighting their own internal battles amidst the turmoil of war. There's Jack, a boy of barely 20, his innocence stripped away like the fallen leaves around him, clinging to memories of laughter and love. He grips his musket as if it were his lifeline, his knuckles white with the strain. The shadows around his eyes tell a story of loss, dreams shattered by the thunder of conflict. He remembers his younger sister, her laughter ringing like a bell, a sweet melody drowned in the clamor of war. In this moment, she is his motivation and his curse. He fights not just for survival, but for the memory of her smile, the taste of happiness that feels like a distant star, fading, unreachable. Then there's Eleanor, a woman disguised in the garb of a soldier, her heart a battlefield of its own. She is fierce, a fire ignited by the pain of a world that would have her silent. The weight of her secrets hangs around her neck like an anchor, dragging her deeper into the murky waters of despair. Her thoughts swirl like the smoke from the cannon, twisting, turning, suffocating. She thinks of her father, a soldier lost to war long before she donned her own uniform, and the memory cuts like a blade. Every clash of swords reminds her of a promise she made, to fight, to be seen, to be heard, even if it meant stepping into a man's world, where her worth is measured only by the ferocity of her spirit. In this moment, we are all ghosts, haunting the remnants of a battlefield that will carve its name into the annals of history. Each heartbeat a reminder that we are alive, even as we flirt with death. I feel the tension crackling in the air, a living thing pressing down on us, urging us forward into the fray. The colors of our uniforms blur into a kaleidoscope of desperation, and I remember the faces of those who have come before us, the ones who fought in the name of empires, their blood staining the soil we now stand on. And then the order comes, a thunderous voice rising above the din, slicing through the fog of fear. The charge! The command sends a surge of adrenaline through us, a jolt of raw, electric energy. We surge forward, a tide of humanity crashing against the wall of fate, and in that moment, I feel invincible, a part of something grander than myself. But as we collide with the enemy, the illusion shatters. Jack stumbles, his footing lost, and for a heartbeat, I glimpse the boy he once was, a child playing in the fields, laughing, free. But now, he's a soldier, lost amidst the screams of the dying. I reach for him, our eyes locking in a shared moment of terror, and I see it, the flicker of doubt, the question that looms over us all: will we survive this? Eleanor fights like a tempest, her sword slicing through the air with a grace that belies her turmoil. But with every swing, she feels the weight of the world pressing down on her shoulders. She remembers the freedom of her childhood, the stories her mother spun about knights and honor. Now, those tales feel like a cruel joke. She charges forward, the fury of loss propelling her, yet the ghosts of her past claw at her heart, whispering doubts that threaten to drown her spirit. The clash of metal echoes, a symphony of violence that reverberates through my very soul. I hear the cries of the wounded, the desperate pleas for mercy, and in that chaos, I feel the despair settling in like a thick fog. Each breath is a reminder of mortality, each moment a testament to the fragility of life. The ground is soaked in blood, a grim tapestry woven from dreams shattered and lives extinguished. I remember the faces of men who once stood tall beside me, their laughter fading into the ether, leaving only shadows in their wake. Amidst the frenzy, I can't help but think of the future, the world that lies beyond this moment. What will history say of us? As I swing my sword, I wonder if our names will be etched in glory or forgotten in the annals of time, a mere footnote in a greater tale of humanity's folly. I catch a glimpse of Jack again, his face a mask of determination and fear. Will he find his sister again? Will he carry her memory into a world where peace reigns? Or will he be another ghost, another casualty of ambition and power? Eleanor fights with a fierceness that surprises even herself, her movements fluid and powerful. But with every foe she dispatches, she feels the weight of her choices, the irreversible path she's paving with blood and sacrifice. Her heart aches for the life she might have had, the girl she could have been had her world not been shattered. And yet, there's a fire within her, a stubborn refusal to let her pain define her. She screams, a primal cry that pierces through the chaos, a defiance against the inevitable. As the sun dips below the horizon, casting a fiery glow across the battlefield, I feel the tide turning. The air thickens with tension, a palpable force that wraps around us like a vice. We are all warriors now, bound by the shared weight of our struggles, our hopes, our fears intertwining like a fractal pattern in the chaos. In this moment, we are alive, raw, flawed, and undeniably human. And as the day slips into night, the shadows stretch, whispering secrets of the fallen, of dreams deferred and destinies entwined. We are not just soldiers of war, we are vessels of memory, each heartbeat a testament to our existence. As the final charge looms on the horizon, the stakes rise, and I can feel it, the weight of history pressing down upon us, a living echo that will resonate through time, a turning point that will shape the very fabric of Europe. But here, in this crucible of fear and valor, amidst the chaos of life and death, we stand united. The battle rages on, but we, Jacques, Eleanor, and I, forge ahead, driven by an unyielding belief that even in the darkest moments, we can forge our own destinies. The future is unwritten, and as the night deepens, I know this is only the beginning.